Mrs. Anderson was furious, but the sight of Nora standing there so calm and collected made her pause. She asked, "Do you have a way of dealing with them, Nora?" Nora nodded. She sat down beside her, picked up her cell phone, and checked the time. Lily should have already received Henry's hair samples by now. She was likely doing the DNA comparisons as they spoke. She sent a text message to Lily and told her to send the results as soon as they were ready. After sending the message, she closed the chat app and opened Roxanne's live stream. The corners of her lips curled into a smirk as she started to read the comments on the live stream. She laughed as she read. It was as if she were enjoying the way they described her as shameful, lazy, and a burden to her family. Mrs. Anderson watched her carefully. She didn't seem to be taking any of the hurtful comments from the live stream personally at all. She wondered how Nora was able to stay so relaxed and carefree in such a horrible situation. Maybe she had learned to ignore hardship after experiencing so much as a child. Maybe she just didn't care anymore. As she thought this, she suddenly heard Nora's cell phone ring. It was Lily calling with the results of the test. "Athena, I've got your test results. I have to admit, I was a bit surprised." Nora raised her eyebrows. She wondered what Lily could mean. It would be horrible if it turned out she was Henry's daughter after all, that it was Angela who was connected to someone else. Before she could ask, Lily said, "I've emailed you the results." "Okay, thank you." Nora opened her email inbox after she hung up. She raised her brow when she saw the 2 DNA paternity test reports. She knew they would make a good show for the crowd later. She waved her phone at Mrs. Anderson and said, "It's okay, I'm going to go out there, Grandma." Afraid that she would be attacked, Mrs. Anderson also got up shakily, using her walking stick as support. She followed behind Nora. As soon as the 2 of them went out, they saw Henry and Wendy holding each other's hands like a pair of star-crossed lovers. There were tears in their eyes. Wendy said, "Back then, Nora's mother never mentioned anything about her family. I had no idea. But Nora needed a mother, and I felt so sorry for her loss. That's why I married Henry." Henry reached out to rub Wendy's shoulder soothingly. He said to Simon, "I know all of you are treating me this way because you're unhappy that I remarried, but a man like me really can't take care of a baby well by himself, and Nora was so frail and sickly." He paused for a moment to sigh dramatically, shaking his head with regret. "I'll never forget that one time when Nora got really sick. We had no choice. I put her on my back and carried her for miles, walking to the hospital. Rain was pouring down. Finally, a kind soul saw us out there and drove us the rest of the way. Wendy ignored her own child to focus on Nora because she needed all of the attention we could give her. Our other daughter, Angela, poor girl, tried to take care of herself and didn't want to complain. She tried to make herself something to eat and ended up scalding her thigh." Wendy started to cry again. "I felt so guilty. It was impossible to care for them both. I cried for days. Henry, do you remember?" Nora let out an icy scoff. It was incredible to hear the way Henry twisted around that story. The truth was, he and Wendy had taken Angela on a big vacation. They had left Nora locked up at home. She had been 5 years old, though she had already started to learn to act much older than her years. She had gone to the kitchen to cook herself some noodles, but the pot had been too heavy for her, and she had dropped it on the floor. The hot water splashed across her thigh, scalding her. She still had a scar to this day. They were putting on quite a performance. She wondered what they would say once they knew about the DNA test results. Her lip curled up in a mischievous smile, and she walked out the door. Roxanne spotted her the instant she came out. She shoved the microphone in her face and said, "Miss Smith, are you Miss Smith? Did you just wake up? Do you have anything to say to your father and stepmother?" In the study on the 2nd floor of the Andersons' house, Pete was leaning against the window and looking at the commotion downstairs anxiously. He couldn't hear much, but he knew the group down below was bullying his mum. He couldn't risk revealing his face, but he wished he could run downstairs and kick the horrible couple on the front porch himself. For the very first time, Pete was excited to grow up. Once he grew up, he would be able to protect the people he loved. He took a video of the commotion downstairs and sent it to Cherry. In the Hunt's family home, Cherry, who was playing with her Barbies with Justin, heard her cell phone beep. When she picked it up and saw the message, she was furious. Her awful grandpa had already tried to bully her brother, and now he was attacking her mum too. The little girl went to the bedroom with her cell phone and sent Pete a voice message. "That's the grandpa who threw you away, Pete. Open the window and pour a cup of hot water on him. Pour it all over his face." Pete was astonished as he listened to the message. Justin was also listening closely to what she said. He had followed her to her room and watched as she recorded the voice message. Her words made him frown in concern. He sent a text message to Lawrence and told him to check what was happening to Nora. Soon, Lawrence sent him the link to the live stream. Justin tapped on the link and entered the live stream. When he saw the comment section, he flew into a rage. "Investigate this. Find out how that live stream became so popular. Who paid to make it trend?" Lawrence replied, "Yes, sir." At the hospital, Ian had regained consciousness. However, for safety purposes, the doctor had recommended that he stay for a little while longer. He had remained in the VIP ward for a period of watchful waiting to make sure he was stable enough to go home. There were a few pillows propped up behind his head. He leaned against them as he held his cell phone and waited quietly for Cherry's live stream in the evening. He had already slept a great deal and was having a hard time closing his eyes again. But there wasn't much else to do, and he was becoming very bored. Although Cherry hadn't started her live stream yet, he already had the app open. He began flicking through other channels and picked one at random to watch to pass the time. The one he picked already had more than 1 million viewers. As soon as he entered the live stream, he saw Simon and Melissa. Ian's grip on the phone tightened. He hadn't seen any of the Andersons since the day Yvette abandoned him. Simon looked a lot older now, more mature. He was no longer the ignorant boy who had run rampant and hid from the consequences behind his elder sister. Ian looked at the comments while thinking about the past. There were constantly new viewers entering the livestream and asking for updates on what was happening. Some kind viewers helped to explain the situation, so Ian quickly understood the situation. Yvette's husband seemed to have gone to their house to get something from his daughter. Ian was an astute and observant man who understood human nature very well. Through the mess of the comments, he pieced together an understanding of what had happened after Yvette had left him. His jaw tensed when he saw Henry. He couldn't believe this was the man whom Yvette had married in the end. He didn't seem very impressive at all. He had come all the way to his daughter's doorstep and was driving her into a corner just to extort money from her. Ian knew that Yvette would be turning in her grave if she knew. The light in his eyes dimmed when he thought of that. He felt a sharp pain in his heart again. He couldn't help but think that if he had a daughter with Yvette, he would have cherished and loved her more than life itself. He would never have allowed anyone to hurt her. Ian sighed and looked at the comments again. When he was young, Yvette's betrayal had caused his entire world to collapse. Later, when Yvette gave birth, he had decided to avoid her for the rest of his life. He had purposefully ignored everything to do with her, even when he heard that the Andersons had brought their daughter back home. He hadn't expected to see her in the live stream. His original intention had only been to take a quick look and then change to a different stream. But now that he was watching the events unfold, he found he couldn't look away. If someone was bullying Yvette's daughter, he couldn't just sit back and ignore it. His brows drew together tightly. At the entrance to the Andersons' house, Roxanne and the cameraman were staring at Nora in astonishment. Henry had described his daughter as overweight, lazy, and irresponsible. The mental picture Roxanne had formed of Nora was a hideous one. She figured she must be just as ugly outside as she was inside. Instead, Nora appeared to be a clean, graceful figure. She was tall and slender. Her almond-shaped eyes had a demure look that on anyone else might have seemed polite, but on her, the expression looked somewhat cold and distant. For a while, the cameraman was so distracted he forgot to point the camera at her. When it became clear that Roxanne was speaking to Nora somewhere off camera, a large number of negative comments bombarded the live stream. "Oh, did she finally come outside? Let's see her." "I'm so curious. If she's as lazy and bad as they say, I want to see what kind of state she's in. I'll bet she's disgusting. I'm picturing messy hair, dark circles under her eyes, weird clothes. I know they say not to judge appearances, but after everything they say about her, she just has to be a slob." The cameraman finally seemed to realize he was pointing the camera the wrong way. He shifted the angle as quickly as he could and aimed right at Nora's face. The next moment, her stunning face appeared in front of over 1 million viewers watching the live stream. The steady flow of comments suddenly halted as everyone tuning in got a good look at her. When the comments began rolling in again, the tone of the discussion was very different. What the hell? She looks like a goddess. I can't believe this. She's not even wearing makeup. Did she get something special done to her skin? I thought the camera was using a filter at first, but everyone around her still looks the same. She looks amazing. Is that really her? Oh my God. To be fair, if I had such a gorgeous daughter, I'd probably spoil her too. I can't hate her now. She's too pretty. But even in the middle of all this praise, some malicious comments still lingered. It doesn't matter if she's pretty. She's still a terrible person. Being pretty probably just helps her get away with it. Exactly. Looks aren't everything. I don't get it. She seems put together, so why is she being so horrible to her dad? Is it just because of the pregnancy thing? He was trying to help her. And how can she not have a job? Literally any job. Why is she refusing to work? In the hospital, Ian was in a daze. He stared at the screen in astonishment. He couldn't take his eyes off Nora's face. She looked all too familiar. He had heard the saying that time could heal all wounds. He hadn't believed it at the time. He had grown to understand the idea over the years. Now he realized that after more than 20 years, he really had nearly forgotten what Yvette looked like. But seeing this girl was like having Yvette suddenly come back to life in front of him. He felt like he had traveled through time to see her again. Nora looked just as Yvette had when they had parted. Still, he could recognize a few differences. Although they shared a strong and tenacious spirit, Nora's boldness seemed colder and less emotional. Yvette had been passionate and playful. Ian stared at the video avidly. He couldn't even dare to blink. He was afraid she would disappear if he looked away. Yvette's daughter looked just like her mother. He could barely see a trace of Henry in her at all. Ian felt comforted as he thought this. As she was not checking a screen herself, Nora wasn't aware of the changes in the comment section of the live stream. She was currently looking at Roxanne. She still hadn't said anything for herself since appearing. As if to prompt her, Roxanne asked again, "Miss Smith, you look very cultured and well-educated. Now that things have reached this point, do you really have nothing you'd like to say to your father and stepmother?" Nora raised her eyebrows. The audience watched her carefully as she took a breath and replied in a detached tone, "I do have one thing I want to say." Roxanne breathed a sigh of relief. She said, "I just knew you'd still have feelings for your parents. After all, however you're feeling now, they still brought you up. Can you tell me what you'd like to say to your father?" Nora smiled as she said, "All I want to say to him is, stay the hell away from me. That's all." The cold statement made Roxanne choke. The comment section exploded in fury. Roxanne fought to speak in a calm tone. Some would say there's no greater kindness than the love and care that one receives from their parents when they're growing up. You also have a child yourself. How would you feel in this situation? What if your child abandoned you? Nora thought about it carefully. Then she answered, "They can do whatever they want." Roxanne blinked at her, struggling to find a good response. Nora seemed amused. She hadn't washed up yet, and she still looked a little sleepy. Her hair was also a little messy. She still looked beautiful, but in a careless way. She added with a shrug, "I'm not relying on them to provide for me in my old age." Upstairs, Pete gasped in astonishment. Far away in the Hunt's family home, Cherry frowned at her phone. They both were thinking the same thing. Was their mother rejecting them? Roxanne frowned and said, "It's not about the money, it's about companionship." Nora raised her eyebrows at her. Then she looked at Henry and Wendy. "Oh, so what you're lacking is just companionship. You're not worried about the money." Henry hurriedly said, "Of course, but you should be working and striving for success. Also, your stepmother and I are getting old, so we aren't in good health anymore. We're thinking of having health checkups done, but your sister used up all the money." Nora laughed. "So you are still demanding money?" Henry snapped back. "This isn't a demand for money. This is something you should have given me in the first place." As he said that, they heard more activity by the entrance. A moment later, a few police officers walked in. The officer at the front wore a neatly pressed uniform. His posture was straight, and he looked tough and handsome. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. He fixed his gaze on Nora when he entered, his expression full of scrutiny. Then he asked, "Did someone make a police report?" "Yes, I did," Melissa said as she stepped forward. She pointed at Roxanne and Henry and said, "These people are trespassing on our private property. Please make them leave." The policeman leading the team looked around, assessing the situation. Once it seemed like he understood what was going on, he said, "All right, people, if this isn't your home, I'm going to have to ask you to leave. If you do not comply, we will have to escalate the issue." Roxanne's brows knitted together. She hadn't expected the Andersons to take such an aggressive approach. She looked at Henry and suggested, "Why don't we come back some other time?" Henry, however, knew that Nora might be better prepared to keep him out in the future if they didn't settle things today. He drew himself up and shouted, "Sir, I'd like to make a police report too. My daughter is refusing to pay money that she owes by law." The police were taken aback when they heard him. They muttered among themselves, who exactly was the one who called the police just now? Before Melissa could speak, Wendy started to cry. She said, "Now that you're here, sir, you have to help us. Henry and I are her parents, but she refuses to acknowledge us. This family has robbed us of our daughter." The leading officer frowned and looked at the Andersons again. He asked, "What is going on?" Nora, however, didn't answer them promptly. She was staring at the officer heading the team. He stood tall and straight and seemed to have a sharp manner about him. Nora knew she needed to handle him carefully. Although the officers behind him also conducted themselves very professionally, they felt a lot more laid back compared to him. They seemed like officers accustomed to doing the day-to-day realities of the job, while he only ventured out for special occasions. He held his jaw tightly and looked exceptionally resolute and determined. Nora guessed he was the kind of person who believed strongly in honorable principles. Possibly he believed in those ideas more than the law itself. The people behind him followed his lead. Someone said, "Captain Ford, I think these are family affairs. It seems like something could be solved with a conversation." Before he could finish, however, Captain Ford threw him a fierce frown. The other officer quickly shut his mouth in fright. When Henry spotted this, he appeared to come to the same conclusion as Nora. This officer had a strong sense of principle. Appealing to his principles would be the way to get his help. Henry turned to him and shouted, "Sir, don't you think that children are obligated to provide for their elderly parents?" Ford pressed his lips together tightly. He answered calmly, "Yes, they are." Henry went on, "My child is not fulfilling her obligation to me. She's playing games with her mother's accounts and disrespecting me and her stepmother. We can't just walk away. We have to sort this out. Don't you think we should stay and solve this?" Ford looked at Nora again. He lowered his gaze and answered, "Yes, it would be better to solve this quickly." Henry pointed at Nora and said, "She's my daughter, but she refuses to acknowledge us anymore. What should we do about this, sir? What can you recommend? Do we need lawyers? Does she need counseling?" Ford pressed his lips together tightly, and he gave Henry a shrewd look. But he didn't just focus on Henry's antics. He made a show of turning to Nora to speak to her. "What do you have to say?" Nora couldn't help but find Captain Ford a little strange. She lowered her gaze and replied calmly, "It is only right for children to provide for their parents." Henry sighed in relief. The police seemed to have scared Nora out of her attitude. She would have to help him now. Wendy also breathed a sigh of relief. This was New York, after all. They had no contacts here. She had worried that the Andersons might use their power and connections to make them leave, but instead, the authorities seemed to be taking their side. Emboldened, she smiled and said, "That's wonderful to hear, Nora." Roxanne also breathed a sigh of relief. She said, "In that case, why don't we have a seat and talk about how Miss Smith, as their daughter, should provide for her parents? Let's make everything clear. It'll be so much more convenient for everyone moving forward if we set the record straight today." Melissa and Simon were surprised. They hadn't expected Nora to suddenly give in. They exchanged a look. However, they felt that since this was Nora's choice, they should respect her decision. They understood that when it came to things like family ties, those who weren't the actual people involved in the situation would never be able to really know for sure how they felt. Henry was still Nora's father, after all. If she couldn't truly let go of their connection, then it couldn't be helped. Everyone had different ways of thinking. Even though they didn't agree with Nora's decision, they couldn't make the choice for her either. Melissa simply said, "If that's the case, then let's talk about it inside." It was frustrating to have to back down after they had been so ready to fight for Nora, but if this was what Nora wanted, they had no choice. Henry and Wendy exchanged a look. Then they started to walk toward the door. When they reached the door, Wendy couldn't help but smile at Melissa. "This is obviously the best way. You should have seen this coming. Why were you so aggressive with us yesterday?" Henry didn't speak, but his eyes were full of triumph. But then Nora stepped forward and blocked them from entering the house. The corners of her lips curled mockingly, and she said, "The two of you can't go inside." Henry and Wendy stepped back, startled. Even Roxanne was dumbfounded. She asked, "What are you doing, Miss Smith? You just said children should help their parents." Nora cast her eyes down. She replied, "Children should indeed provide for their parents. But why should I provide for people I'm not actually related to?" Henry's eyes widened in alarm when he heard those words. He knew this was a very, very bad development. Wendy was also stunned. She didn't understand what Nora was referring to. She looked at Henry incredulously. "What is she talking about, Henry?" Henry swallowed. He said, "You little liar. What a thing to say at a time like this. Of course you're my daughter." Nora kept her gaze down. She didn't want to waste any more breath on him. Instead, she opened the electronic DNA test report file on her cell phone and held it up in Henry's face. Henry stared at the report in shock. He remembered how Nora had patted his shoulder the day before. She could have collected a few hairs from him then. But he couldn't think why she had suddenly gone behind his back to get a paternity test. He wondered what had made her have doubts that she was his daughter. He knew he needed to do everything possible to undermine the results. He hastily yelled, "This report is fake. It's definitely fake." "Fake?" Nora shook her head. Instead of fighting with him, she looked at Roxanne and said, "Roxanne, you're a reporter, so I'm sure you've seen many things. You've heard of this DNA testing lab, right?" Z&S was the most well-known DNA testing lab abroad. Its qualifications were beyond doubt because it was Athena's property. As soon as Roxanne saw the lab's logo, she shot Henry a suspicious look. Back at the hospital, Ian had been watching the livestream closely the whole time. When Nora agreed that children should provide for their parents, he couldn't help but frown in distaste. Maybe he shouldn't have expected so much of her. She only looked like Yvette. She couldn't be Yvette. She seemed to have inherited her father's cowardly nature. He was disappointed to see her compromise with that horrible man so quickly. Ian frowned and decided to exit the livestream. But before he could close the app, Nora said, "But why should I provide for people I'm not actually related to?" At first, Ian assumed this was Nora's way of shifting the topic. He thought it was a clever move. By hinting at a larger drama, the focus of the incident would change from a daughter refusing to provide for her elderly parents to whether she was really their daughter or not. Maybe she was a little like Yvette after all. She was very sly and crafty. Ian sighed, but he had only just made the observation when Nora produced the DNA test results. The cameraman aimed the camera right at the cell phone, allowing everyone observing the livestream to see the screen clearly. The results were as plain as day. Nora Smith was not Henry's daughter. Ian suddenly sat up straight. With the light from his phone reflecting in his eyes, it looked almost as if his eyes were glowing. His mind whirled. If she wasn't Henry's daughter, then who could the father be? Ian pushed the quilt covering his legs away and moved to get out of the bed. However, the nurse outside the door rushed in and pressed his shoulders down. "What are you doing, Mr. Smith?" Ian was so agitated that his eyes were turning red and moist. He said, "Joel, get Joel." The nurse immediately nodded. "Okay, we'll look for him right away. Can you lie back down for us, please?" Ian laid back down. He stared at the ceiling. There was only one thought in his mind. Is that my daughter? The comments in the livestream had already gone nuts. "Oh my God, what a plot twist. She isn't his biological daughter. My goodness. That explains why she's not close to him. They're not even really related. But that shouldn't matter. They still raised her. If anything, it's even kinder that they raised her because she's not really his. She's still spitting in the face of all their hard work and sacrifice taking care of her." I agree. If you can be a total ingrate just because you aren't your parents' biological child, then what about foster families, orphaned kids? Do they even count? I hate the message she's putting out. I am an adopted child myself. My biological parents abandoned me at birth, but my adoptive parents treated me very well. Our relationship is no different from that of blood-related parents and children. Does it matter whether we are blood-related or not?" Roxanne was astounded by this latest development. She was also starting to feel a little embarrassed that she had gotten herself mixed up with such a dramatic family. She had thought the incident would play well on her live stream, especially if she played a role in solving the family's problems. None of this was going the way she had planned. Secretly, she felt it was really all Henry's fault for not telling her the whole truth. Based on his reaction, he obviously knew about it, he just didn't want to admit it. She frowned and glanced at the comments in the live stream. Thinking quickly, she said, "There is no greater kindness than the love and care that one receives from their parent when they're growing up, Ms. Smith. A DNA test report doesn't explain anything. You grew up with them, they're still your parents. Do you really want to sever ties with them after everything they did to take care of you?" Wendy reacted very quickly. She took out a handkerchief from who knows where and held it over her eyes as she cried. She said, "Did you distance yourself from us because of this? But think about it. When have we ever treated you badly in all our time together?" Henry's expression had also darkened. Nora's move had put him in an embarrassing position, but frankly, that was the least of his worries now. They had to see it through. He clenched his jaw and said, "Yes, you are indeed not my biological daughter, but on account of my relationship with your mother, I've treated you like my own all these years. I worked so hard to make money so that I could provide for you. Are you going to say nothing we did for you matters just because we're not related by blood?" Roxanne heaved a sigh and said, "They're your parents, Miss Smith. It's all thanks to them that you've grown up to be the beautiful young woman you are now. As far as I know, you lived with them until you were at least 19 years old. You can't just turn away from them now." In no time at all, the trio had rallied from the news of the DNA test and created a new narrative. Nora cast her eyes down. She didn't like exposing her affairs to others. It was difficult to think about her childhood, let alone share the details. How she had never really known love from her parents, how she had hidden herself away in dark rooms, how she had to fend for herself, eating food that had gone bad and drinking cold water to try and make herself feel full. She hated the idea of telling all these people how miserable her life used to be. She didn't want to deal with people's sympathy. She was strong and capable enough on her own. She didn't feel eloquent enough to put the experience into words, but she didn't feel she could let these people get away with distorting the truth either. Nora lowered her head, held up her cell phone, and tapped a few times on it with her long and slender fingers. On camera, it appeared as if she were ignoring her parents and Roxanne to play on her phone. The livestream viewers thought she looked incredibly rude. The negative comments became even worse. "She's pretty, but she's got absolutely no manners. She just checked out of the conversation completely. Forget the DNA test, they raised her and she's being horrible. The Andersons are supporting her. I'm not buying any medication from Harmonia Pharmacy anymore. If this is the kind of behavior they support, there must be bad stuff going down behind the scenes. I've heard some nasty stuff about the aunt. None of them are decent." Every comment seemed to add new assumptions about every person involved in the situation. Melissa was livid. She said, "How can you claim that you treated Nora well? If you had, why wouldn't you stop her from going to school?" Wendy let out a sigh. "We didn't stop her. She was in poor health. We spent a lot of money on her medical bills over the years. We used to be so financially secure, but after taking care of her, our savings are depleted. I know how this must look. I can't deny we are here for money, but we've got no choice. We've given so much. We need support too." Wendy held her hand over her eyes and wept as she said, "Even though she has spent all our savings, it doesn't matter. It had to be done to cover her medical fees, to make her healthy. But our younger daughter is now working hard in graduate school and isn't earning anything yet. We're out of money, and suddenly Nora runs into her wealthy relatives. I heard that Nora's mother was entitled to some of your company shares, so now Nora is more than provided for. What about us? We're not asking for much, but just some money. Even a few $1,000s would do to help us. If it's selfish to not want to see my younger daughter live hand to mouth, then yes, I'm selfish. Nora, your own sister. She's an outstanding girl. She deserves better than this. Your father and I can do without, but can't you spare anything for her?" She put on quite a show. Melissa had always been a very eloquent woman, but even she was astounded by Wendy's shamelessness. Simon took an even more straightforward approach. To him, if spending a small amount of money could resolve the issue, then it was worth it. Maybe they could finally drop the issue. He asked, "How much are you planning to ask Nora for?" His question made Wendy's eyes light up. Her tears disappeared quickly. She replied, "How about this? Nora is doing very well now. She's come into money, and her health has improved after all our hard work. We'd like to be reimbursed for her medical fees. If she doesn't want to be involved with us in the future, we'll respect her wishes and stay away. We're not asking for too much, right?" The livestream comment section was filled with feedback. "That seems reasonable to me." "Exactly. It's probably best that the girl is no longer in their lives. They should get the lump sum and get out of there before she does something even worse to them. Yeah, if you're going to cut people off, at least pay you what you owe first. I think they should get more than medical expenses, though. Kids are expensive anyway. They should be getting reimbursed for everything else, too." As the comment section debated how much money Henry and Wendy should ask for, Nora looked up from her phone. "Sure, in that case, let's settle the accounts properly. Let's assume the meals I ate every day were worth $5. That makes $15 a day. In total, that's..." Wendy smiled and interrupted her. "Do we have to go into such detail, Nora? Every meal of every day for 20 years. Why don't we do this instead? Let's just calculate the big expenses. The first is your medical expenses. Next, the money from when you went abroad." Henry nodded and said, "Yes, that's right. We'll forget about the daily food expenses and so on. Let's just take care of the big things." "No, that won't do." Nora stood tall and straight, with a sharp glint flashed in her drowsy-looking eyes. Her lips curled upward into a smile, and she said in a low voice, "It's important to me that we settle any hard feelings from the past. I mustn't leave out a single cent. I have a detailed breakdown of your bank records here." Henry was stunned. How does she have my bank records? Wendy was also speechless. But Henry recovered himself quickly. He sneered, "You must be joking. How could you possibly have our bank records?" Nora, however, ignored them and looked at Melissa instead. She said, "Aunt Melissa, there should be some pages already coming out of the printer inside. Please get someone to retrieve them." Melissa blinked. She wondered how Nora had managed to send the pages to the printer already. However, she kept quiet and went upstairs with the maid. Within a minute, the two of them came back downstairs with a stack of papers. Nora took out a few sheets from the stack and passed them to Roxanne. She said, "These are the details of Henry's income." Roxanne was taken aback, but she still took the papers from Nora. As promised, they contained details of Henry Smith's income from the past several years. Every month, Idelian Pharmaceuticals would transfer a sum of money into one of the bank's accounts. They amounted to roughly $5 million a year. This had gone on for 25 years without interruption. Most importantly, it was the only source of income for all bank cards under the Smiths. Roxanne was stunned. What does this mean? Nora tilted her head as she answered, "Idelian Pharmaceuticals is my mother's company. She's had it since before she married Henry." Furiously, Henry retorted, "It became our joint property after we got married." Roxanne recovered herself quickly. With a nod, she said, "In other words, your entire family's income comes from the company that your mother left behind." "I see. Well, what positions do the two of you hold in the company?" Since the whole family's income came from Nora's mother's company, Roxanne assumed that Henry and Wendy worked in the company. But Henry and Wendy's expressions changed as soon as they heard her question. They looked embarrassed. Nora's lips curled into a smile as she said, "Oh, them? They don't do anything in the company. My mother arranged for a professional manager to handle the company's affairs." Roxanne was flipping through the pages, a look of astonishment on her face. Nora looked at Henry and Wendy and asked, "The two of you claim that you worked really hard to make money to provide for me, right? May I ask how much, if any, did the two of you earn yourselves during all those years?" Her words made Henry flush. Wendy hemmed and hawed, unable to say anything. Henry, however, became angry and said, "I told you, those dividends are our joint property after your mother and I got married, so that makes them mine." Nora smiled and said, "If I recall correctly, My mother left the company to me. Before I came of age, the company was put in the care of a manager, and the dividends were entrusted to my guardian. In other words, you. But now, the company is mine. This had all been agreed upon a long time ago. The manager had already shown her the prenuptial agreement. Even though Nora still looked a bit too casual and nearly half asleep, her argument was reasonable and well-founded. She looked straight at Roxanne and said, "As I'm sure you can see, their claim that they worked hard to make money is completely invalid." The viewers in the live stream were dumbfounded. Wait, so they've been living on the money from her mother's company this whole time? This is so weird. They haven't worked at all in 20 years. They've just been getting money sent to them every month. Well, what were the stories about being poor all about then? So let me get this straight. They've been spending the money her mother left behind to take care of her, and now that she's finally old enough to handle her own affairs, they've come back to take even more money from her. Must be nice. How'd you even spend that much? They didn't save any of it. That's a couple $100,000 a month. How can they be broke after getting that for 20-something years? There have been so many plot twists in the last 5 minutes with these two, I cannot even. Henry clenched his jaw. Wendy straightened her neck stiffly and said, "We spent all our time on you children, of course. We raised you. We spent all that money on you. The money doesn't even matter. What really matters is the love parents give their children. It's the fact we gave you a home." Nora scoffed. A home? She handed another thick stack of bills detailing the Smiths' expenditures to Roxanne. She said, "You can check the bills and see for yourselves just how much of the money was spent on me." Henry swallowed. Wendy couldn't help but smile hastily and say, "How can anyone possibly remember every single expense over 20 years, Nora? No matter what, we're still a family." Nora ignored her. She merely looked at Roxanne and asked, "Do you understand the basics of accounting?" Roxanne replied, "Yes, of course." She could feel she was at a huge disadvantage in this situation. She was a reporter. She was supposed to be here to mitigate a family dispute for her audience. Now she was getting roped into being Nora's assistant. Nora had taken control of the situation before anyone realized what was happening. Roxanne's eyes widened as she started going through the bills. It would probably take a really long time to calculate the expenses in full. Nora decided to help her a little. She kindly gave her a hint. "Just now, they claimed they spent all their savings on my medical expenses. Why don't you calculate how much they've spent on that?" People were required to register with their full names when they went to the doctor. If they brought her to the doctor, then there definitely would be records of it in the accounts. Roxanne nodded and started to look through the bills starting from 25 years ago. As she turned through the pages, she got the cameraman to take out his cell phone and calculate the numbers. After going through a few pages of the Smiths' expenditure reports, she was stunned. It wasn't until a few years into the records that she finally found a medical report for Nora from a hospital. By that time, Nora would have been 5 years old. Reading the bill, Roxanne turned and reported the number to the cameraman. $30. The cameraman frowned quizzically. Nora cast her eyes down. She remembered the incident. They had forgotten to feed her, so she had tried to feed herself. She had eaten expired food and ended up with food poisoning. Henry ultimately couldn't let her die. After all, if she were to die before coming of age, then they would have lost the money from Idelian Pharmaceuticals. Yet, he couldn't bear to send her to a hospital. So he had sent her to a clinic for an IV drip instead. It had been just enough to save her life. While looking through the bills, Roxanne saw other expenses amounting to large sums of money. They were for things like expensive handbags and jewelry. Nora would have been a child at the time, so they couldn't be for her. Or for stocks or other kinds of investments, which had all ended in losses. The family's food expenses were all mixed together. It was impossible to say how much food each family member had eaten just from the bills alone. Another large expense was school fees for an international school, which required almost $100,000 in tuition fees every year. But Roxanne remembered one of the Andersons making the point that Nora had not been able to go to school. The tuition fees were probably for Henry's other child then. The more she saw, the more shocked Roxanne became. Her resentment for Henry grew and grew. Nora kept her gaze low. It was a shame there was no way to distinguish who had really benefited from what the Smiths had spent on food and clothes, but she knew this was beside the point. The clothes had all gone to Angela. Since Nora had still been struggling with her weight, the family hadn't bothered buying her new clothes. She had worn pajamas instead. And even then, the pajamas were Angela's rejects and hand-me-downs. But Nora didn't let this bother her anymore. She chose to see her childhood as a kind of training to make her more resilient as an adult. Through the camera, Roxanne's changes in her facial expressions and her embarrassment were clear to everyone who was watching the live stream. Although she hadn't said a word, the people tuning in were quickly filling in the blanks for themselves. It was becoming clear that Henry and his family must have mistreated their elder daughter. The more they learned, the more it seemed that Henry was a classic example of a lazy man marrying an excellent woman and using up all her assets. He had waited her out, and now that she was gone, he was continuing to abuse her legacy and her daughter. The comments section switched gears and began to attack Henry's character passionately. Henry himself also realized that the situation was rapidly escaping him. He dropped all pretenses, glared at Nora and yelled furiously, "Do you know why I didn't treat you well? It's because your mother cheated me into a wedding scam. She got herself pregnant before we got married and lied to me." Henry looked furious. He said, "I only realized you weren't mine after I married your mother. You're just like her. As they say, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. You're both hussies who got themselves pregnant before marriage." Nora's eyes widened in anger. She clenched her fists, losing control of her emotions for the first time during the conversation. She hadn't expected Henry to admit that he knew. Henry, however, didn't seem to care about the consequences. He looked somewhat relieved, as if he were finally revealing a long-kept secret. "Don't you think I wanted to marry your mother? She was beautiful and kind. Even though her family owned their own company, I also had a great future ahead of me. I'd just graduated from college and had my own career." He continued, "We both had feelings for each other. After we got engaged, I thought I was the luckiest man in the world. On the day that we got married, she told me she was pregnant, but that the child wasn't mine. I was so angry I wanted to annul the marriage right away, but she begged me not to and refused to agree to it." Henry heaved a heavy sigh. He cut quite the sorrowful figure. Ian, watching the stream, was so furious that he flung his cell phone across the room. There's no way Yvette would have begged anyone. Lies. He's lying through his teeth, Ian thought angrily. Yvette was such a strong woman. Back then, when she was leading the Andersons' pharmaceutical company, she encountered a major problem. She was too proud to accept an offer of help and instead put in an extra month's work to figure it out. She had worked so hard that she had become very ill from the stress of it all. That was the type of person she had been. Ian knew she always chose to endure things on her own than ask for help. Even in love, she had refused to give in. Ian couldn't help himself. He retrieved the cell phone and continued to watch. He had a cold look in his eyes. "I should give that man what he deserves. It doesn't matter why. Yvette gave so much for that piece of trash and he's still insulting her." Ian fumed. He hated his body for failing him at that moment. For the first time, he regretted letting his body deteriorate along with his will to live. Had his physical condition permitted, he would have marched over to the Andersons' house to deal with that man. At the Andersons, Henry was still airing his grievances. He sounded desperate as he explained, "I did love her. I couldn't bear to see her on her knees, so I decided to wait until she gave birth before divorcing her. I didn't even want a cent from her then. But during the time we spent together, she was gentle and caring. When the time came for the divorce, I couldn't go through with it. She knew that a part of me still cared, so she broke down in tears and told me that she was terminally ill and didn't have long to live. She wanted me to raise her daughter as my own. She even said that her family had abandoned her, so I was all that she had left." He hung his head in a display of sadness. "When I saw her dying, I knew that I had to stay. I did love her, but I also hated her." He lifted his head and his eyes looked hard as he continued, "She's the one who introduced me to Wendy. She told Wendy to take care of me and wanted us to take care of her daughter together. Later that day, she passed. I was so distraught that I got physically sick and had to quit my day job. Even after everything, I still missed her. But a part of me hates her. I hate her for lying to me and betraying me by sleeping with another man. We got married, but she was pregnant with another man's child." He trailed off. "There's no use in reliving all of this. She's gone, and it's all in the past," he concluded. Henry wiped away the non-existent tears before he looked at Nora again. He said, "Nora, I know you hate me because I wasn't a loving father to you, but if you were me, would you have been able to be caring for someone else's child?" Wendy joined in the act. Her voice was so fake and shrill. "I know you think you're entitled to your mother's company, but before she died, she told him that she wanted the company to be left to him. She said it would make up for everything that she had put him through. That's why we're in this situation." Did she really leave the company to him? Nora wondered. She lowered her gaze and let out an icy laugh. Henry glared at Nora. "And you, too. It's because your mother was afraid that you would repeat her mistakes that she didn't want you to go to school. That was what she told me before she died. It seems she was right. You followed in her footsteps and got yourself pregnant. You embarrassed our family. Your mother disappointed me all those years ago, and then you did the same thing. It's her fault I'm like this. You should take responsibility for all the pain you and your mother have caused." Nora narrowed her eyes at the man who she had always thought was her father. Although she didn't know much about her mother, she could still remember her gentle but firm voice when she was a child. She wasn't going to allow Henry to slander her mother like that. She believed that her mother had her own reasons for getting pregnant just like she did. She took a step forward and clenched her fists. Her voice was cold and stern as she demanded angrily, "I'm going to have to ask you to stop telling these outrageous lies about my mother." Henry took a step back and hid behind the cameraman. He said mockingly, "Are you afraid people will find out the truth? Besides, I wasn't the one who brought this up. You're the one with the DNA results. You humiliated yourself. Your mother is a tramp who slept around with other men while she was with me. She didn't even know who your father was. She was damaged goods just like you are." Nora suddenly took a step forward. Nobody saw how she managed to get around the cameraman, but she rushed up to Henry quickly, grabbed him by the collar and said, "I told you to shut up." The cameraman pointed the camera at them. Henry yelled, "Look at her! Are you going to hit me in front of the police? Officer, help!" When they heard him shout, the police officers were about to step forward. However, when they looked at their team leader, Captain Ford, and saw that he wasn't moving, they stopped in their tracks and waited for direction. Henry saw that no one was coming to rescue him and that Nora's bloodshot eyes were filled with hatred. Fury threatened to overwhelm him and he shouted, "Nora, even if you convince the police to let you attack me, it'll never change the fact that your mother was a slut." The loud thwack of fist to flesh reverberated through the air. Nora had punched him as hard as she could in the face. In the stream, the viewers attacked both mother and daughter for their questionable behavior, especially after seeing Nora's display of violence. Public opinion was once again in Henry's favor. However, a man's voice reached them. That's not what happened back then. The gentle voice was intermingled with light panting, as if the owner had run there from far away. Everyone looked at the gate and saw Caleb Gray walking toward them. His chest rose up and down slightly as he panted. His deep, melancholic eyes shifted to Nora after he spoke. He nodded politely and gently at her and said, "I rushed over when I saw the stream. I was worried I would be too late." Nora was puzzled. What's Anthony's uncle doing here? He had approached her some time ago about her engagement to his nephew. Caleb turned to Henry. His attitude toward Henry was completely different. He even sounded a little disgusted as he said, "Do you really think there's no one who knows the truth about what happened back then?" Henry was holding his nose. Blood seeped from in between his fingers. When he heard what Caleb said, he frowned. "What are you talking about?" Caleb replied, "The truth about your marriage to Yvette." Henry's eyes flickered. "What I said just now was the truth. What are you saying? Are you planning to twist what happened? Who are you anyway? Why would you want to help someone like her?" Caleb sighed. "I'm Caleb Gray." A shocked Henry looked at him. "What?" Nora could sense that something was going on. She thought about how the two families wanted her and Anthony to get married, even though they were complete opposites. Her family wasn't large or wealthy like the Greys. She recalled that they never wanted the engagement to be broken off even after she became pregnant. "What exactly happened back then, Mr. Grey?" asked Nora. Caleb replied with a sigh. "I was only 3 years old back then, so I didn't exactly see anything personally, but my father told me about it, and everything he said is completely different to what you've just spun a story about." Henry became anxious. "You." He only managed to utter that one word when Caleb looked at him with fierce eyes, frightening him so badly that he swallowed the rest. The Grey family had quite the reputation in California. Henry remembered his daughter's engagement and said, "We're future in-laws, Mr. Grey." Caleb looked at Nora and slowly said, "It's true that your mother was pregnant before she married your father, but everyone knew that. It wasn't a secret because she was already showing when she got married." She was showing, Nora thought. If everyone knew about the pregnancy, that means there wasn't a wedding scam after all. Nora narrowed her eyes. "And then what happened?" she asked. "Your father was just a clerk at the time, but your mother had feelings for him, so she told him the truth about her pregnancy." Henry was still disputing his claim. He said, "That didn't happen at all." However, Caleb took out a very old voice recorder pen and pressed the play button. A conversation between the two started to play clearly from the recorder pen. The voice that Nora found so familiar yet strange at the same time was speaking calmly. She asked, "Are you involved with anyone, Henry?" Henry's voice sounded a little younger. It shook in trepidation as he answered, "No, I'm not." Yvette asked, "Would you be willing to marry me then?" "What?" Yvette let out a low chuckle and said, "It would just be a business arrangement. I'm pregnant and my child needs a father. Your mother is sick and you need money for her treatment." The sound of Henry swallowing hard was very obvious. He said, "Then your assets." Yvette said, "I'm sick. The doctors have told me that with my weak heart, there's a high likelihood that I won't live very long. The best I can hope for is that I might have a year with my baby before my heart gives out. After I die, the company will go to my child. I've already found a dedicated manager. As for you, you'll be my child's guardian. The dividends you'll receive before she turns 18 will be more than enough. I won't hold you back from getting married and having children either. I just want you to take good care of my child. In return, I'll transfer the villa where I'm living to you." Henry seemed to be in disbelief. He asked, "Why did you pick me?" However, Yvette merely chuckled and said nothing. Henry spoke again. He asked, "Aren't you worried that I won't be a good father?" Yvette's answer at that time was very casual. She said, "I don't expect you to be perfect. Just make sure she stays alive. Other than that, I'm sure you can figure the rest out." There was a silence before she continued, "By the way, if anything happens to my daughter, then the villa will be taken back and the company's dividends cut off. Do you understand?" "Yes, I understand," he replied. "Okay then, if you agree, then just sign this contract here. I'll give you 3 days to consider." Henry's voice was tinged with excitement as he interrupted her and said, "No, it's fine. Where do I sign?" After the recording ended, everyone was silent. No one had expected that turn of events. One by one, the people attacking Nora in the comments changed their target. What the hell? I can't believe this. This guy who was mooching off a sick woman is trying to make trouble because he can't freeload anymore. She left him a whole villa. That must be worth millions. And he got the dividends every year. She only wanted her kid to stay alive. That's a little cold for a mum, but she still sounds cool. Oh my God, are these people freeloaders? They're living off her and literally living in her house, and this is how they treat her child. Now they want her kid to provide from them. I can't even. No one in the room paid any attention to the comments. Nora's eyes were downcast after hearing her mother's voice. She was still processing her mother's conversation with her father more than 20 years ago. As it turned out, she and her mother had more in common than she thought. I guess I know where my parenting skills come from, she mused. Just make sure that she stays alive. Nora replayed the line in her head. Although the words sounded cold and uncaring, She realized that Yvette's only wish was for her to stay alive. Her mother had been sure that she would become successful, strong, and confident. That was why she had left her a voice recording telling her not to stand out. While Nora was in a daze, Melissa recovered from her shock. She rebuked, "Henry, you're worse than a wild animal. Where did you get the gall to come to our home and make a scene like this?" Simon looked even more furious. He said, "We were going to let you off easy to avoid making things worse between us, but after this, we don't ever want to have anything to do with you." Henry and Wendy continued to support each other, feeling wrongfully accused. Henry, who knew that he was finished, yelled furiously, "You think you've won, Nora? Someone like you, who's just like your mother, doesn't know anything about real family. Even if you become rich, you'll still be alone, unlike us. At least the three of us are still a family." 3? Nora thought and began to smile. She took a step forward and said, "Henry, since you've been my father for the last 19 years, why don't I give you a parting gift?" A gift? Henry wondered as he narrowed his eyes. What kind of gift? Could Nora finally be getting a conscience? Is she planning to give me some money? She did grow up with us, right? He thought. He recalled that when Nora was a child, she would look at him eagerly, hoping that he would hug her. His eyes were full of greed. Nora, who didn't know what he had imagined, handed him the other DNA result. She said, "I hope you appreciate what I've got you." Henry observed a document. Could it be that she transferred the company to me? He thought, excited at the prospect. With that in mind, he flipped open the report. Wendy, standing next to Henry, breathed a sigh of relief. They didn't have any savings, so they depended entirely on the dividends to survive. They had become accustomed to an extravagant lifestyle. The lack of income during this last couple of months was making things very difficult for them. She said with a smile, "Nora, we may not have been family by blood, but we were still there for each other. Henry's been your father for all these years, and we're grateful for your help." After speaking, she turned back to Henry and asked, "What is that, Henry?" He was already frozen in place. He raised his head in disbelief and looked at Wendy. When an excited Wendy asked him the question, he couldn't hold himself back anymore. He suddenly reached out and grabbed her throat. He looked savage as he demanded, "Who is Angela's father?" Wendy was stunned at the sudden question. She hastily clawed at Henry's arm and said, "Let me go first, Henry. Calm down. Angela is your daughter, of course. Don't be fooled by anything Nora says." Henry loosened his grip when he heard that, which allowed Wendy to push him away and step back. She looked at Nora menacingly and dropped her usual pretense. "What did you give Henry, Nora?" Nora lowered her gaze and replied, "Nothing much. I just had an extra DNA test done. Of course, if you two don't think it's genuine, you can just get another lab to redo it." Then her lips curled into a smile and she added, "Oh, I forgot. You're broke. I can pay for it if you want." She spoke casually and naturally, but also with confidence. Lily did the test personally, so she knew there was no mistake. Henry looked at Wendy again. "Tell me the truth. Is Angela my daughter? Wendy, you'd better not lie to me." Wendy swallowed hard. She knew that Henry would never believe her anymore. Besides, the result will still be the same anyway, she thought in despair. She ran a couple of steps toward the police and hid behind them. Then she poked her head out and said, "That's right, Angela isn't your daughter, but it's all because of you." Henry was shocked. A sobbing Wendy said, "You threw me aside for money back then. After you married that little bitch, you said you would marry me once she died. But what happened after? You started to fool around with another woman. You never once brought up our plans to get married." A fierce look came over Wendy's eyes as she said, "You said that woman, Yvette, refused to let you touch her, so you were with me during the marriage. But what happened in the end? After using me, you decided to forget your promise. What makes you think you can do that, Henry? I couldn't let those years go to waste." Wendy continued, "I had no other choice. Since you refused to marry me, I had to do something. Besides, I couldn't ever get pregnant with you, so I decided to try with another man. It was only after I became pregnant that you finally gave in." Henry flew into a rage and rushed forward to attack her. He shouted, "You bitch! How could you lie to me and trick me into raising someone else's daughter for all these years?" Wendy clutched one of the policeman's arms and cried out, "Officer, my husband's trying to hurt me. You have to help me." Captain Ford didn't move. However, the rest of the policemen held Henry back and said, "Talk it over if you have a problem. Assaulting someone is a crime." Henry's chest heaved up and down in a fury. It's because of Angela that I didn't want any more children. I didn't think that you'd have kept me from having a child of my own." Wendy sneered. "It's my fault. You can't have children. We've been together for so many years, but I never got pregnant. One night with another man and it happened. Why don't you admit that you're sterile?" Sterile. Henry was embarrassed at the thought, especially since their entire ordeal was being streamed for millions of people to watch. He roared furiously, "Shut the hell up!" Wendy, however, wasn't afraid. She even said arrogantly, "You're too old now anyway, so calm down. Angela still thinks of you as her father, but if you continue carrying on like this, we won't treat you the same." Henry felt a sharp pain at his heart at the thought. He had honestly loved Angela, but when he realized she wasn't his daughter, he couldn't help but feel conflicted. Wendy stepped forward and grabbed his arm. She said, "You'd better stop making a scene, Henry. Otherwise, everyone is going to see you as a joke. Just pretend this never happened. The three of us can still live together as we did before." Wendy's eyes flickered when she said that. That villa in California is still under Henry's name, she thought. Henry looked at her. A moment later, he closed his mouth. He was afraid that he wouldn't have anyone to take care of him in his old age. He had given all his love to Angela. He figured she wouldn't treat him that bad either, even if she weren't his biological daughter. Henry felt tightness in his chest, as if something was stuck there. Suddenly, he tasted something metallic, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood and fainted. Wendy hurriedly called an ambulance to take him to the hospital. The fiasco was finally finished. Roxanne and the cameraman tried to slip away during the chaos, but were caught by Ford. He said, "You are hereby charged with the following offenses: trespassing on private property and filming and sharing content without the owner's consent. Please come with us." While the police were arresting them, Nora was thanking Caleb. She took the recorder pen and said, "It seems like my mother trusted your family very much." Caleb smiled gently when he heard what she said. He replied, "I'm surprised you haven't asked me who your real father is." Nora looked up at him with a look of surprise and asked, "You know who he is?" Caleb smiled and shook his head. "I don't." "Oh," Nora replied quietly. She wasn't particularly bothered by it. A puzzled Caleb asked, "Don't you want to know?" She replied in a detached voice, "It doesn't matter to me." She thought about the family she grew up with and decided that she didn't need that bond or connection. She was grateful to her mother for having her and leaving her with so much she could study and learn from. "My father," she mused. That word had been associated with Henry since she was a child. Even though he wasn't her father anymore, she didn't feel any way about the title. Nora put the recorder pen away safely in her pocket. Then she looked at Caleb and said, "Thank you. This is really helpful." "You're welcome," Caleb sighed and said, "Back then, your mother asked us to take care of you. You can say that all this happened because we neglected our duty." Caleb had a look of admiration and appreciation when he talked about Yvette. While they were talking, Captain Ford walked over to them. His expression was stern, as if he never smiled or laughed. He interrupted their conversation and said, "Miss Smith, Mr. Gray, we need your statements for the investigation." Nora was taken aback. Statements? Caleb couldn't help but ask, "It's just trespassing on private property. Why do we have to give a statement?" Ford looked firm and determined. He spoke politely but with authority as he stated, "This is just the procedure. Please comply with it." Nora felt that he wasn't someone to be messed with and nodded. Caleb didn't refuse either. The two of them were asked to go down to the police station. At the station, they were assigned to different rooms. Nora sat casually in the dark room. Her calm, authoritative demeanor made a few police officers stare at one another. Most people are scared to be in the station, but she's sitting down like she's hanging out at a resort, they puzzled. The officers were also confused that they were brought back for something as trivial as trespassing on private property. They didn't dare to voice that out loud, though, and could only sneak glances at their captain. The whole police station had to obey his orders. Nora looked around curiously. "What are you looking at, Miss Smith?" asked Ford. "In this dark little room of yours here, it's very quiet. It really does shut out all the light also. I could probably sleep well in here." Ford remained silent. Although Nora slept a lot, her sleep quality had always been poor, so Cherry and the others never disturbed her when she was asleep. Ford kept quiet for a while before he asked, "Do you know anything about your mother, Miss Smith?" Nora's eyebrows raised slightly at the question. She suddenly asked, "Are you a special ops officer?" Ford was taken aback, but didn't speak. Nora's fingers tapped lightly against the chair. She said, "All the other officers follow your orders, so you're probably in charge. But it's not normal for a high-ranking officer to handle things like trespassing. So you came because of my mother." Ford's jaw tightened. A short while later, he stood up. He straightened his back as he got up. His posture was tall and straight. He gave the impression that nothing could stand in his way. His voice was deep and steady. He said, "My name is Captain Morris Ford." "Hello, Captain Ford," Nora replied. Morris said, "We're investigating a case from more than 20 years ago. The case is related to your mother, so I'd like to know more about her. Please cooperate, Miss Smith." Nora's eyes narrowed. It was just as she suspected. Her mother had suddenly left her home back then. She broke up with Ian Smith, went to California all by herself, and never contacted her family. Nora thought, there had to be a reason for all that. She asked, "Can you tell me about the case?" Morris shook his head. "I'm sorry, but this is a highly classified case. I'm not authorized to share any information." Nora kept quiet for a while. At last, she said, "I don't know anything at all." Her mother had left her a lot of things, but there was nothing among them that challenged the boundaries of the law. Except for the Imperial League, Nora thought. Morris scrutinized her, trying to judge whether she had lied or told the truth. He had an incredibly sharp gaze. No one could lie while he was staring straight into his eyes. However, the young woman in front of him was calm, and her eyes were clear. It made him unable to read her, which was a first for him. After thinking for a while, he said, "In that case, please sign the statement. Miss Smith, you can leave after." After that, he went into the room where Caleb was waiting. Nora walked out of the police station. After a while, Caleb finally came out as well. There was some hesitancy on his face as he said, "That man is so strange. He kept asking about Aunt Yvette, but I was only 3 or 4. How would I know anything?" At that point, Caleb's cell phone rang. He smiled apologetically at Nora and picked up the call. At once, his expression darkened and a chilly glint flashed in his eyes. He said, "I'll come right away." After hanging up, he looked at Nora and said, "I have some things to take care of, so I've got to head out now." Nora nodded. Joel Smith hurried over to the hospital when the nurse called. He was panting somewhat hard. When he entered the ward, he saw that his uncle, usually in low spirits and dazed, looked rather anxious. Joel asked, "What's the matter, Uncle Ian?" After a long silence, Ian finally said, "Joel, she must be my daughter." Joel was taken aback. "Who?" Ian's hands trembled as he answered, "Nora Smith." He had watched the entire stream. He knew that Yvette's company in California back then was named Idealian Pharmaceuticals. Ideals, dreams, and me, he mused. Did Yvette miss me and dream of me too? An agitated Ian grabbed Joel's hand and said, "Go and investigate her. Investigate everything in her past. See if you can run a DNA test on us." Joel held his hand and said, "Calm down, Uncle Ian. I'll have her investigated right away." Ian nodded. Then Joel said, "I could investigate her background, Uncle Ian, but promise me that you'll try to stay alive. That's the only way you'll get the answers." The light came back into Ian's eyes when he heard him. At the Woods residence, Miranda and Rachel had watched the entire stream and seen the plot twist at the end. Miranda smacked the table angrily. "Henry is so useless," she exclaimed. Rachel also curled her lip in distaste and said, "We spent all that money and got them Roxanne for nothing. At least we already paid her to keep quiet so she won't sell us out." However, the door was pushed open as soon as she said that. Farrell entered the room, livid. Miranda hastily exchanged a look with Rachel when she saw him, and both of them kept quiet. Miranda got up and took a step forward with a smile. "Why are you back so early today?" she asked. She unconsciously moved to take Farrell's bag from him, but when she had her hand on it, she found that he hadn't let go. Surprised, she asked, "Farrell, what's wrong?" As soon as she said that, he suddenly reached out and pushed her away in disgust and said, "Don't touch me." She was stunned. Farrell had always been a relatively level-headed man who preferred to talk things out. He was also quite a gentleman. He had never even raised his voice before. Miranda finally reacted. She shouted angrily, "What are you doing, Farrell? How dare you? Do you think you can treat me like this because my family is struggling? I knew it would be like this. That's it. I'm leaving. I'm going back to my parents' house." Farrell gazed at his wife in front of him with sharp glint in his eyes. The disappointed man let out a contemptuous laugh and said, "You're right. I'll have someone pack your things and send you home right away." A dumbfounded Miranda was in shock. Rachel hastily rushed over and shouted, "Dad, what are you doing? If you send Mum away, then you'll have to send my brother and me too." Farrell glared at her with a mixture of sadness and anger. He said, "It's my fault for thinking your mother should raise you because you're a girl. That's why you grew up to be jealous, narrow-minded, and petty." Rachel, who found his scolding ridiculous, said, "Did my aunt say something to you again, Dad? How can she do this? She called you saying she forgave us and then complained the minute we turned our backs." Miranda also nodded. Yes, it must be her. Farrell stared at the mother-daughter pair in front of him and shut his eyes in pain. He had thought it was impossible that his wife and daughter would go to such lengths to torment his sister when he had first received the call from Mr. Hunt earlier that day. He knew his wife and younger sister didn't get along, but those were just silly disagreements. Had it been someone else who called him, he would have trusted his wife without hesitation. However, Justin Hunt was not the type to cause trouble without reason. Justin even showed Farrell the evidence where they bribed Roxanne and paid for the live stream to trend on social media. No matter how skeptical he was, he had no choice but to believe it after that. He waved somewhat tiredly and said to Miranda, "I'll give you 2 options." He lowered his head and said, "The first one is that someone will monitor all your actions in the future, but we'll stay married. The second, we get divorced." Miranda was stunned. "No, I don't agree with that. Dad, are you planning to lock Mum up in the house and watch her every move? However, before Rachel could finish, Farrell looked at her and said, "And as for you, I'll give you 3 options. The first is that you can stay home, but you're not allowed to contact your mother anymore and you have to attend college. The second is for you to go abroad, but you're not allowed to come back during the next 3 years or have any contact with your mother. The third, leave with your mother." Rachel was dumbfounded. So was Miranda. Henry and Wendy returned to the hotel where they were temporarily staying. Henry looked livid. When he saw Angela waiting for them after they reached the hotel, his expression darkened further. Angela had watched the stream from start to finish, so she also knew the truth. She rushed up to Henry with her eyes red and said, "Dad, I know Mum has let you down, but in my heart, you're still my father." Henry, who was being hugged by his daughter, thought of how he had carried her and played with her when she was a child, and any reservations he had disappeared. "Ah, well, I did raise her, and she's still technically my daughter," he thought in resignation. Henry took a deep breath and entered the bathroom. He was exhausted after his ordeal with Nora and the trip to the hospital that followed. When she heard the sound of running water, Angela sat beside Wendy restlessly, lowered her voice, and asked, "Mom, so what do we do now?" She curled her lip in distaste and continued, "I've never liked him ever since I was a kid. He doesn't work and he has no ambition. All he does is fool around at home every day. I couldn't even answer when kids at school asked me what my dad did for a living. It was so embarrassing. No wonder I don't look like him." I'm not his daughter. I don't understand. Since the truth is out and he doesn't have any money left anyway, why can't we just leave? Wendy whispered, "Shh, keep it down. Don't let him hear you. We still have to keep him happy for now. At least he still has that villa in California under his name. It's worth more than $5 million. We could leave him after we get the villa." Angela thought of the $5 million and heaved a sigh. "All right," she said. While the two of them were whispering to each other, Henry had already finished his bath and exited in a bathrobe. After he came out, he saw a few missed calls on his cell phone. They were all from friends expressing concern after watching the live stream. He called them back one by one. He spat angrily. "Nora has no conscience. She's not like Angela at all. Even if she isn't my biological daughter, how is she any different from one?" "Ha! Nora was always an odd kid. She's always wanted to be close to me ever since she was a child, but I never wanted to pay attention to her. With Angela, it's different, though. We have a bond with each other." A stubborn Henry replied to several calls in a row. Angela poured him a glass of water and asked, "Does your throat hurt, Dad?" Henry took the glass of water from her. He couldn't help but sigh. At least this daughter treated him kindly. Although he still hadn't gotten any money from Nora, he still had Angela. While he was thinking, the doorbell suddenly rang. Henry got up and went to open the door. A few lawyers stood outside. They said, "Mr. Smith, since you've displayed abusive behavior while raising Ms. Nora Smith, according to the signed agreement between you and Ms. Anderson, we'll now be taking back ownership of the villa." Henry had been completely stunned when he heard what the lawyers had said. "We agreed back then that the villa would be mine as long as I make sure she's alive. And she's alive and well right now. You can't take the villa back." The two lawyers looked at each other. "We wouldn't know anything about that. However, we have gone through all the legal procedures, and Miss Smith has the final say regarding the villa." Henry was dumbfounded. He couldn't believe it had happened. The lawyer handed him the contract and he read it carefully again. The contract he had signed clearly stipulated that once Nora had reached the age of majority, she would have the choice to take back ownership of the villa. She would not take back the villa if he had treated Nora well. But if he didn't, Yvette had a backup plan in place to protect Nora. Henry was so furious that he whipped out his cell phone and called Nora right away. "You useless excuse for a daughter. I raised you and looked after you until you were old enough to stand on your own 2 feet, and this is how you reward me? That villa is mine. Your mother said that as long as you're alive, the villa will remain mine." Nora's voice was soft and low. It was tinged with sinister ruthlessness as she said, "If you hadn't buried my son alive, perhaps I would have given you the villa." Her words stunned Henry. How did you find out?" Wendy was the only person he had told, and she wouldn't betray him. He had never told anyone else about it, so how did Nora find out? Henry was unaware that she had hacked into his phone's operating system when they were on the phone earlier, allowing her to monitor their real-time conversations. A mocking Nora replied, "What do you think?" Henry looked over at Wendy. She was the only other person who knew what had happened, and the only one who could have told Nora. But it wasn't the right time to ask. He yelled furiously, "I raised my family in that villa. We are the true owners. Do you really think you'll have a home just because you've claimed it? Keep dreaming, silly girl. Even if we lose the villa, you'll still be all alone and the three of us will still be a family." "Is that so?" Nora drawled. "I hope your little family stays together forever." Henry was confused by her words. He wanted to say something else, but she had already ended the call. The lawyers were only there to notify him about the change of ownership. They didn't need his consent to take the villa back. Once they had fulfilled their duty, they left. Henry plopped down on the sofa after they had left. Wendy and Angela exchanged a look, and then they looked at Henry. Wendy asked carefully, "Henry, the villa?" "We won't be able to get the villa back," Henry interrupted her. "The Andersons are a prominent family in this city, and they own a large company. If we fight it out with Nora, we'll lose." Henry's brows drew together. "Just forget it. Let's go back to California, get all the valuable things we've bought over the years and sell them as soon as possible. The money should be enough for the three of us to survive on." The company had an annual income of $5 million. After receiving the money, Henry had always bought Wendy handbags and jewelry and luxury items for Angela. He hadn't spent a lot of the money on himself. He only owned 2 valuable watches. Wendy's eyes flickered at his words. She and Angela exchanged another look, and they both nodded. Henry got up from the sofa and said, "Let's go now before anything else happens. If we wait too long, we may end up unable to get into the house again later. It would be awful if we couldn't get the valuables out of the house. Go and book the flight tickets, Wendy." "Okay," Wendy replied quickly and without hesitation. She stepped aside with her cell phone in hand and made some calls. After the last call, she looked back at Henry and Angela and said, "The earliest flight is in 3 hours. You can relax for now." "Okay," replied Henry. Angela poured him a glass of water. "Drink this, Dad. It'll help calm your nerves." Henry took the glass from her, but he almost spat out the water after taking a sip. He flung the glass to the floor and snapped, "Why is it so hot?" Angela's eyes flashed with annoyance. Henry had never lost his temper with her before, even when the water she poured for him was too hot. Had he realized that she had plans of her own? She lowered her head and said, "I'm sorry, Dad, I didn't mean anything by it." Wendy's face held a touch of frostiness as she hurried over and held Angela, who had squatted down to clean up the mess. Then she smiled and said, "Now that you've been accepted to study at the university, you should stay here. There's no reason for you to go back with us. Do an internship during summer vacation instead. There's still some money on this credit card. Take it with you for now." Angela looked at Henry. The card contained almost $50,000, and it was too much for him to leave with her. Henry chose not to say anything when he realized they could sell all the valuables they were taking to California for more than $1 million. He had to win back his daughter. Angela took the card, picked up her bag, and left. After she left, Wendy and Henry packed their luggage together. An hour later, they closed the door to the villa for the last time and set off for the airport. When they arrived at the airport, Wendy looked at Henry and suggested, "Why don't you check in the luggage first? The line looks very long and it could take a while to get to the counter. I'll go and collect the tickets at the self-service check-in kiosk while you sort out the luggage, and I'll come back to meet up with you." Checked baggage had to be done at least 50 minutes before boarding. They wouldn't be able to check the luggage if they were too late. Time was of the essence, and Henry nodded in agreement. He took the 2 suitcases and lined up behind the crowd. He became a little anxious as he watched the line move slowly. The city was a big and crowded place, and the airport was teeming with people. There was only an hour left until boarding, and he had already been waiting for over half an hour. But Wendy still hadn't returned, and Henry decided to call her. She picked up the call quickly. "Where are you?" asked Henry. Wendy smiled and answered, "I'm on the plane, of course." Henry was surprised. "What do you mean you're on the plane?" Wendy replied, "The plane is about to taxi out. Let's say our goodbyes here." Henry was utterly astounded. "I don't understand what you mean. What's going on?" "It means exactly what I said, Henry. Don't worry about the valuables from the villa. I've already asked my brother to go over and retrieve all of it." Henry couldn't believe what he was hearing. "Wendy, what are you doing? We can get more than $1 million for those things. Even if we don't have the villa anymore, we won't have to worry about money for the rest of our lives." Wendy laughed. She sounded very relaxed as she said, "Yes, you're right. With that money, Angela and I won't have to worry about money for the rest of our lives, so you don't have to worry about us anymore." Henry finally understood what she was saying. "Are you abandoning me?" Wendy sneered. "I've done so much and worked so hard at home to take care of you all these years, Henry. But what about you? Who do you think you are? All you do is shout and yell at me all day and treat me like a free babysitter. Now that you don't have an income, why should I still bend over backward to make you happy? The money is all mine now, and I will spend it well so you do not have to worry. As for Angela, I'd advise you not to bother her. Otherwise, I'll expose everything you've done and have you arrested and locked up." Henry had done some illegal business in California over the years. Not only had he made a loss, but there was no denying that he had broken the law while doing it. If Wendy reported him, he would have to go to jail. Henry was successfully discouraged from bothering Angela. Wendy said, "We were married for many years, and I didn't want to leave you with nothing. You'll find a small bag in the left pocket of the suitcase with your ID card and $30,000 in it. It's my way of saying thanks for our friendship over the years." Henry was frantic. "Wendy, get off the plane. I have to see you. You can't leave me behind," he yelled into the phone. His eyes were wide and he was on the verge of a panic attack. He never thought that he would end up betrayed and abandoned at this stage of his life. His voice choked as he said into the phone, "Wendy, I was wrong. I shouldn't have made those mistakes when I was young. I realize how wrong I was. Come back to me. Please come back." Wendy's voice was soft but determined when she said, "The plane is about to take off. Goodbye, Henry. I wish you well." She ended the call without another word. Henry stared at his phone and frantically called her back, but all he could hear on the phone was, "The person you are trying to reach is unavailable. Please try again." He rushed over to the windows that overlooked the runway. He was just in time to see the California-bound plane take off. He desperately wished he could be on that plane with Wendy. She had taken care of him and oversaw everything at home all these years. Henry had always thought that she loved him. He had been dating Wendy when he made the deal with Yvette, but still he had made Wendy wait for him because he wanted the money. Yvette had said that she didn't want someone with a girlfriend because she was afraid that it would hold them back in life. When Yvette had asked, he never made mention of Wendy. But now Wendy didn't want him anymore. This wasn't just a physical abandonment, but also an emotional betrayal. Henry flung himself against the window and cried his heart out like a lost child. He couldn't let Wendy off the hook like that. He ran to the counter to buy a ticket for the next flight to California so he could go after her. But the tickets for the next flight were sold out. A man walked over to Henry and asked, "Are you trying to get a ticket for the flight that departs in an hour? I'm booked on that flight, but I can't make it." Henry stared at the man hopefully. "I have to cancel my ticket. Let's both go online at the same time. If you get on immediately after I cancel it, you'll be able to buy a ticket for my seat." Wendy had always been the one who had booked the flight tickets whenever they went out of the city, and he wasn't clear on details like these. He had no reason to doubt what the man said. The two men went into the bathroom, opened the flight booking app on their phones, and typed away. A hesitant Henry asked, "Does this mean I've successfully booked the ticket?" There was no answer, and when he looked up, the man had disappeared, along with his ID and bank card. Henry was horrified. He left the bathroom in a panic, but he had lost the con man in the crowd. Henry was in a total frenzy. Not only was he stranded in New York, but his money and bank card had also been stolen, and he had lost his ID. What was he going to do now? He couldn't beg on the streets. As soon as the con man got outside the airport building, he got rid of his wretched disguise, stood up straight and made a call. He said, "All done, boss." Justin's voice rang loud and clear as he replied, "Okay, I'm putting you in charge of keeping an eye on him. I want him to wish he were dead." The man shivered and said a silent prayer for Henry. He didn't know what Henry had done to offend his boss or to make him give such ruthless orders, but he answered obediently, "Yes, sir." Justin's eyes were shooting daggers after he had ended the call. Over the past few days, through his own investigations and by pressing Cherry for information, he had gradually gained a better understanding of what had actually happened 5 years ago. Nora hadn't abandoned Pete. It was Henry Smith who had buried him alive. He remembered that day. His first thought after receiving the call was that he couldn't remember ever having bedded a woman, so he couldn't have any children. However, a moment of doubt had crept in, and he had rushed over. Pete would not be alive today if he had been afraid, or if he had just been a bit overconfident. It was an easy decision for Justin to kill Henry given the events of that day, but that would be letting him off too easy. The man had tried to kill his son, and Justin would make him spend the rest of his life in pain and agony. After putting his cell phone in his pocket, Justin walked out of the room as his footsteps slowed. He had done something good, and he had to claim the credit, of course. He had found out that 2 people had paid to make the live stream trend on social media. One of those people was Miranda. He had already talked to the Woods about her. The other person was Tina York. She was an unattached woman, and he wouldn't approach her about the issue directly. He would let Nora decide what to do. Of course, there was no need to tell Nora about Henry yet. Justin exited the manor's gates and got in his car to go to Nora. I'm sure she's very sad right now, he thought. He should go and comfort her. As soon as he got in the car, his phone rang again. When he answered, the man he had stationed at the airport to take care of Henry Smith could be heard on the other end of the line. Boss, we aren't the only ones that fella's offended. I just saw someone drag him into an alley and beat him up. Justin raised his eyebrows. And then what happened? They took him away after that. I'm tailing them now. Want to guess who they are? The man replied. Who are they? Justin was getting impatient. The response was short. The Smiths. The families calling the shots in this city were the Hunts and the Smiths. Even Justin would treat the Smiths with respect whenever they interacted. That was why he hadn't bypassed them to directly pressure the kindergarten during the Tanya incident. It would have been discourteous to their family. He was not aware of any feud between the Smiths and Henry. Why would they kidnap him? Could it be that... Justin wouldn't finish the thought. On the phone, his subordinate asked, Boss, should I catch up to them and save him? It would be awful if the Smiths tortured him to death. After Justin remained silent for a while, he said, Let them go. Let's give the Smiths a chance. Assuming his guess was correct, he wanted to maintain a good relationship with the Smiths. After she came back from the police station, Nora went upstairs. But she couldn't get to sleep after lying down on the bed. What Morris Ford had said at the police station made her frown. Why exactly had her mother run away from home all those years ago? She placed her hands behind her head and stared at the ceiling, thinking about how she could hide away from all these ridiculous affairs altogether. What she needed was some peace and quiet. The sound of her cell phone ringing interrupted her thoughts. She picked it up and glanced at it. She only chose to answer because she saw the caller was Lily. Have you settled all of your domestic affairs, Athena? Lily said. Nora's answer was short. Yeah. Only then did Lily say, I have some news for you. Guess what I found out when I was doing the DNA tests for you? Nora couldn't be bothered to guess, and she said impatiently, If you're not going to tell me, I'm hanging up. Hey, don't. I'll tell you what I found. Lily understood her boss well, and she didn't dare to keep her in suspense anymore. She said, Athena, you know that the 8 pairs of genes that determine a human's intelligence reside on the X chromosome. When I tested your DNA, I discovered that your gene pairs differ from most people's. No wonder you're so smart. Nora was amazed at the statement. She had never thought of herself as smart. She just found everything relatively simple and could master anything quickly. That led her to believe that life was boring. Fortunately, her health was poor and she needed to sleep more than most people. How bored would she be if she was awake all the time? She yawned. Is there anything else? Lily answered, Since the IQ genes are on the X chromosome, it is likely that both of your parents are also highly intelligent. Nora stared at the ceiling, her mind already wandering. It was common knowledge that women had 2 X chromosomes while men had 1 X chromosome and 1 Y chromosome. The Y chromosome came from the father, which meant that a son would inherit 100% of his intelligence from his mother. It was no wonder that Pete was so intelligent and a good student at such an early age. When she was 5, she was still fretting about filling her belly, yet the little guy had already started to learn how to solve advanced math problems that ordinary people would only study when they got to middle or high school. Compared to him, Cherry was very different. Nora suddenly asked, Surely Cherry's reluctance to study wasn't inherited from her father? Lily wasn't sure how to reply. A second call came through on Nora's cell phone. She glanced at the screen to check the caller ID, and there was one word, narcissist. After glancing at it, she said to Lily, I need to take this call. I'll talk to you later. After ending the call with Lily, she answered the other number. Justin's low and deep voice reached her from the other end. He said, I saw the live stream. Nora raised her eyebrows. Most wealthy people were protective of their reputations and didn't like live streams. Henry had behaved like a hellion and kicked up a huge fuss in someone else's live stream earlier that day. People had even started to attack Harmonia Pharmacy in the comments. Harmonia Pharmacy would have suffered if she hadn't stated the truth publicly. That's why she hadn't requested the reporter shut down her livestream right away. Instead, she publicly revealed the truth in front of the media and all the viewers across the country. Nora raised her eyebrows. "I don't see how it has anything to do with you." Justin coughed and replied, "Of course it does. After all, you were one of the candidates I'm considering to be my fiancé." There were choking sounds on Nora's side of the call. Justin spoke slowly again. "Didn't you say you're interested in me? You made a good impression on me, and that's why I've included you with the other candidates for consideration." Nora fell silent, the corners of her mouth twitching a little. If she wanted to keep up the pretense and protect the truth, she would have to continue to cooperate with this arrogant man. Hearing the silence on the other end, Justin continued, "Do you want to know who the other candidates are?" Nora didn't want to know. She took a sip of water from the glass sitting on the table next to her. She was about to speak when Justin quickly interrupted. As though he was afraid that she might misunderstand, he eagerly said, "You're the only candidate." Nora choked on the water and started coughing. His words didn't sound arrogant. They sounded a little like a confession instead. She put down the glass and held her forehead with her hand as she leaned against the headboard. Suddenly, she felt like she might have overdone things for the day. Justin then asked dispassionately, "Do you think 26 is too old?" "What are you talking about?" For the first time, Nora couldn't keep up with the conversation. Justin replied, "Getting married at 26. I mean, that leaves us with less than a year to prepare for the wedding. We should make our wedding ceremony a grand one." Nora suddenly sat up straight. She was utterly shocked. She swallowed. "Huh? Do you think it's too late? But if we get married at the end of the year, it'll be too rushed. Good wedding locations usually required advanced bookings. They also had to choose the perfect date." "Stop," said Nora. Justin got caught off guard. "What's the matter?" Nora took a sip of the water to calm her nerves. It felt as if she were being forced into marriage against her will. She said, "Actually, I'm a hooligan." Justin was stunned into silence. A great man once said that engaging in romantic relationships without any intention of progressing to marriage is an act of hooliganism. Justin didn't know how to respond. Nora coughed and went on, "I don't think I've ever confessed my feelings to you. Do you know why?" "Why?" he said breathlessly. "Because I don't believe in getting married." Nora quickly made up an excuse. The truth was, it wasn't a lie. Given her aversion to trouble, she preferred being alone. If she were free of all constraints and worries, she could sleep all the time. Nora went on, "I admire you very much, but I don't want to waste your time. I will keep my distance and I won't give you any more trouble in the future." Justin was quiet. Had he failed in his proposal and gotten himself rejected? After staying silent for quite a while, he finally said, "Let's talk face to face instead." Nora couldn't believe her ears. "I'm outside your house. Come down and open the door for me." Nora had no choice but to get out of bed. She slipped her feet into a pair of slippers and shuffled downstairs. With her cell phone in hand, she glanced at the full-length mirror in the living room. She was wearing pajamas, and her long hair was loose behind her. The reflection in the mirror looked a little messy, but uncharacteristically, she didn't put on a baseball cap. Instead, she smoothed her hair a little before she walked out the door. Justin's black Hummer was parked nearby. He leaned against the car, his tall and imposing figure complementing the large vehicle beside him. Nora slowly walked over. "Why are you here?" Justin observed her under his hooded gaze, his heart feeling a little heavy. She couldn't even bother to change before she came out. She isn't interested in me. He looked down in disappointment before he slowly said, "I was worried that you would be unhappy and your mood would be affected by what happened, so I came over to check on you." He tried to find another way to connect with Nora and explained, "Henry Smith and his family aren't the ones behind today's incident. Others were encouraging it. One of them is Miranda Wood. I've already talked to Mr. Wood about her for you. Tina York, a newly appointed professor at the medical university, is the other conspirator. What do you want to do with her?" Once again, Tina York was getting in her way and causing trouble for her. Nora lowered her gaze and replied, "You can leave it to me. I'll deal with her." "Okay." He was running out of things to say. Justin watched as she let out another sleepy yawn. It was already past her usual bedtime. He couldn't bear to see her like this, so he said, "All right, why don't you go back to bed for now?" He turned to leave, but then he heard her ask, "Can I borrow something from you?" Justin's gaze became scorching hot. For some time now, he had imagined a conversation between lovers. She would say, "Can I borrow something from you?" "Why?" he would reply. She'd whisper her response, "So that I can owe you a lifetime." Could it be that Nora was also thinking along the same lines? After all, Cherry was really good at talking. Justin's imagination was running wild. A smile started at the corner of his lips, and he straightened his back. "What would you like to borrow?" "2 strands of your hair," she said in an even tone. Justin tried to gather his thoughts. He gazed at Nora in confusion, but her expression was serious. She added, "As a memento, I guess." Justin gently shook his head to clear his thoughts. He stared at the woman standing in front of him. Suddenly, he bent over a little, placed his hands on his knees and lowered his head. "Okay, if you want them, go ahead and pluck them out." Nora was surprised to suddenly find him in her personal space, bent over and with his head lowered. She looked at his hair. His shampoo was vanilla-scented. There was no trace of greasiness in his hair, and it smelled clean and pleasant. The texture was a little coarse, and it was as distinct as the man himself. Nora stretched out her hand, found a spot where it wouldn't hurt as much, and plucked out 2 strands of hair. Justin's slightly curved neck and Adam's apple were noticeable. He looked up at Nora from his submissive position, and the look in his eyes seemed a little vulnerable. He reminded her of a puppy asking for attention and approval. She coughed to cover up her reaction. Her imagination was running a little wild. Nora took a couple of steps back as soon as she had the strands in her hand. She said, "Thanks, I'm finished." Justin chuckled. "Do you need some more?" "Aren't you afraid of going bald?" Nora retorted. As soon as the words had left her mouth, she realized how intimate it sounded and she looked away from him. Justin slowly stood back up. As he watched her carefully put the strands of hair into a small bag, a sense of understanding dawned on him, and he knew what she was doing. He let out a low chuckle and said, "Well, if that's all you need from me, I guess it's goodbye for now." "Bye," she answered quickly before turning around and walking back to the house. Once she was back inside, Justin got in his car. He was feeling more amused than ever. Nora must be planning to do a DNA test using his hair. Her son lived with him, and she probably wanted to reconfirm it one last time. It seemed like she cared a little about his role as the child's father. At least that showed that she cared about him too. Justin consoled himself a little, and then left feeling a lot better than when he had arrived. Nora went upstairs as soon as she entered the house and called Lily. When she answered, Nora said, "I have a DNA sample for the father of my kids. I'll send his sample along with those from the kids to you a little later." Lily was a little surprised. "Why do you need it? Do you want to verify paternity?" "No," Nora replied bluntly. Justin wasn't an idiot. He had already confirmed that Pete was his son. He wouldn't have looked after Pete all these years if they weren't related. It wasn't like he made a habit of raising other people's kids for them. A disdainful Nora said, "Check his IQ genes and see if it will have a negative influence on Cherry's intelligence. After all, my daughter inherited half of her smarts from him." She paused and then added, "Also check whether the narcissism gene is hereditary or not." Nora's expression was calm, and her eyes were cool and clear when she asked, "Did you destroy all my DNA data immediately after the comparison, like I asked?" "Yes, I did," a resigned Lily said. "Athena, your IQ genes are a bit peculiar, but mutations like this exist in ordinary people too. Why must you always hide and keep your identity a secret like this? No normal person would check your genes. I suspect that you have a serious case of persecution complex." Nora didn't pay any attention to her teasing. She was also unhappy with the situation and wanted to complain about it, but it was her mother who had started all of this, not her. The audio recording was constantly reminding her to be careful. She would honor her mother's wishes and stay low profile as much as she could. Lily asked, "About the last-minute operation you mentioned, will you need our full team to assist? Surgery was more complicated than just making a few cuts with a knife. Various preparations had to be done before the procedure could happen. Considering all the potential scenarios and planning strategies for them was vital to the success of any operation. Generally, nurses who had worked with a surgeon for many years could anticipate the surgeon's needs faster than a new team. Lily had been Nora's surgical nurse during most of the procedures she had performed. She was her most capable nurse. At her question, Nora suddenly realized something. The corners of her lips curved into a smile, and she replied, "No, it's fine. We don't need the whole team. I've looked through the medical records that Director Shaw sent over. It's just a minor procedure that he could have done himself. It's just that his hands aren't stable enough, that's all." Operations were a piece of cake for Athena. At her confident statement, Lily didn't argue and ended the call. That night, Nora mailed Justin's DNA sample out. When she went to bed, she saw a new text message on her phone. It was from Justin. "I don't believe in getting married either. At first I was concerned because I couldn't take responsibility for you, despite your feelings for me. But after talking to you earlier, I realized that you and I are of like minds on this issue. It seems that we both like to date, but neither of us wants to get married." Nora stared at the screen in bewilderment. 3 dots appeared while Justin typed another message. When she heard the beep, she read the message. "You have passed the test. We can now start dating." Nora couldn't help but wonder if she was reading the messages right. What kind of messages did that insufferable man send her? Dating? When did she ever say that she wanted to date him? Nora's lips twitched. She was about to ask what he was talking about when he sent another message. "Are you free for lunch at noon tomorrow, girlfriend?" Nora replied, "Girlfriend?" Justin's response was quick. "You were the one who said earlier today that you only want to date and didn't want to get married. I've agreed to it. Since we're dating, that makes you my girlfriend." Nora stared at her cell phone and was silent a very long time. She felt a teeny-weeny bit of sweetness when she saw the word girlfriend. She replied, "I'm busy tomorrow." In 4 days, she would have to operate on the child that Director Shaw mentioned. Over the next 3 days, she needed to finish all the preparations and get enough sleep. After sending the message, she lay down, closed her eyes, and fell asleep. Pete had finished his homework. He quietly walked into Nora's room and covered her with a quilt. Then he climbed up on the other side of the bed, lay down, and picked up his cell phone. He stared at the ceiling, feeling frustrated. He would need to go to dancing lessons again the next day. When exactly was their father going to send Cherry to Quinn's? It had been going on for too long, and he wanted to switch back with her. He didn't want to dance anymore. Didn't they say that Mia had already recovered from her allergic reaction? Why wasn't she back at school yet? Should he call if she didn't come to school the next day? The man in the black hoodie stood at attention. Joel stared at his right-hand man and asked, "Did you get Miss Smith's DNA sample?" The man in the black hoodie was in charge of carrying out the Smith family's shady dealings. He led a small team of only a few people. The Smiths provided for him, and in exchange he took care of some of the more unsavory dealings during critical times. His name was Quentin Smith, and he was a member of the Smith family. He had never failed in any of the various tasks he had undertaken so far, and was very reliable. Joel had always considered Ian as a father figure. Despite the mission being simple, he still assigned it to Quentin. He had assumed that it wouldn't take more than a few hours to get it done, but a whole day had already passed. No information had reached him yet, and he suspected that Quentin had forgotten to inform him after completing the task. Annoyed, he had summoned Quentin. Quentin hung his head, his entire face hidden by shadow. His voice sounded like gravel as he replied, "I'm sorry, but I haven't gotten the sample yet." Joel was a little surprised. He didn't understand there were several ways to obtain a person's DNA sample. Emil would leave saliva on her cutlery. If they had caught her off guard, they could have plucked a few strands of her hair. If all else failed, they could have obtained some skin tissue. Quentin was a ruthless man. Surely his heart hadn't softened just because his target was a beautiful woman. Joel frowned. He was about to ask when Quentin scratched his head. He looked a little pained as he said, "I've never seen a woman as shut in as her." Quentin looked at Joel. He sounded aggrieved as he said, "I've been watching her for day and night. She ate only one meal and slept for 24 hours during that period. She always washes the dishes immediately after she eats. I can't even find her fingerprints in the house where she lives, let alone retrieve a DNA sample." An indignant Quentin went on, "Her water glass is placed right on her bedside table. You'd think there would be saliva on it, but no, there isn't, not a speck. She cleans the glass even if she only takes a single sip. Who is this woman?" When Quentin looked up, Joel noticed the dark circles under his eyes. It was obvious that he hadn't slept a wink in 24 hours. Despite that, he said, "Don't worry, I will continue to watch her for as long as it takes to get what we need. I don't believe she can keep herself cooped up at home for much longer." "Did you sneak into their house?" asked Joel. "Yeah, I did." Quentin nodded. Joel frowned. "Did they discover you?" He just wanted a DNA test done secretly. He didn't want to make enemies with the Andersons. Quentin shook his head. "I'm confident enough in that, at least. My footsteps are light and I bring my equipment wherever I go. There won't be any traces left behind." Joel nodded. Then he turned and started to walk out of the room. "Where are you going?" asked Quentin. "To send my daughter to school." Nora stretched after she woke up. She shuffled out of her bedroom lazily. When she reached her bedroom door, she checked to see if her warning system was still in place. The strand of her hair that she had attached to the door before she went to bed had fallen off. It appeared that she hadn't been dreaming when she felt someone sneak into her room as she slept. Nora walked through the entire house, but she didn't find anything missing. Her glass of water and the trash can in the toilet were the only things touched. What a disgusting thief. Nora shook her head and a flicker of unease crept up her spine. It seemed that her mother had been right to be paranoid. She was already staying as low profile as she could, but people were still setting their sights on her. Life was just too dangerous. Would she never be free of these intrusions into her personal life? Nora shook her head and abandoned the thought. Then she led Pete out of the house and took him to school. On the way to the kindergarten, Tanya asked, "Has hell frozen over today, Nora? I'm at home, but you decide to take us to school. You even woke up early this morning." "Oh, I'm going to the university for a pre-op medical consultation later, so I need the car. It just so happens the school is on the way," Nora replied. The corners of Tanya's lips twitched, and she held Pete as she cried out, "Look at your mummy, Jerry. It's not for our benefit that she woke up early. She practically does not have any self-awareness." Pete was silent for a moment before he replied, "Why must you humiliate yourself by asking something like that?" Tanya was confused. She took a long while before she finally realized what Pete meant. After that, she coughed and remarked, "That does seem to be the case, huh?" Pete released the breath he was holding. He said, "Will Mia be in school today?" A glum look appeared on Tanya's face at the mention of the name. She shook her head and replied, "I don't know." Pete couldn't help but ask, "Can you give them a call and ask?" Tanya's jaw tensed up and she replied, "Let's talk about it later." After taking the pair to kindergarten, Nora drove on to the university. Several people would attend the meeting, including all the lecturers and directors from the neurosurgery department. She parked the car outside the conference room and was about to go upstairs when she saw Tina. Tina was holding a small notebook in her hand and she was about to go upstairs. She was ecstatic. She hadn't managed to make Nora suffer during the live stream, but her career was taking off in a big way. She had a new purpose in life, her career. Director Shaw had approved her request to prepare for the operation with Athena. Athena had also performed a procedure when Tina was helping to take care of the elderly Mrs. Hunt. Tina wasn't allowed to enter the operating room because Athena had brought her own team. She had wanted to observe the operation and learn from it, but Justin hadn't agreed to it. But now her chance had finally come. She had been granted approval to participate in the operation. During the procedure, she would be allowed to assist Athena. Just being in the same operating room as her would elevate her position in the medical field once everyone knew about it. Walking toward the conference room, she caught a glimpse of Nora. Tina stopped in her tracks. Sure enough, she saw Nora's lazy figure walking over slowly from the car park. She frowned and walked to the conference room. After a few steps, she realized that Nora was heading to the same room. They reached the entrance to the conference room at the same time. Seeing that Nora was about to enter, Tina asked, "What are you doing here?" Nora glanced at her but didn't say anything, and Tina stretched out her arm to stop Nora from getting through the door. She said, "Sorry, but we have an important meeting with Director Shaw today. If you're here for him, I'd advise you go to his office and wait there. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed to attend this meeting." Nora grinned. The amused woman looked at Tina, finding her laughable, and asked, "Unauthorized personnel?" Tina nodded and looked at her. She said, "I'd advise you to stop being so greedy and trying to grab all the attention for yourself. You were lucky to be allowed to enter Athena's operating room the last time because Mr. Hunt allowed it. Are you going to follow us into the operating room again to observe? One person shouldn't hog all the best opportunities." The last time? Nora raised her brows again. She had already long forgotten that she had operated on Mrs. Hunt. Tina frowned at her. Watching Athena perform surgery is hugely valuable learning experience. No two people come away with the same observations. It's important that as many people as possible be allowed to observe the procedure. Insisting that you always get to be in the room and take one of those spots is selfish. As she said this, she spied Director Shaw's assistant walking over out of the corner of her eye. She changed her attitude at once, switching to her usual gentle tone of voice. She let out a sigh and said, "It's not my problem, of course, because I don't have to fight for a spot. I'm already authorized to enter the operating room. I just don't think you should bother Director Shaw with things like this. We were given permission to enter the operating room only after going through a careful selection process. If you insist on taking a spot, then you're stealing an opportunity from someone who really deserves it." Sure enough, she could see her remark resonated with the assistant walking over. There was no way everyone could enter the operating room. If an additional person was joining the group now, it meant a student was losing their spot. This was an incredibly valuable learning opportunity. Observing in person was a very different experience from watching the surgery back on a video. The assistant walking up to them was a doctoral student. Once he had graduated, he would remain on campus and become a professor as well as a chief doctor in the hospital. He was also Director Shaw's star protege. His name was Michael Lang. Inwardly, he was confused and frustrated by the situation, but he tried to keep his face and tone neutral. Still, he sounded a little unhappy as he said, "Director Shaw asked me to bring you in?" Tina frowned at him. She didn't understand what Nora had done to make Director Shaw treat her so respectfully. He had even sent his most capable assistant to pick her up. Maybe she was leaning into some secret connections. But the Andersons weren't powerful enough to have this kind of influence. Could the Hunts be helping her instead? Tina lowered her head and followed behind them. When Nora entered the conference room, Director Shaw was in the midst of a consultation with a few experts. Doctors of Tina's level could only take the seats furthest to the back and listen to their discussion. However, as soon as Nora entered, Director Shaw stood up and said, "You're here, Ms. Smith." As he spoke, he moved as if he were going to give up his seat to her. Nora waved and said, "It's fine." She randomly pulled up the chair nearest to her, sat down behind the group and said, "Go on, don't mind me." Director Shaw understood what she was like. Athena didn't like to cause a fuss, so he didn't dare say too much about it. He continued the discussion with the others instead. Tina, who was seated at the back, glanced at the postgraduate student standing behind the row of chairs and curled her lip in disdain. The chief physicians were all seated at the front and participating in the discussion. Only postgraduate students who came along to study would sit behind their teachers. If there weren't enough chairs to go around, they had to stand instead. Among those who came to listen, Michael was the only one qualified to sit at the front. She'd thought that Nora must be very capable, But as it turned out, she was also just here to listen. The corners of her lips curled into a smile. 2 hours later, the team was finalizing the surgical plan. This is a bleeding point. We have to take special care to avoid this spot during the operation. Director Shaw was a relatively democratic and magnanimous person. Whenever he had an operation slated, he would have his doctoral and postgraduate students discuss the operation together. He looked around and asked, "Do you have any other opinions, or is there anything you feel we should pay attention to?" The operation had already been thoroughly discussed between the main team members. None of the students could see anything additional to explore, so they shook their heads. Director Shaw then looked at Nora and asked, "Is there anything special to take note of?" Nora raised her eyes and said, "No." It was just a minor operation. Director Shaw had already taken every single possibility into consideration. Nora had listened to their discussion very seriously. Focusing so hard for such a long period had worn her out. She couldn't help but yawn after she spoke. It made her look lazy and sloppy, as if she had been dozing through the entire meeting. Tina glanced at Michael and sighed. She said, "Some people didn't even get the opportunity to come in and listen. Yet there are people in this room who don't seem to appreciate the opportunity they have. What a waste." Michael glanced around the room with a severe look on his face. All the students who were here for the discussion were very attentive. Everyone was holding pens and notebooks. Some had even brought recorders for fear they would miss important details. Even Director Shaw and the other chief doctors had notebooks with them, and they were making notes about key points of operation. Nora was the only one sitting there casually, without even a pencil in her hand. Michael thought of his roommate, who hadn't been selected to participate in Athena's surgery because they were short of a place. As Michael had prepared to leave, his roommate had said to him, "You're so lucky. I'd do anything to watch Athena work just once." Athena was their idol. An opportunity like this was so rare, and it was being completely wasted on that strange woman. Interrupting his thoughts, Director Shaw called to him, "Michael, go to my office and get the list of personnel participating in the operation." Michael nodded. Director Shaw's office was just next door. The personnel list needed his signature for final approval. He glanced through the names on the list as he made his way back to the conference room. First on the list was Athena. Athena was legendary. Few people could say that they had met the surgeon in person. However, he now had the opportunity to see her up close, even speak to her. The sight of her name alone made Michael feel rather excited. The second name on the list was Director Shaw. Following it was a list of assistants. He went through the names from the start to the end. He suddenly realized he couldn't find Nora's name on that list. His dark mood lifted immediately. He thought of Director Shaw with pride. He was delighted to see that his mentor wasn't the kind of person to hand out favors to people who hadn't earned them. After he returned to the conference room, Director Shaw announced the list and signed it. He dismissed everyone after that. Then, to Nora, he said, "Please wait for me a while, Miss Smith. I have a very important phone consultation that will take about 10 minutes, but I have something to talk to you about after that." Nora yawned again and nodded. Director Shaw said, "Michael, show her to my office." Michael nodded and led Nora out of the conference room. Tina was very happy when she heard the list of personnel participating in the operation. She was thrilled when she realized that she hadn't heard Director Shaw read out Nora's name. Whatever strings Nora had tried to pull to get into the operation, it clearly hadn't worked. Tina wished she could get a good look at Nora's face. She wondered if she was dying of embarrassment, or maybe she was too upset to even speak. She deliberately wasted a little extra time in the bathroom to try and catch Nora in private. When she saw Michael walking out of the conference room with Nora, she walked over and pretended to bump into them. Then she said, "Oh, Miss Smith, I guess you won't be able to observe Athena's operation this time after all. Don't be too disappointed, though. After all, there's always next time, right?" Nora frowned quizzically. She tilted her head at Tina. "You seem to have a lot of free time on your hands today. Why are you bothering me?" Tina looked down modestly. "How can you say that? I was just trying to be kind. I know you must be in a very bad mood because you can't take part in Athena's operation, but there's no need to snap it." But Nora interrupted her. "Who says I'm not taking part in it?" Both Tina and Michael stared at Nora, stunned. Tina looked at her incredulously. How are you going to take part in the operation? We all heard Director Shaw read out the list of personnel. You're not on the list. She glanced around and realized that Nora was heading toward Director Shaw's office. Are you planning on pestering Dr. Shaw again? Do you? When she noticed that Michael was still next to Nora, she swallowed back down the words, have any shame? Tina balled up her fists tightly and changed tactics. She said, I don't know what connections you're using to try and influence the outcome here, but you're putting Director Shaw in a really tight spot if you keep pushing him like this. Everyone already knows the list of participants. Only Athena really has the right to modify it at this point. Director Shaw is a man of principles and is well respected in this school. If he bends the rules because of you, it could really hurt his reputation. It would be a sad way for such an amazing career to end. She glanced at Michael after she spoke. Sure enough, the man was frowning. Then she heaved a sigh and said, I know it's not up to me, but I'd like this to work out. Sometimes pushing so hard to get your way is damaging. Goodbye. She turned and left after that. But before she had even reached the corner, she heard Michael say coldly, There are a lot of doctors who want to take part in Athena's operation, you know. They're using their skills to try and get that opportunity, not their connections. Tina was confident she had wound Michael up enough that he would take care of the issue for her. Michael was Director Shaw's prized student. They also had another, more personal connection. Director Shaw had already decided on Michael as his son-in-law. Michael had influence both with the school and with the director. She might not be able to control the situation, but she was sure Michael could. Tina was determined that Nora would not be allowed to have her way this time. It was her turn to come out on top. Tina left the building with a big smile on her face. Michael's gaze was fixed on Nora. He had great admiration for Director Shaw. He believed doctors should always be benevolent, and he felt Dr. Shaw embodied that principle. Many people had given up on helping this child because his condition was too difficult. There were so many uncertainties to factor into their approach. After all, he was still in the growth and development phase. Yet Director Shaw had taken it on and was even willing to stake his life's reputation on it. He was renowned for having never failed in a single operation in his life. If something went wrong this time, it would destroy that legacy. Michael turned away from Nora and entered Director Shaw's office. Nora followed him. She sat on the sofa and looked around leisurely. Michael poured her a glass of water. Then he sat across from her and said, I know you have powerful connections, Miss Smith. That's why Dr. Shaw treats you with great respect. However, I'd still advise you to give up on joining the operation. Michael continued, There are a lot of people watching the operation this time. There are also going to be reporters, so the operation has to go well. The list of participants has gone through several layers of screening. If anyone is found to have tampered with it, Dr. Shaw will be held responsible. He looked Nora up and down. Her hands were folded in her lap, and she seemed utterly relaxed. She didn't seem to be listening to him. He frowned and went on. Also, everyone who enters the operating room has to thoroughly memorize the finalized surgical plan. You practically slept through the meeting just now. You didn't even take any notes, did you? I'm sorry, but you just don't seem like you're taking this seriously. What are you really going to gain from the experience of being in the room? Surprised by this sudden accusation, Nora retorted, Who says I didn't commit anything to memory? Michael's frustration with her grew. Look, I don't know you, but you seem like you're probably 1 or 2 years younger than me, right? Let me tell you this, a good memory is never as good as a worn-out pen. You should at least bring a notebook with you and write down all the important information when you study, right? You'll only ever really know you didn't forget anything when you compare your memory to your notes. But you didn't prepare properly. You were nodding off through the entire meeting. Nora stared at Michael's notebook, which was densely packed with his notes. Then she held her forehead with her hand and said, It's not that much information. Who could forget it? It may have seemed arrogant, but it was the reality of Nora's skills. Not only did she have a photographic memory, but the act of operating was as natural as muscle memory for her. She was confident that nothing could go wrong. Michael felt overwhelmed by her dismissive comment. His expression darkened and he said, "Don't be so arrogant." He couldn't imagine how anyone could possibly remember so many surgical key points. Maybe Director Shaw could manage it, but that was only because he had so much experience already. Nora, however, was puzzled. Was I being conceited? Her words made Michael choke. He snapped, "Having you be part of Athena's operation would be an insult to everyone at this school. Athena is probably the greatest surgeon alive. She has never failed in any of her operations. She's practically a legend of the medical profession. Do you understand any of that? Do you have any respect for her at all?" Nora realized suddenly that Michael was a die-hard Athena fan. But greatest surgeon alive? Legend of the medical profession? This was getting ridiculous. Even though she had always been thick-skinned, she had to fight to keep a straight face. Athena's not a god, Michael. But Michael had no idea Nora was actually Athena. Her self-effacing reply came across as an insult to his idol. He said furiously, "What do you mean by that? Are you looking down on Athena, or are you looking down on the entire professional field of medicine?" Nora covered her face with one hand and sighed. Michael wasn't just a fan of Athena, he seemed to be obsessed. Equating one lone surgeon to the entire medical profession was also ludicrous. She was starting to find the medical community's high opinion of Athena a little stressful. Even though she found the situation funny, she pulled herself together and said seriously, "Michael, Athena is only human, not a god." Michael went red in the face. Athena represented a standard of excellence that he could never hope to match. Nora's casual attitude about the genius doctor infuriated him. He jumped up and said angrily, "You!" Before he could finish, the office door was pushed open and Director Shaw hurried in. He had cut his other 10-minute-long consultation to just 5 minutes. He was very worried about keeping Athena waiting for too long. He was shocked to find Michael still in his office, apparently arguing with the great surgeon herself. Frightened, Director Shaw asked, "What are you doing, Michael?" Michael looked at Director Shaw and said, "I really don't understand what her problem is, Director Shaw. She's just some woman. Why are you making so many exceptions for her? Are her connections really that big of a deal?" Director Shaw raised a hand to stop Michael's accusations as quickly as he could. "What kind of nonsense are you spouting? This isn't about connections." His words made Michael even more perplexed. He asked, "So you're not going to let her participate in Athena's operation?" "Of course she's participating," Shaw replied. Michael was furious. He demanded, "Why? She doesn't have any respect for Athena. Why are you doing this?" Director Shaw rubbed his temples as if he had a headache. Then he looked at Michael and asked, "Do you know who she is?" Michael frowned. He didn't understand why Director Shaw was asking him if he knew anything about Nora. He didn't need to know anything about her. She was just the daughter of a wealthy family with a bit of influence. But maybe there was more to it. His mentor was giving him such a solemn look. Michael looked at Nora and then back at Director Shaw, who asked him, "Who is the person you admire the most?" In an instant, something seemed to click in Michael's head. His head whipped round abruptly, and he looked at Nora in disbelief. His eyes suddenly widened big and round, and he swallowed hard. "Are you saying that you're—" Director Shaw shook his head. Michael could be so brilliant, yet so dense at the same time. Michael was a bit too focused on his studies and had a rather rigid character. He devoted all of his passion and energy to medicine. As long as he was still practicing medicine, Director Shaw would protect him. But he couldn't help but worry how Michael would cope after he retired. But he seemed to be catching on. Maybe the boy would be all right. Or so he thought. But then Michael finished his sentence. "Athena's first assistant, Lily." Director Shaw sighed in resignation. On the sofa, Nora watched Michael carefully. She felt like she was getting whiplash trying to follow his wild train of thought. Astounded, Michael exclaimed, "Are you really Lily? I'd only heard that Athena's first assistant was a young lady, but I didn't expect her to be this young. If you're Lily, then you're very impressive, Miss Smith. Nora's mouth twitched, and she bit her cheek to stop herself from smiling. Director Shaw rolled his eyes. Michael pushed his glasses up his nose, looked at her seriously, and said, I'm very pleased to make your acquaintance. You are very lucky to be able to work with Athena. You're the envy of every student here. Director Shaw interrupted him with a wave before Michael could say any more. Maybe it would have been simpler to just tell him the truth. But this also seemed like a good opportunity to teach Michael a lesson about judging people prematurely. He said, She's not Lily. All right, you can go out for now. Michael raised his eyebrows quizzically. If this wasn't Lily, then who was she? He thought he had pieced together the situation correctly. Athena must be too busy to come over, so she sent Lily to take part in the consultation instead. But if she wasn't Lily, then he didn't understand why his mentor was making such a big deal about her. Confused, Michael frowned. However, he obediently left the room after glancing at Nora again. After he left, Director Shaw closed the door and looked at Nora helplessly. He said, You might not believe it after all that fuss he just made, but that boy has wonderful abilities in the field of neurosurgery. You could say that he's a genius. He'll definitely become an even better surgeon than me in the future. It's just that he's a little thick-headed. I hope you won't hold it against him. Nora waved carelessly, not bothered in the least. Director Shaw was relieved. Athena had an incredibly high status in the medical field, and therefore a great deal of influence. She could ruin Michael's future with a single word. He took out the list of personnel, handed it to Nora, and said, This is the list of all the medical staff participating in the operation. Do you think it needs to be reduced? Although he had already signed off on it, he still needed her to personally confirm the finalized list. Nora read through it carefully. Her gaze lingered on Tina's name. Tina had been the one to put money into promoting the live stream of that awful scene between Henry and the Andersons. She suspected that Tina had also been responsible for getting Henry to come to New York in the first place. She could have said something to Angela, who then might have passed it on. Nora couldn't ignore the situation anymore. She wanted to remove Tina from her life, but she would need a legitimate reason and the right opportunity to do it. She smiled and decided to leave her name there. In the end, she only added one name, Lisa Black. As she wrote down Lisa's name, she realized that if she wasn't related to Henry by blood, then technically she wasn't really related to Lisa or her mother Irene Smith either. But Irene had always treated her well. She didn't mind maintaining their familial ties, even if they weren't biologically related. Director Shaw smiled when he saw what she had done. You're surprisingly rather protective of your student. Nora yawned and got onto her feet. She's my student. Of course I have to protect her. Performing operations was very tiring. If she groomed and trained Lisa, she might be able to send her to operate on her behalf in the future. She was sad sometimes that her health prevented her from helping more people. Choosing someone to continue her practice felt like a way of making up for that. Director Shaw then hastily said, You didn't ask your assistant to come back this time, so I've arranged one for you. I am sorry that he just embarrassed himself, but nevertheless, I'd like you to consider him. What do you think of Michael? Nora glanced at him. Director Shaw smiled openly and said, I'm not just trying to help my student, he's genuinely the most suitable candidate. And as you probably gathered, he has a huge appreciation for Athena's work. He won't get in your way. Nora thought of the notes that Michael had written just now. His writing was densely packed and detailed. Moreover, it was obvious that the man himself had strong beliefs about right and wrong, which she felt made him very suitable to be a doctor. She nodded and said, I'll let you make the decision. She turned and stepped out of the office. Unexpectedly, Michael was still standing right outside the door. When he saw her exit, he looked at her hesitantly and asked, Who exactly are you, Miss Smith? Nora's lips quirked upward into a smile and she said, Why don't you take a guess? After that, she left straight away without giving Michael another chance to speak. She went downstairs and headed to the car park. Classes were ending, so students were starting to gather in the halls, and a lot of people were walking in her direction. Her cell phone rang. When Nora picked up, Cherry's voice came from the other end. She asked, Mummy, can you look up someone for me? Nora raised her eyebrows. Who is it? Cherry sounded very sad. She replied, "It's my sponsor, Grandpa. He hasn't been on Messenger for 36 hours and 7 minutes. Can you find out who he is for me? If it's possible, can you tell him to log on to Messenger? Our spark of friendship is about to extinguish." Nora frowned. She was aware of some of what was going on in Cherry's live streams. Sponsor Grandpa and Sponsor Daddy were both her biggest fans. However, Nora didn't think it was really a priority. She said, "I'm busy and I have to sleep." "I already asked Pete, Mummy. You're not in bed right now. If you don't help me, I'll have to ask Great Aunt for help." Nora's eyes flew open in alarm. This was one of Cherry's favorite tricks for getting her way. Her aunt was very busy, but she had helped Nora look after her child all these years. Nora hated to bother her for trivial favors. Resigned, Nora said, "Just this once." I know, I won't ask again." Cherry hung up after thanking her again sweetly. With her cell phone in hand, Nora was about to check Sponsor Grandpa's identity using the Messenger account that Cherry had sent her when a male student suddenly passed her by. He seemingly unintentionally bumped into her shoulder and quickly said, "Sorry." Just as he was about to slip away, Nora grabbed his arm. The young man wanted to break free from her hold, but found that he couldn't. She might look petite, but she was surprisingly strong. Nora lowered her gaze and stared at the 2 strands of hair that he had plucked off of her head when he had bumped into her. A sharp glint flashed across her eyes as she demanded, "Who hired you to take DNA samples from me?" Her heart was pounding. She wondered if her biological father was behind this. There was another reason why Nora had deliberately revealed in Roxanne's livestream that she wasn't Henry's daughter. She had wondered if her biological father was out there somewhere and might try and reach out. Without flattering herself, Nora knew that she was an unusual person and might attract his attention. Even if he was trying to learn about her stealthily, he would surely make a mistake somewhere and make himself known. She had been extra vigilant the last few days for signs of anything unusual. It was obvious that the man had bumped into her deliberately. The pain in her shoulder during the collision was a distraction to disguise the pain from plucking out her hair. Unfortunately for the man who was trying to get her DNA, her senses were very keen. The hair itself was useless in DNA tests. The hair follicles was what really mattered. The young man currently had 2 strands of her hair carefully pinched between his fingers, as if he were afraid of contaminating the hair follicles. Obviously, he was intending to use them in a DNA test. When she demanded to know who had hired him, he seemed to panic and started to struggle. Nora looked at his face carefully. He was a plain-looking man whom one might not even notice in a crowd. But his face was strangely vague. At first glance, he seemed like a 20-year-old college student. But if one were to look at him again carefully, he might also pass as a 30-year-old. As Nora made these observations, the man suddenly reached out his other arm and thrust it at her heart, forcing her to let him go so she could dodge. Nora's eyes widened a little. The man had shown no hesitancy or mercy whatsoever in his attack. Had she reacted even just a little slower, she could have been stabbed. Now that she had released him, he was taking his opportunity to run. Nora paused for a brief moment before she went after him once more. Her speed was very fast, but he was even faster. With the dagger in his hand, he yelled, "Get out of the way." Some students started to scream while others took out their cell phones and called the police. Soon, a security officer in the school rushed over. Unfortunately, the man seemed very experienced. He weaved through the swarm of college students that had just left their classes and ultimately disappeared. "Don't move, everyone," the security officer called out to the terrified students. "I've already called the police. Officers on patrol nearby will be here soon." Nora stood where she was with her gaze lowered. She'd originally thought that the man had been sent by her biological father for the purpose of having a DNA test done. But then he had tried to attack her as if it didn't matter if she lived or died in the confrontation. In that case, it definitely wasn't her biological father. But if it wasn't her biological father, then who was trying to get her DNA? Nora suddenly thought of how her mother Yvette had instructed her to keep a low profile because, if she didn't, it would bring her trouble. Her brow wrinkled as she thought about it. Soon the police arrived. Everyone had seen the assailant with a dagger attack Nora, so the police approached her straight away. Nora, however, was surprised when she saw the officer that approached her. Captain Ford. Morris Ford nodded. He was dressed in plain clothes, and there was a comforting strength to his presence. He had an uptight air around him, and his demeanor was solemn and awe-inspiring. He naturally commanded respect from the people around him. His voice was very deep, and his face was neutral as he asked, "Do you know who the assailant was, Miss Smith? Why does he want to kill you? Is there any feud between the two of you?" Nora cast her eyes down and remarked, "Tasks like patrolling don't seem to suit you very well, Captain Ford." The police had arrived very quickly after the incident, a little too quickly. She wondered if Morris had been nearby the entire time. Moreover, he wasn't an officer who seemed to typically go out on patrol. It was unlikely he was here as part of his normal routine. Nora thought there were only two possibilities. Either Morris was tracking the assailant from just now, or he was tracking her. The second option seemed more likely. He had simply appeared too quickly. Nora narrowed her eyes a little. If Morris really was tailing her, then that would make him very impressive indeed. She prided herself for having keen senses, but she hadn't noticed anything that would indicate she was being followed. Morris, however, didn't exhibit any awkwardness or embarrassment at being discovered. Instead, he said coldly, "As far as I understand, you have been shut away in a room ever since you were a child, Miss Smith. It doesn't seem like you should be a world-trekking doctor either." His words made Nora choke for a moment. However, she broke into a smile the next moment and retorted, "Is it against the law for me to be a doctor, Captain Ford?" Well, no. Morris didn't make any effort to conceal the fact he had looked into her background. After all, you have saved many lives over the years. Nora shifted the topic to her attacker. She said, "I don't know who he is, but perhaps you do?" "I do have a clue or two," Morris said. "You'll be in some danger the next few days. I'd advise you to avoid crowded places." Nora raised her eyebrows. "Isn't it a rather bad idea to let small challenges stop us from doing what we have to, Captain Ford? Besides, I have an important operation scheduled tomorrow." Morris kept quiet for a while before he nodded slightly at her and said, "I will try my best to ensure your safety, Miss Smith." "Feel free to do what you have to," she replied. He clearly wasn't an ordinary officer. Even if she rejected his protection, he would probably do whatever he had originally planned to do anyway. She could hardly stop him. Nora got up and walked over to her car. Before she got in the car, she looked at him and asked, "Do you want to check the car, Captain Ford, just in case it's been tampered with?" Morris kept quiet for a moment. Then he stepped forward and inspected the car from the front, back, left, and right. After confirming that nothing had been done to the car, he said, "It doesn't seem like the man was really after your life, Miss Smith. What exactly did he do to you just now?" Nora lowered her gaze as she thought of the man plucking out her hair. However, her gut instincts told her to keep this to herself. She held her hands up in a shrug and replied, "I don't know either." She didn't know whether Morris believed her or not, but he turned and stepped aside. After that, Nora left the New York University School of Medicine in her car. When she returned to the Andersons, she glanced around suspiciously while she parked the car. It seemed like quite a few different people were taking an interest in her. Quentin Smith felt like he was on the greatest chase of his career. He, the great Quentin, the nephew of Ian Smith himself, had always been very reliable when it came to handling shady affairs and dealings. He couldn't believe that Nora had given him so much trouble. Why was it so difficult to get her DNA sample? He hadn't rested since he received his mission. After 2 days of hard work, he was developing dark circles under his eyes. Despite much difficulty, he had finally managed to get on her trail when she left home. He followed Nora all the way to the New York University School of Medicine, and even changed into a student-like outfit, planning to bump into her later and collect some samples along the way. But unexpectedly, some other guy had swooped in out of nowhere and done exactly what Quentin himself had planned to do. Quentin stared at the fleeing man in anger. There were serious consequences to be had when he got mad. He stopped following Nora, pulled the hood of his black hoodie over his head, and went after the man. As Nora was afraid of accidentally hurting the other students, she hadn't gone after the man. However, Quentin happened to be positioned in the direction in which the man had escaped. Following him was easy. The other man was obviously a professional, taking several random turns as he fled to throw off anyone who might be trailing him. Quentin sneered. He knew all the tricks. He considered himself one of the greatest trackers in New York. Quentin didn't lose sight of the man even once as he trailed him out of the school. At last, when they came to a quiet corner, the man breathed a sigh of relief and carefully placed the 2 strands of hairs he had just tugged off Nora's scalp into a plastic bag. The next moment, Quentin darted over like a hurricane and snatched the hair samples right out of his hands. At last, he had completed his mission. They could do the DNA comparison now. Excited, Quentin placed the bag of hair into his pocket. By the time he looked up again, the other man had already escaped. Quentin smacked his own forehead in annoyance. Since Joel had asked him to get Ms. Smith and Uncle Ian's DNA compared, that must mean that he had suspected that they were father and daughter. If they really were related, then that would make Nora his cousin. Quentin knew he should have caught him and handed him over to Uncle Ian. Whoever this man was, he had tried to kill someone who was most likely part of their family. Still, he had to admit that the man was very agile. He didn't have much physical strength, but he was fast and nimble. Quentin thought carefully. He didn't recognize the man, and he didn't know of anyone else with his abilities. It seemed worth checking out. He took out his cell phone and called Joel. I got the samples. Then he gave him a brief report of the process. When he heard that someone was targeting Nora, Joel's voice became a little grave. He said, "Protect her for the time being. Don't let anything happen to her, just in case she's really your cousin." "Okay," Quentin agreed. Joel then asked, "The samples didn't get switched, right?" "No way." Quentin was very sure. He was also exceptionally confident in himself. He said, "I watched him the entire time after he got the samples. He didn't have any time to switch them." Good. Even after the attack, Nora didn't feel any lingering fear when she returned to the Andersons. Neither did she feel any looming sense of crisis, knowing that people were following her through the city. Instead, she took out her laptop and started to look up Sponsor Grandpa's identity for her daughter. But in the end, she found that someone had encrypted his messenger app. While she could indeed decrypt it and locate him, forcibly breaking through the firewall would expose her identity as the hacker Q. It was possible to bypass it without breaking the firewall, but it would take her some time. Nora hesitated for a moment before she silently quit the program. She sent a message to Cherry. "I only found out that he is a New Yorker. I didn't find anything else." Cherry replied very quickly. "You must not have tried your best, Mummy. With your skills, there is absolutely no way you would have any problem finding answers." They had been separated for a few days, but clearly Cherry hadn't changed much in her absence. She still laid her compliments on too thickly. Nora sighed and sent another message. "I'm going to bed for now. I'll look him up for you again after the operation tomorrow." "Okie dokie, you're the best. Cherry loves you." Nora couldn't be bothered with her crazy bouts of flattery. She closed the messaging app and went to bed. The operation was scheduled for the next day, so she had to have a good night's sleep that night. The operation was being held in the New York hospital. Director Shaw was the head of department in neurosurgery in the hospital. It was also a big hospital on par with the NYC General Hospital in reputation. Nora drove to the hospital and reached the car park on time. Then she entered the exclusive elevator and went upstairs. Doctors used different routes to get into the operating rooms than patients and family members. Michael and the others were already waiting for Athena in the sterile zone. Lisa, who was wearing a surgical gown, stood at the back of the crowd with her eyes bright and shiny. She was finally going to meet Athena. Even though Athena had taken her on as a postgraduate student, this would be her first time actually meeting her in person. The thought of that alone made her rather nervous. While she was thinking about this, the people next to her were also talking to one another with their voices lowered. One of them said, "Oh my God, I'm actually going to be part of the same operation as Athena. I also feel so lucky. But the luckiest person here is Lisa. I heard that she originally wasn't on the list. The operation is so important that even doctoral students and professors want to come in and observe. Lisa is the only graduate student among them. That can't be that big of a deal for Lisa, though. She'll probably be able to take part in all of Athena's operations in the future. Lisa, who was a little embarrassed by the praise, lowered her head shyly. Tina, however, frowned and reprimanded them. Stop gossiping and get ready to enter the scrub room for disinfection. Tina could be considered the leading teacher, as well as the second surgeon in the operation. Apart from the important parts that she would do herself, Athena would be assigning some of the other tasks to her. As far as she was concerned, she and Athena would basically be working side by side. Upon being lectured, the others rolled their eyes at one another, entered the scrub area for disinfection, and began putting on their protective gear. Lisa followed behind them. She was about to go in when Tina suddenly sneered and said mockingly, "You're just Athena's student, that's all. What's there to be so proud of? Everyone knows that Athena has always lived abroad and won't be returning to the States to develop her career. A long-distance mentorship sounds awkward to me." Lisa frowned at her words. She wanted to say something, but then she remembered that Tina was a professor. All she could do was shut her mouth and hope Tina would leave her alone. After they disinfected themselves, Tina looked straight at her and ordered, "You're in charge of looking after the surgical tools and the surgical sponge supply." Lisa was taken aback. Surgical tools and surgical sponges in the operating room were supposed to be handled by the accompanying nurses. Tina should not have been reassigning the task. It wasn't right. Lisa bit her lip but could only give a resigned nod in the end. Then the group went out and waited for the chief surgeon's arrival. It was at that moment that Tina suddenly caught a glimpse of a familiar figure through the windows outside the door. She was stunned. Why is Nora Smith here? Tina guessed that she still hadn't given up and was intending to enter the operating room. "Professor York, what are you looking at?" asked a doctor. Tina withdrew her gaze at once. Her eyes swept across the room and she spotted Michael, who was nervously familiarizing himself with the things he needed to pay attention to during the operation. He looked very serious. She walked over and asked in a low voice, "Dr. Lang, did you see Ms. Smith?" Michael was taken aback. "What?" Tina said, "She just walked past. It seems like she has entered the changing rooms." "The changing room?" Michael was stunned. Tina went on, "Athena should be in the changing room right now, right? Won't she be upset if Nora walks in on her?" Michael rushed over as soon as the words left her mouth. Athena didn't like to reveal her face. This was something that all of them already knew before they came for the operation. Director Shaw had specially prepared a private changing room for Athena. Only one person would be seeing what she really looked like today, and that was Michael, because he was Athena's assistant for the operation. Michael reached the changing room just in time to see Nora pushing the door open to enter. He took a step forward in alarm and grabbed Nora's arm. "What are you doing? Do you know what this place is? This is a private changing room for Athena." Nora raised her eyebrows and looked at him calmly. "I know that." Michael frowned and said angrily, "Then why are you still going in? You could distract Athena and ruin the operation today. Look, I know you want to meet Athena, but pestering her like this isn't going to help you. This is completely inappropriate." Before he could finish, Nora withdrew her arm from his grasp. She seemed amused. "How am I supposed to operate if I don't change?" Michael's eyes widened. What did you say?" Nora didn't look at him anymore. Instead, she went straight into the changing room. Michael stood outside the door, frozen in place. What did she just say? Did she just say that she was Athena? He wondered incredulously. Michael swallowed hard. He had never imagined that Nora could be Dr. Athena. He knew that it took surgeons a lot of time to hone their skills. Most of the amazing surgeons in the industry were middle-aged. They had a wealth of experience and had developed the stamina to complete long hours of surgery. Everyone naturally assumed that Athena would be older. Nora's so young. At her age, she should be on the same level as Lily. Is she really Athena? He wondered. While Michael was still puzzled over these thoughts, Nora came back out. Her hair was tied up, and she wore a surgical gown and cap. Surgical caps were fastened very tightly to prevent hair from being exposed. This would prevent people from bringing germs and bacteria into the operating theatre. Even though most doctors hated how they looked, Nora was stunning with her hair pulled back. She had an icy expression and her demeanor was calm. Michael had previously thought of her as lazy and frivolous, but this self-assured and confident Nora was completely different. As expected of my hero, he thought. Michael's eyes were shining. He watched as she walked over to the sink next to him. After washing her hands and fingers carefully, she looked back at him. Michael was so excited that he felt as if he could run a few laps around the hospital. He had finally met his hero. At the sight of him staring at her with admiration, Nora's eyes narrowed a little as she said, "Athena is just a regular person." Michael was speechless. He recalled that she had said the same thing about Athena before. He thought about a previous argument where he felt that she looked down on Athena, but in fact, she was just being modest. He flushed red and said, "Prof." However, before he could finish, he heard footsteps coming toward them. They were likely from the medical staff who had finished putting on their surgical gowns and were about to enter. Nora abruptly turned her head and stretched out a finger, gesturing to him to keep quiet. Michael's words were stuck in his throat. She took out a surgical mask and put it on, followed by a pair of goggles. Her movements were deliberate. It seemed as though she had calculated the time so that when the students entered, she was completely covered. No one could see her real appearance at all when she was covered up like that. "Is Athena ready, Michael?" Tina asked as she led the few medical staff to wash their hands. When they saw Athena, who had already changed, the group was stunned. Someone couldn't stop themselves from asking softly, "Professor Athena?" Nora looked at them. Her gaze swept past Tina to fall on Lisa, who stood at the back and stared at her with bright, adoring eyes like Michael. She nodded slightly, making the group excited. They all started talking over each other. "Professor, you're my hero. Professor Athena, I'm so lucky to get to watch you operate. I'm so excited." Nora raised her eyebrows. She smiled at one of the excited doctors and jokingly said, "Just remember to keep your hands steady." The doctor straightened his back and promised, "Rest assured, doctor, there won't be any problems." A discordant voice rang out in the middle of the cheer and harmony. "Where is Nora Smith, Dr. Lang?" Tina looked at Michael and said, "I saw her just now. Is she hiding somewhere so she can sneak into the operating room later?" Michael remained silent. He wanted to say that Athena was Nora, but when he recalled how Nora had gestured to him to keep quiet, he thought, she must be asking me to keep her identity a secret, right? Michael replied, "Don't worry about that." "Why not? I'm just trying to warn Dr. Athena about it before she pops up out of nowhere during the procedure." Tina deliberately heaved a sigh to give Athena the impression that Nora was quite the troublemaker. She was afraid that Athena would give Nora special treatment because of the hunts. Tina expected Athena to ask more about Nora and the statement she made, but unexpectedly her face remained indifferent. She was surprised by the reaction. She had seen Athena joking with the others just then, and she seemed relatively easygoing. Since she didn't respond, Tina continued, "My apologies, Dr. Athena. This is an oversight on the school's part for allowing someone who wanted to observe your surgery to break in. We'll definitely take action if we catch her. This has reached the point of serious medical malpractice." Nora was silent. When had Tina seen me breaking in? She wondered. Those who didn't know any better would have thought that she was awful to break in and interrupt an operation. Her expression became even colder. Afraid that Athena would become angry, Michael stepped in front of Tina and said, "All right, that's enough. Let's go to the operating theatre." Everyone had to enter the room to prepare in advance and get all the tools ready. When Lisa passed by Nora, she greeted her cautiously. "Hello, Professor Athena?" Nora smiled at her and said encouragingly, "I'm relatively busy at the moment, so follow Dr. Shaw and do your best to learn from him for now." Her voice. Where have I heard that voice before? Lisa wondered. She cast a hesitant glance at Athena and found her eyes, hiding behind the goggles, to be familiar as well. While Lisa wondered about the mysterious Dr. Athena, Tina reprimanded her. "What are you daydreaming about? Hurry up and go in." Lisa hurriedly retracted her gaze. She gave Nora one final glance before she followed the rest of them into the operating room. Nora frowned. Lisa is a little too much of a pushover. Does she listen to everyone who shouts at her? She was about to speak when Tina walked up to her and said, "Professor Athena, I'm Tina York. I'm also a professor that the university specially invited. I'm honored to be a part of this operation with you." Nora stared at her. Tina slowly asked, "Professor Athena, did you take Lisa Black as your postgraduate student because of Nora Smith's connection to Justin Hunt?" Nora was confused. Tina continued to build a case against her. She said, "To be honest, Lisa's exam results weren't the best. Her research topic isn't even popular. She's also Nora's cousin and is as slow and dim-witted as she is." Now that's going too far, Nora thought angrily. She was initially planning to get rid of Tina after the operation, but she was too presumptuous. Nora raised her eyebrows and said, "I didn't know I was slow or dim-witted." I didn't know I was slow or dim-witted. When Athena's low voice reached her ears, Tina wondered if she'd misheard. She hurriedly explained, "I wasn't talking about you, Before she could finish, though, the implications of Athena's statement dawned on her. She looked at Nora incredulously and sputtered, You. She couldn't finish her sentence. Nora, however, didn't pay her any more attention. Instead, she turned and entered the operating room. Tina, still in shock, stood where she was and stared after her. That continued until someone called out, "Dr. York?" Only then did Tina finally come back to her senses. She walked into the theater like a zombie, glancing at the resolute-looking figure from time to time. Could Nora be Dr. Athena? No, this has to be a dream. How could she possibly be Athena? Tina swallowed hard. While she was in a daze, everyone in the room had begun preparing for their respective tasks. The patient had been anesthetized and was unconscious. Nora put on a pair of gloves and started to draw the craniotomy's incision lines on the child's head with a marker. Then she took a step back to take a scalpel. "Dr. York," someone called out again, making Tina snap back to reality. Nora realized that Tina had been in a shocked trance. Tina hastily picked up a scalpel and stepped forward to perform the craniotomy. Nora frowned. Her gaze swept across everyone in the room. They all looked serious, and their excitement at meeting her a while ago was gone. Once they were at the operating table, they were professionals. Lisa was a newcomer who had never entered an operating room before, and Tina had even deliberately antagonized her. But even she was staring at the patient seriously at that moment. She also didn't make any mistakes in the tasks she was assigned. Nora felt relieved that she was right about Lisa after all. Even though her cousin was quite the pushover in her personal life, she could focus and keep herself from being overwhelmed in the operating theater. In contrast, as an experienced surgeon, Tina had already performed innumerable operations, and she was still behaving like a newcomer. She's too irresponsible, Nora thought. Her expression turned cold. She stepped forward, stopped Tina, and said, "I'll do it instead." Although a craniotomy was a simple procedure, every operation had to be treated with caution and care. Everyone could tell that Tina wasn't in the right frame of mind, so no one doubted Athena when she said that. Tina was the only one who frowned and glared at her furiously. However, No one would refute the chief surgeon's instructions before a procedure. She could only take a step back. Nora lowered her head and began the operation. The room was silent for a while as everyone busied themselves with their task. Forceps? Nora stretched out her hand behind her. Tina, who Nora had forced to the back, was stunned for a moment. She hurriedly picked up an instrument from the operating table and handed them to her. But Nora didn't take them. Tina looked up to see Athena saying frigidly and sarcastically, "Can't you distinguish between forceps and hemostats, Dr. York? Were you really the head of surgery at your hospital? Are the patients you operated on still alive? I think that the person who hired you was blind." Every word of Athena's felt like a sharp stab to Tina. The students around them also looked at her. Tina felt as if all her blood had rushed to the top of her head in an instant. She said harshly, "Stop insulting me." Right after she shouted, she hurled the object in her hand at Nora. Nora, who was already on the alert, abruptly stretched out her leg and tripped Tina. Tina fell back, hit the wall, and fell onto the floor. She tried to get up when she tasted something metallic in her mouth. The next moment, she coughed up a mouthful of blood. None of the others in the operating room could react in time to her sudden lashing out. Nora, however, remained calm and composed as she called out, "Forceps." Her voice brought everyone back to their senses. Michael was the calmest among them, but he was relatively far away from her. He was about to walk over and pass Nora the tool when Lisa reacted and handed her the instrument. He was a little surprised, but he couldn't help but sigh. Athena did have a great eye for talent. Everyone thought that Lisa was too much of a pushover, but she reacted quickly even after that situation. Despite the earlier disturbance, the operation went smoothly. 4 hours later, Nora finished the last step. She moved aside and instructed Michael. "Stitch the wound." "Got it," he replied. The others moved to assist Michael. Nora took the opportunity to stretch her fingers and her wrists as well as her shoulders. A 4-hour operation was routine to her. After she stretched, she finally looked at Tina, who had passed out in an area some distance away. No one had seen her antics in the operating room coming. Otherwise, Nora would never have allowed her to participate and pose a threat to the patient. She casually picked Tina up and dragged her out of the operating room. Some of the others happened to look over. When they caught sight of Athena's back, they felt a chill and turned away. 20 minutes later, Tina slowly opened her eyes. Director Shaw and the others were standing in front of her. He scolded her sternly. "You let us down, Tina. How could you get in a fight in the operating room? If it weren't for Athena, you could have hurt the patient." Tina's eyes widened in shock. Director Shaw then announced her punishment. He said, "Your medical license will be revoked. The school will also rescind your title as professor and dismiss you." Are they going to revoke my license? Then I won't be able to perform surgery ever again. My career would be ruined, she thought in a panic. Tina jumped right up from the bed and said, "Director Shaw, Before she could finish, a police officer came over and said, "I'm sorry, Dr. York, but the patient's family have filed a report and accused you of endangering the life of their child. Please come with me." Tina was speechless. While the officer was taking her away, Nora changed out of her surgical attire. She dragged her feet and slowly shuffled off. She was about to leave the floor when she heard a voice call to her. "Miss Smith." A surprised Nora turned around to see Joel standing behind her not too far away. His eyes slightly narrowed as he scrutinized her. Joel walked over. He seemed surprised to see her as he asked, "Why are you here?" Nora raised her eyebrows and answered ambiguously, "I'm a doctor. Why are you here, though, Mr. Smith?" "She's a doctor?" Joel wondered. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the operating theatre. He had heard about Athena's procedure, so he had rushed over to ask her to help his uncle. Because she was the surgeon that day, Only one procedure was arranged on the floor. Since she's here, does that mean she met Athena? He wondered. Joel's gaze returned to the operating room. The procedure should have ended by now. He didn't have any more time to spend talking to Nora, so he nodded and replied, "I'm here to look for someone." The doors to the operating room then opened, and Michael walked out with the others. Joel strode over to them right away, while Nora took the opportunity to leave. She could finally go home and have a good nap. Joel walked straight up to Michael and asked, "Are you Dr. Athena?" Michael was confused. He took off his surgical mask and stared at Joel in astonishment. "I'm not Professor Athena." Joel was taken aback. "Then who is?" "Dr. Athena already left a long time ago," Michael said. "What?" Joel exclaimed. He was already here when the operation was nearing its end and had been waiting outside the entire time. He was puzzled. The only person that left at the end of the operation was... Just as Joel's suspicions were growing, Michael recalled that she hadn't wanted to reveal her identity, so he clarified, "Yes, he already left." He? So Dr. Athena is a man, Joel thought. The name Athena had made him think that the doctor was a woman, but now that he thought about it, he did assume that most surgeons were men. Joel frowned. Although his uncle's diagnosis hadn't been confirmed, he would have liked to get Dr. Athena's opinion. He hadn't expected to miss him. He heaved a sigh and left the hospital. When he entered the car park, he happened to see the familiar SUV driving past him. The young woman in the driver's seat stared straight ahead. She appeared in a rush and didn't even glance at him when she passed by. Joel shook his head and got into the car. "Are you going home, Mr. Smith?" asked the chauffeur. "I'm going to meet Mia," he replied. The chauffeur responded, "Okay," and drove to the Golden Sunshine Kindergarten. Joel turned his head to the side and stared into the distance on the way there. The amicable look on his face had long since disappeared, and he fell silent. He had been taking Mia to school and picking her up, but he hadn't seen Tanya again. When he asked Mia about it, she said that Ms. Turner was still teaching at the kindergarten. So does that mean I haven't seen her because she's hiding from me? He wondered. The last lesson of the day at the kindergarten was the dance class. The anniversary celebrations would be held in a few days. The children were going to be performing on stage during the festivities, so they had arranged extra dance classes. Pete pulled a long face and danced expressionlessly with the rest of them. Fortunately for him, those dances didn't differentiate between boys and girls. Even so, he felt a slight sense of embarrassment welling up in him. He had to wear a skirt for the performance. Pete couldn't help but heave a huge sigh while he danced. Is Cherry so happy with Daddy that she doesn't want to come back? Why haven't we switched back yet? He wondered. If he continued all this practice, Pete felt he would be able to become a professional dancer. After another round of practice, Tanya clapped her hands and told the children to have a quick rest. Pete needed to use the bathroom outside. As soon as he exited the studio, he spotted a little girl dancing outside the door. Mia was frail, so she never attended classes that involved physical activity. But she was tiptoeing and gently turning her body. It was the dance that they were doing just now. Pete walked over. Mia stopped moving when she spotted him. She stared at him with bright eyes and said, "You guys looked great dancing just now, Cherry." Pete was silent for a while. Then he asked, "Why are you here?" Mia lowered her head and wrung her hands. I was bored. There were also painting and writing lessons conducted elsewhere during the dance classes, but Mia secretly came over to watch them instead. Pete realized why and asked, "Do you like dancing?" Mia hesitated for a moment before she nodded. However, she also shook her head right after that. Her timid appearance was such that even Pete, who had never been one to pry, couldn't help but ask, "Do you like it or not?" Mia had always been an introverted child who kept everything inside her. But, for some reason, when she was facing the boy version of Cherry, she could speak up. She replied, "I do, but my mummy doesn't let me dance." Mia sadly hung her head. She had always liked dancing and could never resist it whenever she heard music. But her mother had claimed that she wasn't in good health and prevented her from learning. She remembered that the doctor said they could consider letting her exercise. So why is Mummy stopping me? She had wondered. While Mia was puzzling over those thoughts, Pete took her hand and walked up to Tanya. Then he said to Mia, "Dance the routine you did just now." Both Tanya and Mia were surprised by the instruction. Mia glanced at Tanya cautiously and then at Pete. When they smiled at her, she gathered the courage to perform it. Tanya's eyes lit up. She had wanted to take an apprentice and help them with competitions, however she had never found a suitable candidate. She didn't expect the young Mia to be so talented. She was the best among all the children in the class. Her small, flexible frame made her perfect for dancing. Tanya gazed at her and asked, "Do you want to learn to dance?" Mia looked at Pete. He gave her an encouraging nod, so she replied enthusiastically, "Yeah." Tanya became tempted at once, and she almost blurted out the question, "Do you mind learning from me?" But when she thought of Mia's family, she hesitated for a very long time before she finally heaved a sigh and got onto her feet. She ultimately didn't say anything. Mia was Joel's daughter. Tanya couldn't take her as an apprentice, or she would end up becoming involved with him again. The school bell rang at that point, so Tanya said, "All right, go back to your classes and get ready to go home." The students scattered and left. Mia was the only one who kept looking back at her. Tanya steeled her heart and looked away. Joel's cell phone rang while he was waiting for Mia. It was Quentin who got straight to the point. "The DNA result is ready." Joel tensed up and he asked nervously, "What does it say?" The previous generation of the Smiths had 3 sons, and Ian was the youngest. They didn't have any sisters. No one had given birth to any daughters in their generation either, though Ian had adopted a daughter. If Nora turned out to be their cousin, that would be great. Besides, that would also give Ian the will to live on. Quentin's reply took him by surprise. He slowly looked down. A short while later, he said, "I see." After he hung up, Joel turned to look out the window and went into deep contemplation. Sometime later, he finally retracted his gaze as if he had come to a decision. Students started to leave the kindergarten after that. Joel got out of the car. The students at the kindergarten were all children of the wealthy and powerful. Mia's mother had picked her and Brandon up from school in the past. However, Joel was coming over every day now, which caused other fathers to start meeting their children also. "What a coincidence, Mr. Smith. Are you here to pick up your kids?" "I'm the general manager of the Glory Group, Mr. Smith. It's great to finally meet you." When Tanya, who was holding Pete's hand, was about to leave the kindergarten, she was greeted by the sight of directors from various corporations standing at the door. The teachers in the kindergarten couldn't help but marvel. "Oh my goodness, those parents usually send nannies or bodyguards to meet their kids. Why are there so many of them here today? Any one of them is probably worth millions." "You don't know? Can't you see? Everyone's here to meet Mr. Smith. Mr. Smith is so handsome. No wonder Mia is so pretty. She must have inherited her looks from him. He's so graceful and gentle. I'm so jealous of Miss Lynn. If only I could get his attention." "I know, right? Miss Turner, you're a dance teacher. Why don't you go and introduce yourself?" Tanya didn't reply. She lifted her head and glanced at the door. The graceful figure standing across the crowd seemed aloof. Even after all this time, he still glows and attracts so much attention, she thought. 5 years ago, she had said to him, "I want to hide you away so no one can see you. I'm so afraid someone will steal you from me." And ultimately, he had become someone else's husband. She immediately averted her gaze when she thought of how he and Hillary were together. Pete, who had caught a glimpse of her expression, became puzzled and asked, "Why aren't you teaching Mia how to dance, Aunt Tanya? I think she dances really well." Mia was thinner than most children, and she didn't have much baby fat on her small face. When she danced, her form was light and weightless, as though she were a butterfly. Pete felt that it would be quite a pity if she didn't dance. Tanya touched Pete's head and replied, "It's because her parents won't allow her to learn. Otherwise, she would have already been exposed to dancing. Besides, I can't involve myself with Joel and Hillary anymore," she resolved. Pete tilted his head and nodded as if he understood. Tanya took Pete to the roadside after they had exited the kindergarten. Nora had taken the car that morning, so the two of them had to take a cab home. The kindergarten was relatively far from where they could hail a cab, so they walked a couple of streets down. Joel had already spotted Tanya a long time ago. She was a dancer after all. Her legs were long and her waist slender, making her look as graceful as ever. He'd thought that they would at least make eye contact, but unexpectedly Tanya didn't even glance at him and walked off with the child. Frustration flickered in his eyes. After clenching his fists a little, he picked Mia up and got into the car. While Tanya and Pete were waiting for a cab, an extended Lincoln stopped in front of them. The door opened and Joel's face appeared. He said, "Where are you going? I'll give you guys a ride." Tanya was so shocked that she looked around. When she saw that no one had noticed them, she breathed a sigh of relief. Then she took a step back and turned down the offer. "No, it's fine." But as soon as she said that, Joel uttered a commanding reply in a gentle voice. "Don't make me get out of the car." Tanya was speechless. The parents and teachers nearby were about to walk over. Tanya didn't want to make a scene, so she picked Pete up and quickly got into the car. The car door slowly closed. Mia called out happily, "Cherry, Miss Turner." Tanya smiled at her. Pete took the initiative to sit beside Mia. Tanya's brows knitted together. She was forced to sit next to Joel, but she tried her best to put some distance between them. Joel frowned at the sight. He lowered his gaze and asked, "Your address?" Only then did Tanya finally react. After she gave him the Andersons' address, Joel looked at her and asked, "Are you staying with the Andersons?" Tanya nodded. Joel asked, "It's not very convenient staying in someone else's home, right? Don't you have anywhere else to stay?" Tanya turned away and replied, "That's none of your business, Mr. Smith." She's calling me Mr. Smith again, he thought. Joel took a deep breath and said, "That's true, we're just strangers, right?" Tanya clenched her jaw. "That's right, we're just strangers now. He probably hates me anyway. That's why he won't allow his daughter to dance," she concluded. Tanya didn't expect that Joel would hate her that much. But if he hates me, why is he giving us a ride? While she was thinking, Joel cut in. "It was my misunderstanding the other time." The other time? She was puzzled. Was he talking about that time in the hospital where he thought that I was with Justin and he was cheating on me? With a stern look on her face, Tanya said sarcastically, "It's not your fault, Mr. Smith. Apparently I look more like a mistress than a wife." Joel remained silent. He knew she was being sarcastic, but he could tell that she felt hurt from her reaction. He took a deep breath and said, "You don't have to say that about yourself. That's not what I meant either. Never mind. I'm taking you home because I wanted to apologize." "You can save the apology, Mr. Smith," Tanya replied coldly. "It's fine, as long as you stay away from me in the future. I would hate to irritate you again." Joel was shocked at the remark. The kindergarten was very close to the Andersons' townhouse, so they had already arrived while they were talking. The chauffeur grimaced at the stern look his boss gave him when he stopped the car. "Let's get off," she said to Pete, relieved. Tanya was about to get out of the car with Pete when he stopped and looked at Joel and asked, "Mia's daddy, why are you stopping her from learning how to dance?" His question stunned Joel. What? Pete glanced at the cowering Mia and said sincerely, "She likes dancing a lot. Good dads don't stop their kids from doing the things they like." Tanya saw that Joel's expression had tensed up and that he wasn't speaking, so she beckoned to Pete. "Come on down now." Pete hopped out of the car. The two of them entered the Andersons' residence hand in hand. The car door slowly closed as they disappeared through the door. When the car started once more, Joel finally looked at Mia. He beckoned to her and she moved to him submissively. She tried to please him and said cautiously, "I don't like dancing, Daddy." Her eyes betrayed her as she spoke, and there was a bit of panic in them. Joel's heart ached. He asked, "Was it your mother who stopped you from learning how to dance, Mia?" Mia nodded, but then shook her head again. In the end, she lowered her head and said uneasily, "Mummy said that Daddy hates dances and told me not to learn. Don't worry, Daddy, I won't do it." Her words made Joel's eyes widen in shock. He had always wanted to know her interests and preferences, but he found that she liked the same things he did. He had always thought that she had inherited those traits from him. But unexpectedly, they were the result of Hillary's coaching. Joel's expression darkened. "It's not that I don't like dancing." Mia's eyes lit up at once and she asked, "Then, can I learn to dance with Miss Turner?" Joel looked at her. His jaw tensed up as he asked, "Do you like Miss Turner, Mia?" Mia gave him a timid smile and replied, "Yeah." She lowered her head and wrung her hands as she said, "Miss Turner dances really beautifully. I watched her a few times in secret. She has a really pretty smile. I like her a lot. But Mummy doesn't like Miss Turner." She looked somewhat depressed at that point. Then she added, "Besides, Miss Turner doesn't like me." The disappointed girl concluded, "She doesn't want to teach me." Tanya refused to teach Mia, he thought. She doesn't want anything to do with me then. Joel's long, slender fingers balled up slightly, and the look in his eyes turned even frostier. He rubbed Mia's head gently. After a short silence, he said, "It's okay. I'll think of something if you want to learn to dance." Nora had just come out of the bath when Pete got home. She let out a lazy yawn and collapsed onto the bed. Pete greeted her. "Hi, Mummy." Nora waved and said, "Hey, go do your homework." "Okay." Pete went to the study after that. Nora was about to go to bed when her cell phone rang. Cherry's tender voice was heard on the phone when she answered the call. "Mummy, have you found out where Sponsor Grandpa is?" They had been chatting on Messenger for more than a month. Their friendship had gotten stronger, but the chat had been inactive since the day before. Why didn't Sponsor Grandpa come online yesterday or today? Cherry panicked. Nora replied nonchalantly, "Oh, I forgot about that." Cherry sighed. "Then can you look him up for me now, Mummy?" "No," was Nora's reply. Cherry was so mad that her little chest was heaving up and down. "She's my mum, I need to ask nicely," she thought, and tried again. "Then, when can you look him up?" Nora raised her eyebrows and replied, "When I wake up, I guess. All right, I'm hanging up." She was completely exhausted and needed to crash. The disconnected tone in her ear made Cherry's heart go cold. Her little shoulders drooped as she stared in front of her on the brink of tears. She was staying with her father at the Hunt's family home. The family home was a manor. Since Justin was the head of the Hunts, he should have been living there. However, he had bought another home for him and Pete after some incidents with other members of the Hunt family. Justin had taught his second uncle's family a lesson and managed to get some dirt on them, so they didn't dare cross him or come over anymore. Since he and Cherry moved back to the main house 2 days ago, she still hadn't met the rest of his family. While Cherry was still fuming over Nora, Justin strode into the room. He looked down at her and asked gently, "There's a family dinner tonight. Do you want to meet your family?" A family dinner? Cherry loved lively places the most. She figured that several older family members would be there, which meant more people would spoil her. So she enthusiastically replied, "Yeah, I want to go." Okay, Justin smiled at her. Pete definitely wouldn't have wanted to go. As expected, his daughter's personality was different. She was livelier and more cheerful than his son. He bent over, picked up Cherry with one arm, and carried her downstairs. The Hunts hosted a family dinner every month. They were all required to attend, as long as they were in New York. It was a family custom. By the time they went down to the main living room, it was already full of people. His second uncle, Roger Hunt, sat quietly in the corner. Roger's son, Freddie, played with his cell phone with his head down. Apart from them, the other Hunts in the family were also present. The elderly Mrs. Hunt had already been discharged from the hospital and was seated next to the master seat. The master seat belonged to the head of the family. When Justin came down, all the Hunts stood up in respect. Mrs. Hunt, the eldest there, said, "You're here, Justin." Justin nodded and greeted his grandmother. Then he gave his daughter a reminder. "Say hi to your great-grandma, Pete." Cherry looked at Mrs. Hunt eagerly. "Is this the great-grandma who had the accident?" she wondered. Mrs. Hunt was also looking at her. She had learned what happened after she regained consciousness after the operation. She felt rather distressed that her son and his family had used her against a child. Pete was not like other children. He was mildly autistic and didn't like to talk. After that incident, Mrs. Hunt was worried that her relationship with Pete was gone. She heaved a sigh at that thought and looked at Pete cautiously. Knowing that her great-grandson probably wouldn't want to approach her anymore, she said regretfully, "Never mind, let's leave him alone." "Yeah, that's right. Don't make things difficult for Pete. You know he doesn't like talking," said Raymond Hunt, Justin's second uncle. He sounded as if he was echoing Mrs. Hunt, but he was really trying to embarrass Pete in front of the entire family. How could a child that doesn't talk inherit the company? Even if I'm stripped of my power, once Justin gets old, wouldn't the company fall to me anyway? He figured. The callous remark Raymond had made angered Mrs. Hunt. "There's nothing wrong with Pete. Don't you dare talk about him like that," she snapped at him. Raymond curled his lip disdainfully. Yeah, he's perfectly normal. He just doesn't like talking to people, that's all. How will he avoid talking to people when he takes over the company one day? Roger said, "Don't say stuff like that, Dad. He might get better as he grows up." Chester couldn't tell that they were mocking Pete. He didn't recognize Cherry and thought she was his quiet and shy little nephew. So he echoed them and said, "Yeah, it'll be fine once he grows up." Raymond scoffed and replied, "That's what everyone said when he was a baby, but you don't see him getting any better as the years pass either. But you keep saying that I'm worrying about nothing. Justin has everything figured out perfectly for the future of the company, right?" He looked at Freddie and reprimanded him. "And you too, Freddie. Don't just study all the time. What's the use of being so diligent? All that studying has made you stupid. What matters the most as a leader is eloquence. How can you get people to trust you and believe in you if you're not eloquent?" He was obviously having a dig at Pete. At Raymond's words, everyone looked at Pete. How was a genius any good if he couldn't communicate effectively with others? Seeing that his words were having an effect, Raymond became smug. But Roger narrowed his eyes. Pete had either skipped previous family dinners or, if he did attend, Justin would lose his cool whenever someone mentioned mild autism. Why was Justin keeping quiet this time? He was still wondering about it when the little guy in Justin's arms called out sweetly, "Hi, Grandma." Roger stared at him in shock. Raymond was also dumbfounded. He stared at the child in Justin's arms in disbelief and said, "Were you the one talking just now, Pete?" Cherry rolled her eyes and looked at Justin. Then, in her young but clear voice, she asked, "Is your uncle blind or deaf, Daddy? Why are his eyes and ears so bad? You have to get the doctor to take a look at him." The corners of Justin's lips curled into a smile. His usually standoffish expression looked relaxed. He glanced at Raymond and replied, He's quite old, so he can neither see nor hear anything clearly. Raymond was appalled at the conversation happening in front of him. Cherry replied adorably, "Oh, I see." When Mrs. Hunt heard the little voice, her eyes filled with tears. She wanted to give him a hug, but when she remembered how Pete disliked physical contact with others, she lowered her arms and asked, "So you're talking now? Are you doing better?" Justin looked down indifferently and didn't respond. Instead, he put his daughter down. As soon as Cherry's feet touched the ground, she ran toward Mrs. Hunt. She jumped into the elderly lady's arms and called out tenderly, "Grandma." She embraced him. To Mrs. Hunt, the child was sweet-smelling and soft, and she was thrilled to think he was finally allowing a hug. As she became more excited, her hands began to shake. Then, without a second thought, she took off one of the rings on her fingers and stuffed it into Cherry's hands. "Here, this is for you," she said. Everyone in the room stared at them in shock. Mrs. Hunt's ring was made of top-quality jadeite, a gem that took thousands of years to form and was worth over $10 million. The elderly Mr. Hunt had given it to her when they got married. It was a family heirloom to be passed on to future generations. The old lady had been urging Justin to get married so she could give the ring to his bride. It was a symbol of a lady's status as the mistress of the house. What had prompted her to give it to Pete in the heat of the moment? Raymond panicked. He stepped forward and said with a smile, "Look at how muddle-headed you are, Mum. This is a woman's ring. Why would you give it to Pete?" The old lady glanced at him and replied with a smile, "Pete can keep it and someday give it to his wife." She made it clear when she gave Pete the ring that one day his wife would be the mistress of the house, and that his position as the head of the family would be secure. Mrs. Hunt was backing Pete. Raymond frowned and looked at Freddie with dissatisfaction. He said, "Since you gave Pete your ring, what are you going to give Freddie?" The other little boy also looked at her expectantly. Mrs. Hunt glanced at him and said with a smile, "Freddie can ask his Uncle Justin if there's anything he wants. Justin is rich, and he's also the head of the family." Raymond's expression darkened even further. Roger also lowered his gaze. Seeing that the two of them were no longer creating trouble, Mrs. Hunt finally looked at Cherry and said, "Put the ring away properly, Pete." Cherry hastily said, "This is too precious. I can't accept it." "Don't refuse gifts from your elders. Just take it," the old lady admonished. Cherry instinctively wanted to look for Nora, but she realized that her mum wasn't there. She looked at Justin instead. Justin looked down and smiled. He stepped forward, took the ring from Cherry and said, "Since Grandma has given it to you, you should accept it. But you're still young, so you can't wear it yet. We'll let your mummy wear it first." Does that mean Pete's mother is back in the picture? Mrs. Hunt's eyes lit up at the thought. She asked, "Who is his mummy?" The others also looked at him expectantly. Was the man who had been determined to remain single his entire life finally going to get married? Raymond and Roger felt like they were heading for a crisis. Would Freddie's chances get even worse if Justin got married and had more sons? The two of them frowned. Raymond said, "All right, the grown-ups need to talk. Why don't you kids go and play some games?" He gave Freddie a look after he spoke. Freddie immediately understood what he meant. He took a step forward, grabbed Cherry's hand and said, "Come on, Pete, why don't we play some games? There is a very popular mobile game right now. Anyone can play it as long as they're not too stupid. You know how to play it, right?" It was common knowledge that Pete was a nerd whose only hobby was studying, which meant he would definitely suck at playing games. Before Cherry could say a word, Mrs. Hunt panicked and said, "Children shouldn't spend too much time playing games." Roger smiled and said, "That's a rather misguided statement, Grandma. Games can also reflect a person's intelligence. Besides, people who only know how to memorize their books and fail to exercise practical application in their studies tend to have one-track minds." He looked at Justin and said, "Isn't Justin himself someone who excels in every aspect? I'm sure Pete is also like that. So let's just let him play. He made it sound like people who were lousy at playing games were stupid. Listening to the discussion around him, the corners of Justin's lip curled into a smile. He wondered if the game that Freddie had mentioned was the same game Cherry had played in the live stream. He had known for a while that Cherry was the local server's top player in that game. Across the room, Freddie held his cell phone in his hand. He asked, "Do you have an account? Come on, let's play around. I can carry you in the game as long as you're not particularly bad. This game is great at showing if someone is clever or not." Cherry was confused. Were they asking her if she'd ever played the game before? She thought to herself, is this some kind of joke? She looked down at the cell phone in her hands. It belonged to her brother. They always switched cell phones to prevent anyone from discovering that they had swapped places with each other. To play her game, she had prepared 2 cell phones for herself. The one she took to her father's house belonged to her brother, so the game wasn't installed. She said, "Give me a minute, I have to download the game first." Freddie nodded. "Okay, hurry up." Cherry nodded and stretched out her chubby little finger. She pressed a few times nimbly on the phone and started the download. On the other side of the room, Chester panicked. He was on his little nephew's side. He came over quickly and said, "What are you guys playing? I'll help carry you." Freddie knew that his uncle was great at playing games and even live-streamed. It wouldn't be obvious how stupid Pete was if Chester carried them through. Freddie's eyes swiveled around. Then he grinned and said, "Pete has never played this game before, so he'll have a hard time getting started. Why don't we have a PvP battle with each other first? That way he can get familiar with the game." PvP battles were one-on-one, player versus player battles in the game. Once a player lost all their HP, their character would die. Since this was Pete's first time playing, Freddie was sure he wouldn't be familiar with the game. He could easily trash him and take several of his lives in the game. Daddy and Grandpa would definitely praise him if he could get a kill ratio of 0 to several dozen. It was his opportunity to show everyone in the family that he was the most outstanding child in this generation of the Hunt family. Chester was usually quite the dimwit, but he instantly understood Freddie's intentions. He said anxiously, "No, that won't do." "Why not?" asked Freddie. Chester coughed and said, "Who would ask for a PvP battle right off the bat? I don't think this is fair to Pete." Freddie argued his case and said, "I don't think it's unfair. The PvP will show us on what level Pete is playing. Are you scared to have a one-on-one battle with me, Pete?" Cherry, who was currently downloading the game, looked up with her big round eyes when she heard him. She blinked and replied, "Of course not. It's no problem." Her sweet voice made Mrs. Hunt feel as if someone had just coated her heart in honey. She beckoned to her and said, "You don't have to play with him if you don't want to. Come over to me instead." Cherry tilted her head and looked at Mrs. Hunt. When she saw the elderly lady's kind eyes, she smiled sweetly and said, "It'll be fine, Grandma." Mrs. Hunt shook her head and said earnestly, "It's not good to immerse yourself in games. Look at Chester. Weren't you all opposed to him playing games?" Raymond laughed and said, "It's not like Freddie is doing this as a profession. He's just cultivating his mind and fighting spirit. I read that playing games can also improve a child's focus, so it's not all bad. A clever child can master anything in one go, no matter what they do." A smiling Roger also said, "Don't worry, Grandma, Pete has always been smart. He has a very high IQ, so a bit of gaming won't be any trouble for him at all." Roger looked at Freddie and said, "Show your cousin some mercy." Freddie grinned and replied, "No problem, Daddy." Roger proudly took notice of how confident Freddie seemed. He suggested, "It certainly isn't appropriate to just focus on playing games. Why don't we have a bet?" Raymond agreed with the situation and said, "That's a good idea. Otherwise, neither of the kids will be motivated to win. Let's decide on terms. If Freddie loses, I'll give up 1% of my shares in the company. How does that sound?" 1% of his shares? Now, that was going a little too far. The family's combined assets were worth trillions of dollars. Even though Raymond only owned 20% of the company's shares, 1% of his shares was still worth millions. Mrs. Hunt's expression darkened. The children are just fooling around. Those stakes are too high. What's the big deal? He asked, shrugging his shoulders. Raymond walked over to Mrs. Hunt with a smile and took her arm. He was in his 50s, yet he was behaving like a child. He said, "We're just having a little fun. We're all family, no matter who owns the shares. I'm sure Justin will rise to the challenge." Justin looked at Raymond and said, "Are you talking about 1% of the company's shares, or 1% of your shares in the company?" Raymond was taken aback for a moment. Justin sneered. "Since you want to have some fun, let's up the stakes. What do you say to 1% of the company's shares?" Given how profitable the corporation's shares were, 1% of the company's shares would involve a transfer of billions of dollars. The stakes were too high. Who would gamble that much money on a one-time bet? Raymond's expression darkened. He discreetly looked at Roger. Roger smiled and said, "If that's what Justin wants, then let's do it." Raymond wanted to say something else, but Roger tugged on his sleeve. He lowered his voice and whispered, "Justin must have raised the stakes because he thinks you won't part with that much money, and you won't dare to continue with the bet." Raymond immediately understood what Roger meant. Justin was waging psychological warfare with him. He let out a cold laugh and exchanged a look with Roger. Then he lowered his voice and asked, "Are you sure Pete has never played that game before?" Roger nodded. "He studies all the time. How would Pete possibly have time to play games? He only downloaded it once in California and played it for an afternoon there, but he uninstalled it after that. I'm sure he's terrible at this game." Raymond looked at his grandson again. Freddie was 8 years old and he was very good at playing games. Everyone in the family was intelligent. Freddie could easily beat a 5-year-old at a game. Even the brightest child would still have to understand how the game worked before they could become good at it. The time it would take Pete to catch up to Freddie would guarantee Freddie's victory. Raymond smiled and said, "Sure, Justin. I'll bet 1% of the company's shares. How about you?" Justin was about to speak when Raymond added, "You're the head of the company, so I can't possibly ask for your shares. How about this? If Freddie is lucky enough to win, then you'll give me that ring Mum gave to Pete. That isn't too much to ask, is it?" Comparing the value of the shares with that of the ring, Raymond seemed to be getting a raw deal. Money could be earned, but the ring couldn't be replaced. It wasn't just any ring. It was a symbol for the wife of the next head of the family. Raymond had it all figured out. Mrs. Hunt was furious. She said, "How can you gamble your money in shares when the children are just playing some games at home? The ring was a gift from me. It can't be transferred to someone else." Raymond looked at her and said, "How can you be so biased, Mum? Why didn't you say anything if you thought I went too far when I offered my shares? Could it be that Justin wouldn't bet against me?" Most of the extended family had come to dinner. Raymond daring him to agree to the bet in front of so many people had left Justin with no other choice. If he refused to accept the bet at such a crucial moment, everyone would see him as a coward. Raymond was confident that Justin would agree to the terms. It was the only option left open to him. After a short contemplative silence, Justin slowly replied, "Let's do it." Raymond and Roger exchanged a look and smirked. They both thought that Pete shouldn't have attended the dinner and that the old matriarch was biased. Pete was only 5 years old, but she had given him the family heirloom. She had gone too far. They were determined to make Pete look foolish. When Mrs. Hunt tried to stop them, Justin looked at her reassuringly, and she decided to keep quiet. Freddie became even more excited when he heard their conversation. He chose the hero he was most proficient at playing as he asked Cherry, "Who are you playing as? You can just pick any of them." Cherry nodded, selected the little girl hero that she always played as, and replied, I'm picking this one. What about you? Freddie answered, I'm playing as this guy. Pfft. Cherry broke into a grin and laughed. As soon as she turned on the game, she transformed into her irritable little girl persona and started to mock her opponent. She said, Okay, come on, Sonny. I'm going to beat you so bad today that your mum won't even recognize you. Freddie was shocked. Who do you think you're calling Sonny? Your hero, of course. Isn't he supposed to be my hero's son? Cherry retorted. Freddie was upset at being mocked. He took control of his hero in the game and made him go straight to Cherry's avatar. Cherry was in a good mood, and she had a triumphant look on her face. In an attempt to make it seem as if she was playing for the first time, she made her hero walk left and right awkwardly, as if she did not know how to use the controls. Oh no, why is she walking away? Cherry asked. Freddie was overjoyed. He chased after Cherry's hero and started to attack her. Cherry didn't fight back in the early stages of the round. Instead, she deliberately made her hero sway left and right, making Freddie burst out laughing. Dummy Pete, you're so stupid, you can't even walk. I'm going to teach you how to behave. Cherry did nothing but feint and did not fire a single shot in the first half. She kept her movements under control and allowed Freddie to deplete it to the lowest it could go. After that, she pretended to get so terrified that she ran toward her defensive tower. Freddie chased after her. She only had a little life left. As long as he could make contact with Cherry, there would be no problems whatsoever. It would be fine even if he had to defend himself against her defense tower. Pretending to make a mistake, she pressed the button for her first skill. Her hero did a tuck and roll and moved to the left, which caused Freddie to miss. The sound indicating a kill rang out on the phone. Their screens read, Pete Hunt killed the unbeatable and most handsome. He lost that quickly. Incredulous whispers were heard around the room. A triumphant Raymond said, You're terrible at this game, Pete. Even if this is your first time playing, you still lost too quickly. It hasn't even been a minute. Roger also smirked and said, A bet's a bet, Justin. That ring. Justin looked at them, a dark light flickering in his eyes. In front of all the Hunts, his lips slowly parted and he asked, The children are just fooling around. Are you sure that you want to keep to the terms of the bet? Raymond chuckled and said, You can't go back on your word. You're the man in charge, aren't you? What will become of us if the head of the family won't keep his word? You can't renege on it. Justin raised his eyebrows. Are you sure that's what you want, Uncle Raymond? The response was confident. Yes, I'm sure. Justin sighed and said, In that case, I'll graciously accept 1% of the company shares from you. He turned and looked at Sean, who was standing behind him, and instructed, Prepare the share transfer agreement so that Uncle Raymond can sign it later. Yes, sir, Sean confirmed. Raymond was stunned. Roger was also dumbfounded and said, Instead of us transferring shares to you, you should give us the ring. Freddie is the one who just won the match. After he said that, though, he suddenly realized that something felt a bit off. He looked at the children, and when he saw the look on his son's face, understanding dawned on him. Freddie's cell phone screen had dimmed. He was still staring ahead of him in shock. What just happened? How could I have lost? When he looked back up, he saw Cherry patting her chest. She looked at him and remarked, That was so close. Freddie was sure it was only beginner's luck for Pete. He had just been lucky when he accidentally pressed the right combination for the deadly skill. Freddie had been so close to getting a kill shot. He demanded angrily, Again. That's not really a good idea, is it? Asked Cherry. Freddie panicked. What's so bad about it? Cherry sighed. What I mean is that the stakes are too high. I've already won, so I'm not going to play again. Freddie was getting more agitated. He was so mad that he ran to Roger and said, Daddy, let's bet on it again. Grandpa, take out another 1%. Raymond, who had panicked after losing the tremendous sum of money, said anxiously, No. When a furious Freddie turned around, he immediately saw Cherry making faces at him. She pretended to look as if she was in shock over the game's outcome. she said in a shaky little voice. "I was so scared, Daddy. I didn't know what happened. How did Freddy's hero just die like that? I was only left with one more life." Justin stared at Cherry. What was he supposed to do when his daughter suddenly started putting on a show and involved him in it? Indulge her and go along with her pretense, of course. Justin stretched out his big hand, ruffled her hair, and said with a doting smile, "You are so awesome. To think you've won 1% of the company's shares for me. Even though this is your first time playing, you were so good at the game." Cherry grinned at him. Their conversation made Raymond's face flush red. Like any gambling addict, the loss of billions of dollars made him anxious and irritable. He looked at Freddy and asked, "Are you sure you can beat him if you have another go?" Freddy nodded. "Yes, I am. I was so close." "Okay, I will trust you one more time." Raymond looked straight at Justin and said, "One more time." Cherry buried her head into Justin's shoulder and said, "I don't wanna, it's too scary." Justin ruffled her hair and spoke gently to her as he comforted her. Okay, we won't play anymore." But the more he refused to play, the more determined Raymond became to continue. Desperately, Raymond said, "You can't stop now. Surely you can't just walk away after a win like that. It doesn't work that way." Raymond's eyes were round in panic as he stared at Justin. "I'm staking billions of dollars on this while you only need to offer up Mum's ring. Are you too scared to bet again?" Driven into a corner, Justin could only pat Cherry on the shoulder and say, "Let's play one last round, Pete." "But Daddy, I'm scared," she replied. "Don't be scared, just get in there and do your best." Cherry looked up at him shyly and said, "I thought you said it's not good to gamble, but if this is what you want, I'll do it." Left with no other choice, Cherry sat in front of Freddy with her cell phone in her hand and turned on the game again. Freddy controlled his hero and rushed straight toward Cherry's hero again. The two of them clashed in the middle of the arena. Cherry blinked and repeated the same trick. After allowing Freddy to reduce her hit point level to the barest minimum, she accidentally killed Freddy's hero. Freddy jumped to his feet. "How am I dead again?" he exclaimed. Cherry slowly blinked with her big round eyes. "Yeah, I don't really know how I did it. How did I fire a cannon?" "Oh, I get it now." Freddy glared at her. Cherry said with a straight face, "I'm sorry you lost again. I guess you just aren't as good as you thought you were." Roger narrowed his eyes a little at her words. When Freddy rushed over to ask for another round, Raymond was already thoroughly anxious and irritable at his losses. Within a few minutes, he had lost 2% of the company's shares and gone from owning 20% of the shares to 18%. Raymond was so furious that he smacked the table. "One more time." Freddy nodded. He was about to set off when Roger grabbed his arm. Then he looked at Justin and Cherry with a smile and said, "Nice one, Justin." Justin raised his eyebrows. "I told you, there's no need to raise the stakes like that when the children are just fooling around. Look at how alarmed and anxious Uncle Raymond has become after he lost." His words made Raymond flush as red as a tomato. He pointed at Justin angrily and sputtered, You. Justin's expression turned cold, but he said nothing. Cherry, however, said, "Daddy, I'm worried. Is your uncle having a stroke? His fingers keep shaking." Raymond glared daggers at her. Justin couldn't help himself, and he smiled. His anger from earlier disappeared, and his voice was gentle as he replied, "No, Uncle Raymond is just being a sore loser. Let's forget the whole thing. Sean, you don't need to prepare the agreement anymore." Raymond thought that Justin was provoking him. He could either surrender his shares or tough it out and go along with Justin's suggestion. If he allowed Justin to void the agreement, he would probably never be able to hold his head high again in front of his family. Since he was the one who suggested the bet in the first place, It would prove that Justin was right, and he was being a sore loser. Raymond had a thick skin. He could bow out of the agreement now and rebuild his reputation later. But Cherry continued, "Why would he be a sore loser? He was fantastic just now. Maybe he is reconsidering after daring you to bet against him. Also, can people just cancel their bets whenever they want? You taught me to keep my promises. Any other way, it would be a waste of time." Raymond was shocked at how outspoken she was. Her words were humiliating. He took a few deep breaths. There was no way he could part with all that money, but he also couldn't stand the embarrassment. He couldn't stomach the aggravation. Roger smiled and said, "That's impossible, it's just a few $1 billion. Dad, give him the money." Raymond looked at Roger and exclaimed, "Roger?" Roger's expression darkened. "Give it to him." Raymond finally turned to Justin and said resentfully, "Prepare the agreement." Sean immediately nodded, "Yes, sir." Raymond sarcastically commented as Sean turned and left, "Your assistant is terrible. You haven't even agreed yet. Why would he already be preparing the documentation?" Sean ignored him. Instead, his footsteps quickened as he walked to the study to print the papers. 2% of the shares were crucial to them. Justin replied, "We're a family. He wouldn't dare to disobey your instructions." Raymond looked at him in confusion. Justin was the only one who could give orders to employees who directly reported to him. By stating the contrary, he was mocking his uncle's importance. While Cherry was provoking Raymond and his family at home, Pete was in school. During one class, one of the children raised his hand. "Miss Lane, my head hurts." The teacher walked over and asked, "What's wrong?" The little boy pointed to his head and replied, "It hurts." Ms. Lynn had no choice but to let him rest on the other side of the room. After class, everyone surrounded the boy with a headache. "Jimmy, are you pretending to have a headache?" asked one of his classmates. Jimmy shook his head. "No, I'm not." Another kid looked down at him and said, "My mum says that your mum says you're just pretending to have a headache so that you can play hooky." Jimmy's eyes narrowed and he stood up. "That's not true. My head really hurts." "You're just pretending," shouted another boy. "Yes, you're just pretending. Your mum said so in the kindergarten parents group chat," replied one of the girls. Jimmy was so mad that he clenched his fists. Mia came over and said softly, "Don't talk about Jimmy like that. I'm sure he's not pretending." Mia always spoke very softly. Pete found her way of talking very calming, so she was the only one he was willing to play with at kindergarten. Seeing that even she had spoken up, Pete glanced at Jimmy and sent a text message to Nora. "I have a classmate who keeps having headaches. What do you think is wrong with him?" On the kindergarten parents group chat, Jimmy's mother complained wildly. She posted, "The teacher called me and said that Jimmy had a headache again. Kids are so sneaky these days. Last time I brought him home as soon as they called me. Since then, he's learned to lie." Brandon's mum replied, "Is he always getting headaches? Maybe you should take him for a checkup at the doctor." Jimmy's mum returned, "Is it even necessary for a child to see a doctor for something as insignificant as a headache? He seems fine to me. Besides, if they make him do a brain CT scan and MRIs, he'll be exposed to radiation." Helen's mum joined the discussion. "Yeah, kids nowadays are so savvy. They know which excuses work best for them, so they pretend all the time." Messages from both the group chat and Pete were so loud that Nora couldn't sleep. As soon as she saw the messages, she replied to Pete. Pete made a video call to Nora after seeing her reply. Then he followed her instructions and gave Jimmy a checkup. Pete pressed on the top of Jimmy's head and asked, "Does it hurt here?" After asking him a few more questions, Nora's voice came through the phone. She said, "I'm hanging up." She went onto the group chat and wrote, "Jimmy's situation is not looking good. You should take him to the hospital for a lumbar puncture right away." The parents in the group chat were talking about how their children were always playing tricks. They were shocked at Nora's message, and all of them stopped talking. A short while later, Jimmy's mother started typing in the chat window. She wrote, "Are you crazy? In most cases, brain CT scans are all that's ever needed for people who constantly complain of headaches. Why would he need to do a lumbar puncture?" Nora answered calmly, "I am a doctor." Jimmy's mum replied, "Does being a doctor mean that you can tell us what to do? Should we be impressed that there is a doctor in the group chat? What about the kindergarten having parents who are doctors? Is it that you're so strapped for cash that you're asking me to pay for expensive medical tests?" The others echoed her. A mum posted, "I agree with her. Hospitals prescribe a lot of things these days. Why are there parents in this group chat who are so poor that they want to cheat others out of their money?" Another replied, "She's a quack doctor." A third mum said, "Don't spout nonsense just because you think you know something about it. What's a lumbar puncture got to do with the brain?" Jimmy's mum had the final say. "There's nothing more to her than a quack doctor making a misdiagnosis. Get out of the group." Nora wasn't bothered. She had seen family members of patients that were even more unreasonable before. Instead, she wrote, "Jimmy is likely suffering from encephalitis." When she was about to send the message after drafting it, a message prompt appeared. "You have been kicked out of the group chat by the administrator." Nora raised her eyebrows and stared at her phone for a while. Then she scoffed and opened Cherry's chat window. She sent a message to Pete. "He is likely suffering from encephalitis. Have his father take him to the hospital for a checkup." Doctors were generally compassionate. Child was still so young, she didn't want to let the matter go unchecked. Neither would she lower herself to his mother's level. After sending the message, she lay down and got ready to sleep. Pete relayed Nora's message to Jimmy after reading her message. Jimmy was so frightened that he burst into tears at once. "I have encephalitis. Am I gonna die?" Ms. Lynn was dumbfounded when Jimmy burst into tears. She tried to console him, but he kept crying and asked for his mother. Ms. Lynn had no other choice. She had to call his mother. Jimmy's mother was hot-tempered and direct. After she had received the teacher's call, she quickly went to the school, determined to resolve the issue once and for all. She immediately spotted Jimmy, sobbing so hard that he couldn't breathe. Jimmy's mother panicked. "What's wrong? Did your classmates bully you?" A sobbing Jimmy replied, "Mummy, I'm dying. I have a serious illness." His mother frowned and asked, "Who told you that?" "Cherry did." Jimmy's mother became furious at once. She shouted at Ms. Lynn, "Who is Cherry?" Ms. Lynn wanted to stop her, but Jimmy's mother was a tall and thick woman. She was simply too strong, and she pushed Ms. Lynn away, entered the classroom and demanded, "Where is Cherry?" Pete stood up and frowned. As soon as she saw him, she began ranting. "Why did you say such nonsense to Jimmy? Don't you know that scaring other kids is wrong? Apologize to him immediately." Jimmy held his mother's hand. He looked confused and he had no idea what was going on. He shook his mother's hand and said, "Mummy, Cherry wasn't trying to scare me. My head hurts. I really am sick." "What do you mean you're sick?" Jimmy's mother's expression turned cold and she said, "It's normal for children to have headaches and fevers. Besides, your head always stops hurting when you get home. Everyone else in our family is in good health. What kind of illness could you possibly have? Why are you acting so sick?" It wasn't that Jimmy's mother didn't care about him. Whenever she took Jimmy home during the last few incidents, his head stopped hurting just as they were about to leave for the hospital. After this happened several times, she had started suspecting that he was just pretending to be sick. Why would his head only hurt at school and never at home? Jimmy's mother pointed at Pete and sneered, "Fine, you're a kid, so I won't lower myself to your level. I'll speak to your mother instead." She looked at Ms. Lynn and said, "Call Cherry's mother and tell her to come to the kindergarten. I won't let this matter rest until I've seen her. I won't let my little Jimmy be bullied in school." Ms. Lynn breathed a sigh of relief. Although Jimmy's mother was bad-tempered, She was reasonable and hadn't raised her hand against the child. She was a much more decent person than Whitney Lowe. Ms. Lynn hurriedly called Nora. Jimmy's mother waited with her son in Ms. Lynn's office while Pete sat in his seat in the classroom. Next to him, Mia was terribly nervous. She tugged Pete's sleeve and whispered, "Cherry, I heard that Jimmy's parents were really important and terrifying people. Whoever offends Jimmy will be..." She held her hands up, drew it across her neck, and added, "killed off, secretly." Mia was so frightened that she shrank back after she spoke. "My mummy told me not to offend Jimmy when I first came to school. Jimmy's mother looked so scary just now." The other children were also discussing the matter quietly among themselves. One of them said, "Will Cherry stop coming to school tomorrow? I heard that Jimmy's father has a big pet tiger that only eats children. Will Cherry be eaten on her way home?" said another. "I hope you don't die," one of the kids whispered. "I really like you, and I don't want you to get hurt," said another. Cherry had charmed her way into being the favorite person in the class. The children's world was simple and innocent. They all surrounded Pete. Their eyes were brimming with tears as they said their goodbyes to him. A small girl said, "You are my favorite. You have to come to school alive tomorrow, okay?" Another one suggested, "You should buy a piece of meat after school. If you are attacked by a big tiger, you can let it eat the meat so that it won't eat you." One of the boys nudged him. "Here, this is for you. It's a little hammer that my mum gave me. She said that I could use it to scare anyone who tries to hurt me. Why don't you take it and beat the tiger with it?" Pete couldn't help rolling his eyes. These children were so silly that they were almost cute. His whole life, he had hidden a feeling of loneliness in the depths of his heart. But since spending so much time at the kindergarten, pretending to be Cherry, it had slowly begun to fade away. Mia became even more frightened. Her eyes were wide as she said, "I can ask my daddy to take you home after school today." As far as Mia was concerned, her father was the most powerful person she had ever known. "No, it's fine," replied Pete. When a displeased Nora rushed over to the kindergarten after being woken up, she immediately saw her son surrounded and sent off by a crying crowd. Before she could say anything, Jimmy's mother rushed up to her. She pointed her finger at Nora and yelled, "Isn't it bad enough that you were spouting that nonsense in your group, but you had to go and say it to a child? Look at how pale Jimmy is. It's all your fault." Jimmy stood behind his mother. He trembled all over and looked like he was about to pass out from crying so hard. Nora frowned and said, "Now is not the time to be quarreling. I'd suggest that you take your son to the hospital for a checkup right away." "To hell with the checkup," Jimmy's mother shouted angrily. "We're already meeting in person, yet you're still so full of hot air. Is it all because your daughter scared him that my son has become like this? Encephalitis. Why would anyone need a lumbar puncture because of encephalitis? This is the first time I've ever heard about it. Aren't lumbar punctures related to leukemia or something? Are you sure you know what you're talking about?" Nora just stared at her. Jimmy's mother rolled up her sleeves as if she was about to hit someone. She demanded, "I want you to apologize to my son right away. Tell your daughter to apologize to my son too. Take back what you said just now and tell him that all of it was just a joke." But a moment later, Jimmy held his head in his hands and threw up. Jimmy's mother was terribly shocked. She quickly looked down and put her hands on Jimmy's back, rubbing him soothingly. "What's wrong, Jimmy? What's wrong?" After throwing up twice, Jimmy finally stopped. Covered in sweat, he asked weakly, "Mummy, am I dying?" His mother was now completely panicked. "Of course not. Mummy's here, baby. Mummy will take you to the hospital right away." She held him in her arms and walked out. When she passed by her, Nora told her again, "When you get to the hospital, ask them to perform a lumbar puncture immediately. You need to find out if it's encephalitis." This time, Jimmy's mother said nothing. Instead, she just glared at her and strode off. After she left, Nora checked the time. School wasn't over yet. She left Pete there and went home by herself. Ms. Lynn frowned. She had thought that Nora would comfort Cherry a little before she left. After all, she had just quarrelled with her classmate. But instead, she didn't seem to be that interested in the situation. Ms. Lynn scolded herself for assuming that Nora didn't care. She knew Cherry's mother was doing her best as a single mother with very little support. Leaving work to come to check on Cherry must have been difficult. She must be rushing back to work to make money to support the child now. With that in mind, Ms. Lynn went back into the classroom and found Cherry engrossed in a book. Ms. Lynn couldn't resist walking over to check on her. She ruffled the child's hair and said, "Don't be scared, Cherry. Everything's fine." Pete stiffened when her hand touched his head, but forced himself to tolerate the body contact. He still frequently struggled with physical contact, but the list of people who he was willing to touch was growing day by day. Not long after his mother left, school ended. One by one, the children said their goodbyes to Pete. Finally, he left the school together with Tanya. Mia watched them get in the big black car before she got in her dad's car unhappily. At the sight of her sad face, Joel couldn't help asking, "What's the matter, Mia?" Mia asked timidly, "Daddy, will Cherry be eaten by the big tiger?" Joel raised his eyebrows and asked her what she was talking about. Mia told him about what had happened earlier that day. Joel ruffled her hair and said, "It's fine. The big tiger won't dare to eat her." Mia's big eyes widened, and she stared at him with a puzzled look on her face. She asked, "Why? The big tiger doesn't dare to eat me because I have a daddy, but Cherry doesn't." Joel smiled and replied, "Cherry's father is Justin Hunt. Don't worry, the big tiger won't dare eat her at all." Mia was relieved to hear that. "That's great." Joel, however, turned to look outside. Tanya had shown up for the child again. Did that mean that the child's mother didn't bother coming over to pick him up from school at all? He stared at Tanya. He kept thinking about the DNA test. The results made everything too complicated. He didn't dare bring it up to Ian even now. He would need to think carefully about how to word it properly. Jimmy's mother soon reached the hospital. She rushed straight to the pediatric department with her son. He was already feeling much better by then. However, the pediatrician nevertheless carried out a series of tests on him before finally telling his mother the reason for his vomiting. He said, "It's likely because he was crying too much from the fright. Jimmy, do you still feel like throwing up?" He shook his head. The doctor smiled and said, "Sometimes things seem like a much bigger deal to a small child than they would be otherwise. He was a little too worked up, but ultimately there's nothing wrong here." Relieved, Jimmy's mother nodded. The doctor then said, "It's better to err on the side of caution though, so let's do a few more tests." Jimmy's mother got the nanny to go and sign off on the medical bill. Then she called Jimmy's father. His name was Jordan Hoffman. He specialized in the underworld dealings of New York. To many, he was considered a leader of the industry. Given his standing, he didn't waste much time showing other people in society much courtesy. Although, he always made sure to show his respect to the Smiths and the Hunts. Compared to the people of New York's wealthy society, he was a crass, rude thug. He had a big and muscular figure. He was over 6 feet tall and weighed over 200 pounds. He was working out at the time that his wife and son were at the hospital. His muscles bulged powerfully as he worked the gym equipment. When his cell phone rang, he picked it up and answered very loudly, "What's the matter, dear?" Mrs. Hoffman wiped her tears and said, "What's the matter? Someone bullied your son at school. We're at the hospital. He was so upset he got sick." Jordan stood up, causing the equipment's parts to crash loudly against each other. "Which one of those little brats was dumb enough to try to bully my son? Wait, did you say he's upset? So he's not even hurt? Who goes to the hospital for being upset? Why is my kid such a wimp?" Jimmy's mother choked for a moment before she yelled, "He's 5 years old. He doesn't need to be a big tough guy yet. Some kid told him that he had encephalitis. He was so scared that he cried for 2 hours until he threw up. What are you going to do about this?" Jordan shouted angrily, "Whose kid was it? How dare they insult my son? I'm going to rip that little brat into pieces." Mrs. Hoffman got anxious and said, "Stop being so violent. You're talking about little kids. They don't know any better. The one I'm angry with is his mother. The kindergarten got her to come down in person, yet she backed up her kid's crazy encephalitis story. She wanted me to get a lumbar puncture done on Jimmy. It's a really painful procedure. Who does she think she is? Does she think she can just scare other people like that?" "Yeah, you're right. I'll have someone check out her background, see what we can find out on her." He gestured to a few of his bodyguards. Jimmy's mother nodded. "I will also put some pressure on the kindergarten. Why should we allow such parents to send their children to kindergarten? If she doesn't voluntarily withdraw her kid from the school, I'll drive them out myself." "Whatever you say, dear. How is Jimmy now?" At the mention of their son, the woman's tone softened. "He's feeling much better now. He only threw up because he was crying so much. He was so scared. I'm so mad. What kind of parent joins in on their kid's bullying like that? Honestly, encephalitis. If I hadn't been so worried about Jimmy, I would have started a fight with that woman myself." "I'll find out who her husband is and start a fight with him instead. What's the child's name?" he asked through clenched teeth. "Cherry Smith." "Okay, I'll take care of it." Jimmy's mother was still very angry even after she hung up. She started to madly contact the principal and the teachers on her cell phone and sent them a text message. Since Cherry Smith's mother, Nora Smith, refuses to apologize for her child's actions, I'd suggest that the school expel her child. I won't change my mind unless they offer a serious apology. When Ms. Lynn saw the text message, she quickly contacted Nora. "Miss Smith, I understand that Cherry wasn't really trying to scare Jimmy. She just didn't come across the way she intended. It is a misunderstanding. Why don't you have her apologize to Jimmy?" Nora, who had been woken up repeatedly by phone calls, was already getting very impatient by this point. She replied in a rather aggressive tone, "We need a break from this. Cherry will take a few days off from school." Jimmy was in a very serious condition. If his mother didn't follow her instructions and have him go through a checkup right away, his illness would become much worse. 3 days would be more than enough time to prove her right and make the school understand what was really happening. Ms. Lynn was confused, but had no choice but to accept Nora's decision. In the hospital, Mrs. Hoffman finally calmed down once she received the news from Ms. Lynn that Cherry would be temporarily stopped from attending classes. They were just finishing up another round of tests to make sure Jimmy was okay. His mother sat down next to him, thinking back on the events of the day. She remembered the headache he had mentioned before and asked, "Does your head still hurt, Jimmy?" Jimmy thought for a while after hearing his mother's question. His head still hurt a little, but when he thought of the discomfort he had felt when they were checking his stomach just now to find out why he had thrown up, the headache seemed like a very small problem. He shook his head and replied, "I'm fine now, Mummy." Mrs. Hoffman heaved a sigh of relief. She was still very upset about the whole situation, but hearing her son say he was all right put her heart at ease. She said, "It's fine as long as it doesn't hurt anymore. Your classmate's mother doesn't seem like a good person. I bet she doesn't even have a doctor's license, right? Yet she kept spouting nonsense. Well, you don't have to worry. That horrible kid won't be in class for the next few days." After saying that, she picked Jimmy up in her arms and took him home. Jordan found all of Cherry's information in no time. He frowned as he stared at the listing. Nora was there, included as the mother, but there was no father. He asked his assistant, "Doesn't she have a father? I don't hit women." The man answered, "No, she doesn't." Jordan fell silent for a moment. Then he sighed and said, "People who can send their kids to that kindergarten aren't usually from ordinary families, but I don't see any real connections here. Find out which family they belong to. If they're just ordinary people, then inform my wife to drop it. I don't want people saying we're bullying them. Okay?" After his assistant left, another walked in and said, "Mr. Hoffman, that Anderson kid is here again." Jordan's expression immediately turned cold. "Oh, so he had the guts to come back, huh? Let him in." Logan stood at the door with his eyes downcast, careful to keep his weight off his injured ankle. The dark basement was dim and messy. The quiet, intense-looking young man stuck out like a sore thumb in the noisy environment. He waited until someone summoned him before he finally limped into the room. After going in, Logan lowered his head at once and said, "Mr. Hoffman?" Jordan let out an icy snort and said, "Your request is pretty bold. Our sportsbook isn't a joke." Logan kept his eyes down. He had always been the top race car driver in New York, but all the money that Logan had earned over the years came from Hoffman's books. The wealthy placed their bets with the Hoffmans whenever they wanted to bet on car racing. Their races weren't actual competitions. The bets and gambling were all underground transactions. The car racing sportsbook operated solely with Jordan's name as a guarantee. Logan, however, shifted his weak and limp foot and said, "I know, but please consider it. The next race is in 3 days, but I'm afraid my foot won't be back in decent shape in time for it." "What does that have to do with me?" Jordan got off the weight machine and walked over. He picked up a bottle of ice-cold water, unscrewed the cap, and gulped it all down in one breath. Logan shifted his foot again. He said, "I'll definitely lose if I participate in the race. I'm sure the players would feel very strongly about this, so I'd like to ask your help in postponing the race for a month so that I can get an operation and recover." Jordan sneered. "It takes a long time for bone fractures and muscle tears to heal. Are you sure you'll be fine in just a month?" "Yes, I am." Logan gritted his teeth and said, "Even if I'm not, I'll still participate in the race." Jordan said, "No one can change their bets on our sportsbook, you know that. Staying in good condition is your job, but you let yourself get hurt. And you lost the last race, right? I heard that you've even sold your sports car to make up the money. The Andersons have money. Aren't they going to help you?" Logan said stubbornly, "I'll answer for my own actions. My family and I are separate entities." Jordan gave him a grim smile. "Good. I admire young men like you. Fine. I'll help you out this time. I'm sure everyone will back off if I go speak to them on your behalf." Logan breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you." He had only managed to pay off the huge losses from the last race by selling his sports car. He couldn't afford to lose again. The bookies who had seen potential in him, as well as the people who had placed bets worth millions of dollars on him, would probably kill him. As Logan prepared to leave, someone suddenly stepped forward and said, "I found the information, Mr. Hoffman." The man handed his cell phone with Nora's profile displayed to Jordan. His eyes widened when he saw the name Anderson. He let out a cold laugh and handed the phone back to his assistant. Then he suddenly announced, "Logan, never mind what I just said. I'm not helping you." Logan's eyes widened and he looked back at him in disbelief. Everyone involved in the underworld was afraid of Jordan. They found him overbearing and unreasonable. But after getting to know him a little better, Logan felt that he was actually a righteous and loyal man. His biggest fault, if you could call it that, was that he was protective of his people. He was only unreasonable when he felt that others had wronged the people he cared for. That was why Logan had come over to beg him for help. He had hoped their relationship was strong enough that Jordan would protect him. He asked hesitantly, "Mr. Hoffman?" Jordan asked, "How is Nora Smith related to you?" Logan clenched his jaw and answered, "She's my cousin." "That's a problem," Jordan said directly. "She has offended me. To be more precise, her kid bullied my son. I can't help you anymore. It's a conflict of interest." Logan was bewildered. He wanted to say something, but then Jordan waved and ordered, "Get out." He knew he could help the kid if he wanted to, but it wasn't an obligation. No one would criticize him for leaving Logan to sort out his own mess. A few of Jordan's men immediately walked toward Logan, but Logan knew better than to stand there and pick a fight. Instead, he nodded, turned around, and started to walk out of the room before anyone could try to force him. When he reached the door, he heard Jordan call after him. "Don't hold it against me. They scared my son so badly he became sick. There have to be consequences. If you aren't willing to take responsibility, Nora Smith would have to suffer my wrath instead. My wife desperately wants to beat her up. If you want my help, you'd have to let Nora take the fall." Logan clenched his fists. Jimmy instantly became as pale as a sheet. He held his head and then his chest. His mother quickly noticed his unusual behavior. "What's wrong, Jimmy?" The little boy couldn't pinpoint where exactly he didn't feel well. All he could say was, "I feel so sick, Mummy." Jimmy's mother hugged him, scared all over again. "It's all Nora Smith's fault. Of all things to say, why did she have to scare you like that?" She was so anxious that she was near tears herself. She turned to Jordan and said, "I really don't know who this boy takes after. He's so timid. Come on, Mummy will tuck you into bed." She took him away to the bedroom upstairs. Jordan became even more furious when he saw how unwell his little Jimmy was. He looked at Logan and said, "It's like this. I can help you out. Everyone will likely take a step back on my account and postpone the race for a month if it's me asking. But if you want my help, you have to bring me Nora Smith and let me teach her a good lesson. Otherwise, get the hell out of here." Logan clenched his fists. He stared at Jordan. After a short while, he finally replied coldly, "I'll take my leave, Mr. Hoffman." Logan limped out of the door. Jordan was still angry even after he left. The man beside him said, "Mr. Hoffman, I get the situation, but he's still a pretty good guy." Jordan snorted. "I know. It's a shame he's stuck with a cousin like that. But if he doesn't want to let her experience the consequences of her own actions, he has to take on the consequences himself." However, after he said that, he lowered his head again and said, "Forget it. That kid is pretty interesting. Spread the word. The race will go on as planned in 3 days. But if he does have trouble, they all need to leave his family alone. He's made it clear that they are separate parties." For some reason, he had decided to protect the Anderson family. The man nodded. "Yes, sir." Jordan wasn't the most powerful man among the underworld forces, but everyone trusted and believed in him because he was a righteous and loyal man with strong beliefs about the right way of doing things. Even though he was angry with Logan and furious about that woman, he was doing everything possible to protect the rest of the Anderson family from the fallout. If everyone charged over to their home, they would be in serious trouble. Logan was only a few steps away from Jordan's premises when someone behind him called after him. He turned around to see that it was Jordan's second-in-command. The man strode over and said, "Mr. Hoffman has given the word that you and the rest of your family are separate parties. I have no idea why you're getting special treatment, but you're lucky." Logan breathed a sigh of relief and nodded at the man. "Please thank Mr. Hoffman for me." Jordan's second-in-command nodded. Then he said, "You're not so lucky when it comes to your cousin, though. Why are you sticking your neck out for her? Things would go a lot better for you if you just hand her over." Logan looked down and said nothing. The man went on and said, "I've already looked into it. Your cousin isn't from an established family. She just needs to apologize and grovel a bit. She's nobody, so her pride isn't that big of a deal, is it?" But Logan barely acknowledged his words. He quickly said, "Thank you very much for your help." It was the most polite way he could say that he was rejecting the second-in-command's suggestion. The man's expression darkened. "You don't know what's good for you, kid. She'd better either apologize or hope Jimmy gets well soon. It's going to be more trouble for her if the kid stays sick." Logan nodded at him and left. Logan's foot hadn't recovered yet, so he couldn't drive. He hailed a cab and instructed the driver to go to the villa where he was currently staying. But when he reached the villa, he found that all his belongings had been thrown out. Someone was inside the villa making themselves at home. The moment he got out the car, the person called out to him, "Oh hey, there you are, Logan, the Racing King. You've come just in time. Why haven't you moved out yet? We finished the sale." Logan pressed his lips together tightly. The person who had bought his villa was none other than Winston, John Myers' son. John had been making things difficult for the Andersons over the past several years, in hopes that the Myers Peace Pharmacy would surpass Harmonia Pharmacy to become the top player in the traditional medicine industry in New York. Winston had shown up immediately when he heard that Logan was selling his villa and car. It was clearly personal. He had bought his villa at a low price. The villa was located in the suburbs, so it was only worth $3 million. Winston had only offered $1.5 million for the place. Logan had no choice but to accept. He needed the money urgently. But their contract stated that he was to be given a month to move out. He needed that month to figure out what to do. He didn't want to go back and live with his family. They would worry about his injury and might even find out about some of his other troubles. He didn't want to do that to them. But he didn't understand why Winston was already trying to kick him out of the villa. Logan stepped forward with a frown and said, "Our contract clearly states that I'll move out within a month. We only signed the agreement yesterday." Winston lifted his head high and replied, "Check the wording. It says, within a month, right? A day's time is also within a month, isn't it? Or are you trying to trick me, Logan?" Logan's sharp gaze turned cold. "Don't try me, Winston." "Try you?" Winston shrugged and said, "What am I trying? You sold your house, and now you're supposed to move out. Besides, I'm planning to stay here soon. I'm just helping you get a move on by removing your stuff." As soon as he said that, someone rushed out of the villa and called out, "There's a trophy here, Mr. Myers." Winston looked over to see that it was Logan's Racing Championship trophy. Logan's eyes widened in shock when he saw the trophy. He had won it after he had participated in his very first race. His parents had always disapproved of racing, so he'd only had a small celebration with his friends after he won the trophy. He had kept it carefully hidden in his villa ever since. It had a special meaning to him. He hastily stepped forward and said, "Give me that." Winston laughed. "Yeah, that trophy is the first championship trophy that the racing king here ever won. I remember that you beat the others by copying one of Yancey's drifting techniques. It's very important. Be careful with it. Here, Logan, you'd better hold on to it." Logan stretched out his hand. He was about to take the trophy when Winston suddenly turned and smashed the trophy against the rock next to him. The trophy shattered into pieces. Logan's eyes widened in horror. He turned to Winston abruptly and balled up his fists. He shouted, "I warned you, Winston." Before he could charge at him, 2 other men stopped him. Logan had always been strong and fought well. He had a certain ruthlessness to him that served him well in fights. But he was tired, and his injury kept him from attacking at full strength. The men trapped Logan between them. He struggled, glaring furiously at Winston. "Fight me yourself." Winston, however, laughed and said, "We don't need to fight. I've already bought your villa. As for your car, I offered $3 million. Are you selling or not? I've already spread the word. No one will offer you a higher price than that." Logan clenched his fists. Now that he had managed to buy Logan's villa for such a low price, Winston was determined to do the same thing with Logan's sports car. There were only 20 of that particular model of car in the world. It was nearly impossible to buy. The car originally retailed at $20 million, but because no one was selling it, people were willing to pay up to $30 million for it. Winston, however, was only offering $3 million for it. Worst of all, he had called around everyone in their circle, telling them not to offer good prices for Logan's car. Logan was infuriated, but he really needed the money urgently. He clenched his jaw and said, "I'd rather give it to someone else for free than sell it to you. You don't even know how to drive a car like that." Winston was only buying the sports car to show off. He didn't understand its true value. To Logan, the roar of the engine was the most beautiful music movement in the world. His words amused Winston. "Even $3 million is too good a price for you. I'll give you another minute to think about it. If you still don't agree to it, then I will lower it to $1.5 million. 3, 2... Before he could finish, though, Logan's cell phone rang. Logan sat on the ground. Covered in bruises, he was a pitiful sight. He spat out a mouthful of bloody spittle and answered the phone. A voice came through the phone and said, "Logan, someone wants to buy your car." Logan was surprised. He asked, "How much are they offering?" His words made Winston's ears perk up, and the corners of his lips curled into a smile. Winston had asked a few other people to offer to buy the car, but only at prices even lower than his. In fact, some said they would only offer $100,000. He had done it entirely to humiliate Logan. He assumed whoever was on the phone now was another one of his friends making a bad offer. But in Logan's ear, the voice said, "The buyer acknowledges that the car retailed at $20 million and the market price has now reached $30 million. But he's aware you're in urgent need of money. He's willing to offer $25 million. Logan's eyes widened. It was a more than reasonable offer, especially compared to everything he'd just suffered from Winston. Logan heaved a huge sigh of relief and shouted, "Sold. Okay, I'll transfer the car's title to them right away." Logan got up from the ground after he hung up and patted off the dust on his clothes. Despite his bruises, he looked as spirited and brave as ever. He glanced at Winston, stretched out a finger toward him, and said, "I'll remember this." His demeanor intimidated Winston for a moment, but then he came back to his senses and said, "Oh, please. Do you think you're still the racing king? Do you think you still have any power that counts? What can you do even if you remember me?" Logan, however, didn't pay any more attention to him. Instead, he picked up a few items that he cared about from the belongings that Winston's team had thrown out into the street. He hadn't actually spent that much time in the villa, so he didn't have that many personal belongings there. He took a few award certificates and got into the car. He needed to transfer the car's ownership. Winston and the others continued to stand where they were after he left, so furious that they couldn't speak. At last, Winston said, "Let's go. Follow him and find out who went behind my back to buy the car." They followed after Logan. At the DMV, Logan took a moment to gaze at his car, Little Yellow. He had received the car as a reward after he had won the championship when he was 17. Since then, people had been calling him the Racing King. He had regarded Little Yellow as his treasure ever since. He loved the car more than life itself. He had never been in a serious relationship. Instead, he had taken care of the car with all his heart. But he knew that Little Yellow wasn't his anymore. He looked at the man who had bought the car, Sean, and said seriously, "I hope its new owner will treat it kindly." Sean pushed his glasses up his nose, nodded, and replied, "Don't worry." Mr. Hunt had bought the car for his child. It would be some time until he was old enough to drive it, so they would definitely be treating it kindly. It was going to stay in the innermost section of the garage. The two men entered the DMV. The moment they came out after finishing the transfer procedures, they saw Winston walking over with a group of people with great momentum. Winston stood in Sean's way and asked, "Buddy, where are you from? Didn't you receive our notice?" Sean looked at the people in front of him. He adjusted his glasses again and replied, "I did. So what?" Winston was outraged. "How dare you mess up our plans? Do you know who you're messing with?" Winston had never relied on his own family to back him up. The Myers family was similar to the Andersons in terms of their social standing. They might be well known in the pharmaceutical industry, but they were nothing in New York itself. But the people backing Winston up today were an underworld force that even Jordan Hoffman had to show courtesy to. Upon hearing what he said, Logan couldn't just stand by and watch anymore. He stepped forward and said, "Hey, this is pretty serious. If you want to back out, I can return the money to you." He didn't want to cause problems for anyone else. But instead of acknowledging his words, Sean just took off his glasses. He folded them carefully, put them in the glasses case, and then put the case in his pocket. "Come with me," he said. Winston and the others followed him out of the DMV. They entered a small alley by the side of the building. Logan frowned. As soon as they entered the alley, Sean suddenly stood still, turned around, and beckoned them to come at him. Winston and the others charged towards him at once. Logan panicked. He had only just met Sean, but the man looked so polite and down to earth. He didn't look at all like a fighter. Logan wondered if he should call an ambulance. The thought had only just formed in his mind when he saw the polite, gentle man suddenly throw his fist out. As though Winston and the others were just little kids, he gave each man a punch that laid them all flat out on the ground. The fight was over almost instantly. Sean's movements seemed structured and systematic. He had likely trained in martial arts before. Winston and the others fell onto the ground, groaning and moaning in pain. They were ultimately just punks with no real training or skills. Winston yelled, "Do you know who we are? How dare you hit us like that?" Once he was finished delivering the beating, Sean took out his glasses case from his pocket. He took out the microfiber cloth and cleaned his glasses before putting them back on. Then he took out a wet wipe, cleaned his fingers, and tossed it onto Winston's face before he replied, "I know who you are." Winston became even angrier. "Then you should know better than to try this. Who exactly are you? Tell us who you are if you have the guts. Our boss will hunt you down." Sean answered coldly, "I work for the Hunts." Logan was still somewhat dazed when he went home. As it turned out, it was the Hunts who had helped him out. No wonder they had the guts to ignore that man and offer $25 million for his car. But Justin Hunt had never been interested in sports cars. Why was he buying it now? He entered the Andersons' home. He was about to go up the stairs when he suddenly saw Nora coming out of her room. She was yawning lazily and holding her cell phone. A voice rang out from the phone and said, "Mummy, I managed to buy a little yellow." Logan gaped at the phone in Nora's hand. "Little yellow? My car? Who is that?" Before he could say anything, the voice on the phone continued, "It's a great car, but I like pink, so I'm going to paint it pink." Nora shrugged. "It's up to you." Nora only noticed Logan after she said this. She was taken aback at the sight of him. The boy stood where he was, casually, with his hands in his pockets. Although she couldn't see any other details, there were injuries all over his face. He had a bruise at the corner of his mouth and a band-aid on his nose. Logan always had a rather wild attitude to him. But in addition to his usual demeanor and the bruises, he had something like a hostile look in his eyes as he stared back at her. Nora ended the call. She thought he was annoyed because she was blocking his way upstairs, so she stepped aside and gave way to him. Logan limped up the stairs after he saw her stepping to the side. When he was walking past her, Nora suddenly asked, "Hasn't your foot healed yet?" She remembered a few vague details about the injury. She had seen Logan limping around before. The boy was a race car driver, so both his hands and feet were equally important. She wondered if he could drive a sports car in that condition. But just as she thought this, the young man glared at her fiercely and snapped, "It's none of your business." Nora raised her eyebrows at him. So it wasn't her imagination. Logan really was angry. Even though he had bailed her out at Mr. Hoffman's, he was ultimately still just a teenager. Even though he knew he had done the right thing, he resented having to do it at all. He couldn't help but ask, "Do you know how much trouble you cause for everybody around you?" Nora had only just woken up, so she was still rather sleepy and didn't understand what Logan meant. However, he had never seemed to her like someone who would lash out at others for no reason. She asked hesitantly, "What's the matter?" Logan thought of the whole mess and couldn't even think where to begin explaining it to her. He replied, "It's nothing, just manage your own affairs properly from now on." He went upstairs after saying that. Nora frowned as she watched him walk away. What a brat. She had no idea what had happened to him, but she didn't like him taking his frustration out on her. She went downstairs, poured herself a glass of water, and then went back upstairs with the glass. As soon as she got back up, she received a call from an unknown number. When she answered, Mrs. Hoffman's voice reached her through the phone. She said, "I'm not going to let this go, Ms. Smith." Nora said, "Huh?" Mrs. Hoffman sounded as if she was crying as she said, "My son was so scared by what you said that he threw up again. He only fell asleep after taking a sleeping pill. Even though Logan has shouldered the blame for you, if anything should happen to my son, I will never let you off the hook." As soon as she finished her speech, she hung up. Nora narrowed her eyes. She didn't understand what Mrs. Hoffman was talking about. She wasn't aware of Logan having done anything for her. But even as she thought this, she knew that wasn't the most important thing to consider here. That little boy had thrown up again. He must be in a terrible condition. Nora had never been one to get involved in other people's business. After thinking about it for a moment, she forced herself to get into bed and lay down. However, she still felt rather uneasy. Pete came out of the shower a while later. After he got onto the bed, he asked hesitantly, "Mummy, will Jimmy be okay?" Nora was surprised. She asked, "Do you like him? Are you two friends?" Pete nodded. "He likes Cherry very much. There was once I didn't manage to grab an apple during mealtime, but he'd managed to grab two, so he gave me one." Nora closed her eyes. Go to sleep now." Pete closed his eyes. But 10 minutes later, Nora suddenly opened her eyes. She ruffled her hair, sat up in annoyance, and said, "Pete, Jimmy isn't doing well. I need to go and check on him." Pete nodded. Nora picked up her cell phone, hacked into the Golden Sunshine's kindergarten's computer system, and found Jimmy's address. After that, she got up, changed into a set of black clothes, and left the house. As she drove along the quiet streets, she felt that she must be out of her mind. She didn't know why she was being so nosy. She had already done her duty as a doctor. She had warned the family several times that it was encephalitis. She had told them what tests to request at the hospital. Besides, Jimmy's mother didn't look like she was the easiest person to get along with, even if she liked you. But Jimmy was only 5. Whatever his parents were like, he was innocent. It was already midnight by the time she arrived at the Hoffman's clubhouse. She stopped the car and tried to enter. However, someone stopped her at the door and asked, "Who are you looking for?" "I'm Nora. I'm here to look for Jimmy's mother. I'd be willing to speak to his father, too." The man asked Nora to wait while he went in to report her arrival. Soon he came back out and told her to go in. Nora followed a few of Jordan's lackeys into the gym. The environment was very dark, and even the light was a dull yellow. The whole room was very dim. Nightlife in the underworld had only just begun, so Jordan was full of energy. He wasn't wearing a shirt, and muscles bulged on his upper body. He looked Nora up and down and sneered. "So did Logan abandon you after all?" Nora didn't understand what he was talking about. She merely said, "You're Jimmy's father? I came here to tell you that Jimmy has encephalitis. If he continues to vomit and faint, I'm afraid he will be in great danger." Jordan stood up. "Are you crazy? Did you come all the way here just to talk a load of nonsense again? You think you know more than the doctors at the hospital?" Nora shook her head. She replied slowly and earnestly, "No, that's not the case, but the doctors may not know all his symptoms. Jimmy is very young. He might not be describing his experience clearly. It was just my guess in the beginning too. That's why I told his mother to send him for a lumbar puncture. However, I've basically confirmed the diagnosis now." Jordan narrowed his eyes. Mrs. Hoffman had already come downstairs after she heard the news. Upon hearing what Nora said, she was so furious that she came forward with her fists up and ready. "How dare you come here? Nora Smith, are you asking to get hit?" Nora took a step back and dodged her fists. She said, "Calm down." "Calm down? Jimmy was crying all evening. He's only asleep now because of the medication the doctor gave us. He's having convulsions now because your words scared him so much. You'd better hold still. Dodge again and I'll make sure you and Cherry won't be able to attend school anymore." Nora frowned and said, "It's not your call whether Cherry can attend school or not. Focus. Your son is in great danger right now." "You trying to scare us again? Fine. You claim to be a doctor, right? Which hospital are you working as a doctor at? Can you show me your license?" Nora huffed in frustration. "I didn't bring it with me." She wasn't in the habit of keeping her doctor's license with her, since it showed her identity as Athena. After all, she only performed 2 operations a month. Mrs. Hoffman sneered. "You didn't bring it with you. I bet you don't have one at all." She gave a wave after she said that. The men around them came forward and surrounded Nora. She said, "I'll admit it was brave of you to walk in here, but you won't be walking back out." Nora balled up her fists and narrowed her eyes. But then someone shouted, "Mrs. Hoffman, something terrible has happened." Mrs. Hoffman was startled to hear that. She frowned and asked, "What happened? What's wrong with Jimmy? Is he getting anxious again?" She didn't want to bother with Nora if Jimmy was experiencing new symptoms. She turned on her heel and walked out. Jordan also followed closely behind them. Jimmy was his only son and he treasured him. Nora wanted to follow them up the stairs but was stopped. The person blocking her way said, "You can't go up there, Miss Smith." Nora frowned anxiously. She knew this could be a moment of life or death. Nora knew there was no time to worry about being polite anymore. She reached out, hooked her arm around the man's arm, and pulled him over her shoulder. He flipped and fell neatly on the ground. When the rest of Jordan's thugs saw what she had done, they rushed toward her one by one. Nora stretched out her leg and kicked one of them away. The man, who had been sent flying sideways, blocked the rest of the people rushing toward her. The diversion gave her time to run upstairs unimpeded. As soon as she went up, she heard Mrs. Hoffman screaming shrilly, "Jimmy? Jimmy, wake up! Wake up!" The nanny next to them was also shouting anxiously, "Jimmy? Jimmy? What's wrong with him, Mrs. Hoffman?" Jordan yelled, "Get out of the way, call 911, hurry!" Nora's eyes widened in horror. She rushed straight to the room and saw Jimmy lying on a clean bed in the brightly lit room. He was foaming at the mouth and convulsing. Mrs. Hoffman touched his forehead and exclaimed, "Why is he so warm? Jordan, hurry up and call 911. Nora rushed over anxiously. Jordan was trying to make the phone call, but he was distracted when he saw Nora brush past him and stand at Jimmy's bed. Jordan was furious. "You." But before he could finish, Nora ordered coldly, "Get out of the way." Mrs. Hoffman was dumbfounded. Nora grabbed her by the arm. Then she looked at the nanny and instructed, "Get me some diluted alcohol to lower his temperature." Then she immediately pulled Jimmy's eyelids up and skillfully checked his eyes. The boy's pupils were already dilating. There was no more time. She took out a pill from her pocket, tore off the tinfoil, and placed it in his mouth. Mrs. Hoffman finally came back to her senses. She rushed over and shouted, "What did you just give him?" Nora looked at her coldly. "If you continue to stop me, your son will die." Her words made Mrs. Hoffman pause. Now that she was sure Mrs. Hoffman wouldn't try to stop her anymore, Nora took the diluted alcohol from the nanny and began working to lower the boy's temperature. The bodyguards at the door rushed up at that point. The one at the front of the group said, "Mr. Hoffman, she got away, she..." Before he could finish, he saw Nora bending over Jimmy. She looked as if she was torturing him. He braced himself to knock her away from the bed. Jordan was also glaring at Nora menacingly, but he shouted, "Let her do it, whatever she's doing. Nora, if anything happens to my son, it's on your head." The bodyguards finally retreated. The long overdue ambulance finally came. By the time the paramedics came upstairs, Jimmy had already fallen into a deep sleep. His breathing had also become much more even, and he looked much better. Worried about their son, Mr. and Mrs. Hoffman hurriedly followed them into the ambulance. It was only after they got into the ambulance that they realized that Nora had disappeared. Mrs. Hoffman frowned. Why did she leave? The nanny shrugged. I'm not sure. She left once she saw that the ambulance had arrived. Mrs. Hoffman bit her lip. Jordan said, It's fine. She may have left, but she will still have to go home sometime. If anything happens to Jimmy, we'll go to the Andersons' house. Mrs. Hoffman nodded. She gritted her teeth and said, There's the kindergarten too. She can run, but she can't hide. Besides, even if she did save Jimmy's life, he was sick in the first place because of her. Jordan nodded. They finally arrived at the hospital. By the time the doctor came over, Jimmy was already awake and muttering about having a headache. A nurse said, Doctor, he had already undergone professional first aid measures by the time we went over. The lady who performed the aid also told me that we must conduct a lumbar puncture on the patient. Something clicked in the doctor's head at once, and he said, All right, don't bother with the brain CT and MRI for now. Perform a lumbar puncture on him first. Yes, sir. After the staff took Jimmy away, the doctor also left to attend to his duties. It was only at daybreak that the doctor finally walked out of the ward, wiping sweat from his brow. Mr. and Mrs. Hoffman went up to him at once and asked, Doctor, how is my son? The doctor took a deep breath and held their hands excitedly. He asked, Who performed first aid on the child? What exactly did she give him? Mrs. Hoffman flew into a rage at once. What's wrong? Did she poison him? I knew it. I'm going to kill her. Jordan also panicked. He asked, Doctor, what exactly is going on? Is there something wrong with that pill? My son was having convulsions because she scared him so badly, but he seemed calmer after that pill. The doctor was shocked at how agitated they were. He said, Convulsions from fright? What nonsense. The child has acute meningitis. If it weren't for the person who saved him in time, your child would probably be dead now. The doctor then went on and said, I'm just very curious about the medicine she gave to the child. It's so amazing. The fever had already subsided by the time he arrived at the hospital. His condition had also mostly stabilized by then. Whoever gave him that pill, they basically saved his life. Mr. and Mrs. Hoffman shared a look of surprise. By the time Nora got home after the drama the night before, it was already 1 o'clock in the morning. After washing up, she slept all the way until noon the following day. She was finally woken up by people knocking on the door downstairs. The sound was deafening, as if someone was attacking the door with a battering ram. Nora got out of bed slowly. The moment she exited her bedroom, she saw Logan going down the stairs quickly. He went to the door and opened it. Jordan Hoffman was standing there on their front porch, wearing a thick gold chain around his neck. Logan was stunned. Mr. Hoffman, why are you here? Jordan stared at Logan. After a long silence, he finally asked, Where is Nora Smith? Logan narrowed his eyes. He blocked the way and said, Mr. Hoffman, she's just some woman. I'll take responsibility for whatever you want. Jordan thought about what had been reported to him the night before. She had beaten up 5 or 6 of his men all by herself and rushed up the stairs after that. He smiled a little ruefully and replied, She's not just some woman. Logan's confusion grew. He said, Mr. Hoffman, I don't know what happened, but please let me take care of it. However, the men behind Jordan pushed him away. They entered the villa loudly, alarming the elderly Mrs. Anderson upstairs so badly that even she came out and asked, What's going on, Logan? Logan's brows drew together tightly as he watched Jordan walking up the stairs toward Nora. The woman even yawned. It was obvious to Logan that she had just woken up and was completely unaware that danger was descending upon her. He wanted to intervene, but he didn't know if he could help her anymore. Jordan, famous for being gruff and bad-mannered, inclined his head to Nora and said, Miss Smith. Logan's jaw dropped in amazement. He felt like his eyes were about to fall out of their sockets. Nora waved casually and asked, Yeah, is Jimmy all right now? Jordan sounded nothing like his usual rough self. His tone was exceptionally respectful towards her. He said, He's fine now. His mother wanted to come over and apologize to you in person, but Jimmy's still hospitalized for now, so she didn't want him to be there alone. This is all her fault for not appreciating your kindness. We're gonna have a serious talk about it later." Nora raised her brows when she heard what he said. Jordan continued humbly, "To be honest, this is entirely our fault. We didn't listen to Jimmy. He's too young to be expected to explain his symptoms clearly, and we didn't encourage him to explain further. We took him to the hospital, but we didn't take the time to get the tests you recommended, which delayed his treatment even more. We're so grateful you went out of your way last night to come to us. We could have lost him." He cleared his throat and continued, "By the way, the hospital asked about that pill that you fed Jimmy last night. They want to buy a batch of it." Nora yawned and replied, "You can contact my uncle about that." Simon was in charge of all Harmonia Pharmacy's matters. Jordan immediately nodded and said, "Okay, no problem." Nora nodded too. When she saw that Jordan was still staring at her, she asked hesitantly, "Is there anything else?" Jordan shook his head. "No, there's nothing else. You saved Jimmy's life, Miss Smith. If there's anything you need in the future, I will do anything you ask." "Oh, okay." Nora paused for a moment before she yawned again. Then she said, "Okay, I'm going to sleep." She turned to enter the bedroom, but saw Pete standing there and looking at her expectantly. He let out a silent sigh and said, "Mummy?" Nora frowned. It was only then that she remembered what had happened to Pete. She turned back to Jordan and said, "By the way, Mr. Hoffman, can you ask your wife to withdraw her complaint against Cherry, and let her return to school?" Jordan nodded at once. "Of course, that's no problem. The Hoffmans will cover Cherry's tuition fees in the future as well." "You don't need to do that." "It would be our pleasure, Miss Smith. Also, I will get Jimmy to protect Cherry in school in the future, so that no one will bully her." Pete quietly packed his school bag, slung it over his shoulders, and went downstairs. Then he asked the family chauffeur, "Can you take me to the kindergarten?" Nora went back into her bedroom to sleep after her son had left. Logan and Jordan were the only ones left downstairs. Jordan walked over casually to Logan and patted him on the shoulder. He didn't offer any apology or other explanation, but sighed and said, "We need to give a notice of at least 3 days in advance if we want to postpone a race. I'm afraid we've already missed the deadline. How about this? I'll try and get another driver to help cover for you in the race. If I can't get anyone, then you'll have to prepare $50 million. But I'll guarantee your safety after the race." Logan hesitated. $50 million would have been no problem for the Andersons in the past, but he knew that that was no longer the case. But he also knew that Jordan had tried his best, though, so he nodded. Before they left, Logan asked, "What's happened between you and Nora, Mr. Hoffman?" Jordan gave him a simple retelling of everything that had happened the night before, and then left. After he left, Logan went upstairs. Before going into his bedroom, he glanced at Nora's door. He knew that Nora was a doctor, but he hadn't expected her to be so skilled that she could save Jordan's son like that. Logan looked at his ankle. He wondered if Nora could heal his injury. But even if she could, there was no way she could do it right there and then. The race was in 2 days. They really didn't have any more time to waste. He would just ask her again after the race instead. With that in mind, Logan entered his room. He needed to do something. Given his ankle's condition, he would definitely lose if he took part in the race. He took out his computer. He found Yancey's email address and typed up an email. "Yancey, are you interested in racing competitions held in the US? I have an opportunity for you to consider." He lay down on the bed after he sent the email. Then he suddenly received a call from Jordan. Jordan's voice was very loud as he said, "I've just remembered, I may have a way to contact the driver Yancey. How about that? I'll contact him for you." Logan replied, "I just sent him an email, but I don't know if he'll come." Jordan said in a friendly manner, "Let me do it instead. I'm a little more familiar with him than you are. After all, we've talked before." When he said that they had talked before, he was referring to their email correspondence in the past. But Logan was very grateful to him anyway. He said, "Okay, thank you, Mr. Hoffman." You're welcome. At the Hunts, Cherry was circling Logan's sports car. Wow, little yellow is so eye-catching. She was very excited. As usual, although she was technically there as Pete, she didn't bother to change her voice or behavior. Sean watched from the side, thinking he was watching Pete. He couldn't help but keep feeling that there was something off with him. He asked respectfully, "Should we put the car in the garage?" "No," Cherry said stubbornly. "I want to change its color." Sean nodded. He didn't find yellow an attractive color either. It was too ostentatious and not low-key enough. It clashed with Mr. Hunt's sense of aesthetics. Having it changed to black, white, or grey sounded like a pretty good idea. He was about to suggest it when Cherry declared, "I want it changed to pink." Sean was taken aback for a moment. "What?" "Pink, yeah." Cherry skipped back inside after saying that. Sean followed behind her. When they entered the room together, Justin had just finished processing a few documents and was walking out. When the two met, Sean suddenly said, "Mr. Hunt, Pete just told me to change the color of the sports car to pink. What do you—" Justin smiled and replied, "Okay, do as he says." Sean was stunned. Mr. Hunt had just agreed to recolor an incredibly rare racing car to bright pink. He had agreed to the idea with a big smile. Sean had never seen his employer act like this before. While he was struggling to recover from the shock, he saw Justin walking over to Cherry. He bent over, picked her up, and asked, "Do you want Daddy to play Barbies with you today?" "Okay, Daddy's the best." Sean swallowed hard. Then he looked at Justin and recounted to him what he'd encountered earlier that day. Justin, who was about to leave, paused for a moment. Cherry said, "Did someone bully Uncle Logan? Daddy, let's help him. Even though Uncle Logan pretends to be cool all the time, he's actually very nice." When Justin heard what she said, he looked at Cherry dotingly and asked, "Do you want to watch car racing?" Cherry nodded happily. Justin looked at Sean and said, "Get 2 tickets ready." Sean shrugged helplessly. "Yes, sir." When Pete got home from school that day, Nora said to him, "There's an underground car race in 2 days. Do you want to go and watch?" At the sight of Nora staring at him expectantly, Pete gave a resigned sigh. To be honest, he wasn't very interested in things like car races. But it was rare for him to see his mum interested in something other than sleeping. He decided going with her might be interesting. "Okay, let's go." The next day, Pete went to school. Jimmy was still hospitalized, so he didn't come to class. The children were still very concerned that the Hoffmans would be angry at Cherry. "Cherry, Jimmy is still unwell. His mother won't let your mother get away with what she did. You have to be careful." "Cherry will have to drop out of school. Cherry, will you have to drop out of school when Jimmy returns? I'm so worried about you." Their kindness warmed Pete's heart very much. He said, "Don't worry, everything is—" But right after he spoke, he met Mia's curious eyes, so he quietly added, "Okie dokie." The other children didn't believe him, though. "But I heard that the big tiger in Jimmy's house is really fierce and menacing. It can eat a child with 1 bite. I've also heard about it. They say Jimmy's mother is a tigress and that his father has 3 legs, 4 arms, and 5 pairs of eyes. He's even worse than a tiger." Some of the children even started to cry. "Cherry, I don't want you to die." Pete absorbed all of these comments with a blank face. Sometimes the ignorance of his classmates amazed him. His mouth twitched a little as he tried to think of something to say to calm them down. He was about to speak when Mia said, "Don't worry, everyone. Cherry will be fine." "How do you know?" "Because Cherry's father is Justin Hunt. Jimmy's father is afraid of Cherry's dad," Mia replied innocently. "Really?" The other children offered their congratulations one by one. "Have you found your daddy, Cherry? That's great." Wow, Cherry, so you do have a father. I always thought you didn't have one. Huh? Wasn't Cherry given to her mum as a gift? When I asked Mum who Cherry's dad was, she told me that her mum got her as a bonus when she bought something. Pete blinked as the topic moved on rapidly. However, there were also some who didn't believe it. They asked, Cherry, is your father really Justin Hunt? Pete wanted to deny it. He had been taught to be very, very careful about discussing his identity and his family with others. And his dad and mum hadn't acknowledged each other yet. But when he met Mia's innocent eyes and hopeful expression, he could only reply, I guess you can say that. He felt a little nervous. He didn't have any bodyguards here with him. He needed to do everything he could to keep his identity from becoming a big deal. The bell finally rang and the children scattered. Mia sat next to Pete and asked softly, Don't you like your father, Cherry? Pete nodded. He's okay, but he's strict. Mia rested her chin on her hands and said, Your father won't be strict anymore if you become a girl. Pete was taken aback. Why? He asked. Mia looked at him and replied, Because that's what my father says. He says that girls should be pampered and brought up lovingly. You must have gone to your father as a boy, right? Pete thought about this carefully. He wondered if his dad really was stricter with him because he was a boy. After class, a few children from the higher grade came to the classroom. The kid leading them was very big and well-built, which made him seem extra intimidating. A few other children followed behind him. These children were only about a year older, but the height difference between them and Pete's classmates was very obvious. Moreover, Pete had always been in rather poor health. Therefore, those children were a whole half a head taller than Pete. They gathered in front of Pete. The one leading them pushed Pete and said, I heard that you bullied Jimmy. Good job. Pete frowned and said quietly, I didn't. What didn't you do? Speak up. Do you know who I am? The burly kid said. My father is Paul Quinlan. He's enemies with Jimmy's father. I'm not mad at you. I'm happy you bullied him. You seem all right. You can be my little sidekick from now on. Pete looked at the person in front of him with a blank expression, then stepped around him so he could walk away. I'm not interested. The child immediately grabbed his sleeve and said, You're Cherry Smith, right? I don't care if you're a girl. I'll still beat you up if you get on my bad side. You should be proud to be my sidekick. I heard that you don't have a father, right? Do you know who my father is? Pete raised his eyebrows at him quizzically. The child patted his chest and said, My name is Terence Quinlan, and my father, Paul Quinlan, is even more impressive than Jordan Hoffman. He's very amazing. If you choose to follow me, you won't have to be afraid of Jimmy's father anymore. Everybody knows my father is really the best, and I'm the best too. Mia took a step forward and said, Terence, you're not allowed to bully Cherry. Terence looked at her and curled his lip disdainfully. He said, Go away. I'd beat you up too, but your dad is important, I guess. As he spoke, he pushed Mia and said, My father said that out of everyone in the entire kindergarten, your father is the only one worth showing a little respect to. So he told me not to bully you. But everyone else has to listen to me. I heard your father has driven away your mother, though. You're not legitimate anymore. Your father will marry another woman after this. When they have a few sons, you'll become an illegitimate daughter, and your father won't care about you anymore. Mia stumbled quite a few steps backward before she finally steadied herself. Upon hearing that her mother had been driven away, and that she would become an illegitimate daughter, Mia's eyes reddened, and she said, That's not true. Don't you spout nonsense. Pete frowned and stepped in front of Mia. He said, Apologize to her. Terence sneered. Who do you think you are? You don't even have a father. What makes you think I should listen to you and apologize to her? Pete was about to speak when Brandon rushed over and said, Terence, his father is Justin Hunt. He's super important. Even your father respects him, right? A look of disbelief appeared on Terrence's chubby face. Then he guffawed and said, "Yeah, right, Justin Hunt. That's a dumb thing to lie about. This isn't scaring me. I'm not a little kid anymore." Mia pouted and said, "Cherry's father really is Justin Hunt." Terrence sneered. "That's impossible. My father said that Justin Hunt only has a son, and he keeps him super protected. He has bodyguards with him everywhere he goes, and no one can see what he looks like. Cherry's a girl, so how can she possibly be Justin Hunt's child?" Mia screwed up her face into a ferocious expression. She was getting anxious. "Cherry is a boy today." Terrence burst into loud, raucous laughter at once. He said, "Oh yeah, I heard that dumb story about Cherry being a shapeshifter. I can't believe you guys actually believe something like that. So, Cherry Smith, your father is Justin Hunt, right? Why don't you call him right now so he can tell us himself?" "Why not?" Without a second thought, Brandon stood beside Pete and said, "Cherry, call your father now." "Yes, that's right." Mia anxiously took out her cell phone and looked at Pete. She said, "Cherry, what's your father's phone number? I'll call him for you." Pete looked around at them all, his eyes wide. He didn't want to call his dad. He was supposed to be careful about revealing his identity. Even if he was currently pretending to be Cherry, it still felt incredibly risky. On top of that, his parents hadn't acknowledged each other yet. It probably wasn't a good idea to just call Justin out of nowhere. For a moment, he kept quiet. Terrence immediately laughed and said, "Ha, did you see that? Cherry, you're just bragging. There's no way your father is Justin Hunt." "It's true." Mia's eyes were red. Her father had told her that. There was no way he would tell her something that wasn't true. But she was also starting to feel very afraid and embarrassed. She was the one who had said Justin was Cherry's father. It had nothing to do with Cherry at all. Even if there really was a mistake, it wasn't because Cherry was bragging, but because she had said the wrong thing. She didn't know how to explain all of this to the group that was gathering around them. Instead, she started to panic. Terrence looked at her. "What are you being so anxious for? Just say you don't know what you're talking about. How would you know who Cherry's father is?" "I just do." Mia had always been a pushover. She wasn't used to fighting for herself. This was the first time she had ever spoken to anyone so aggressively, let alone someone older and bigger and scarier like Terrence. She insisted. Cherry wasn't bragging, and she didn't lie. Terrence scoffed and said, "You little liar. You even lie about your own affairs. Your mother was rejected by your father, yet you insist that it isn't true. Why don't you get Cherry to give us the phone number?" Mia was about to cry. Just as she was about to say something, Pete stepped forward and said coolly, 212-0956. The place fell quiet for a moment. Terrence looked at Pete. "Cherry, what do you mean by that?" Pete didn't look at him, but at Mia instead. "That's my daddy's phone number. You weren't lying." Mia finally came back to her senses. She quickly dialed the number on her cell phone. Mia and Brandon both held their breaths together as they listened to the dial tone. Even Terrence was keeping quiet. For a while, the atmosphere around them became very tense. However, after the phone rang 3 times, the recipient didn't answer but rejected the call instead. Mia was dumbfounded. Brandon was also stunned. Terrence, however, burst into laughter and said, "You saw that, right? That was just some random number. The person didn't even pick up. Cherry, just admit that you're a liar. You don't have a father at all." Mia, who was panicking, dialed the number again. However, after it rang a few times, a voice message instead played. "The number you have dialed does not exist." Mia realized her phone number had been blocked. She stared at the phone in horror. Brandon was also confused. He asked, "Cherry, what's the matter with your father?" Pete replied very calmly, My father doesn't answer calls from strangers. Brandon believed him immediately. I see. That does make sense. Mia also nodded. Oh, that's true. My father doesn't answer calls from strangers either. People like their parents all owned private phone numbers. It was standard protocol for them to reject random calls from strangers for their own protection. Apart from their family and other people of the same social circles as them, others were rarely able to get their private phone numbers. Terence sneered. Of course, my father doesn't answer calls from strangers either. But why don't you use your own cell phone to call him, Cherry? You knew whoever it was wouldn't pick up anyway if they didn't recognize the number, right? You're doing this on purpose. That number wasn't Justin Hunt's at all. 212-0956, said Pete again suddenly. Then he asked, Have you memorized it yet? Terence curled his lip disdainfully. What? Pete said coolly, You should have my father's private phone number. You can go home and confirm it with your dad when you get home. Then you'll see. Terence was taken aback for a moment, but then he sneered. I get it now. You're stalling for time. But even if you get away with it today, you still won't have a dad tomorrow. I'll go home and cross-check the phone numbers right now. Terence turned around and led the group of children away. To be honest, he was a little scared that Justin Hunt would really turn out to be Cherry's father. If that happened, he could get into a lot of trouble. His father had warned him several times not to mess with the two Smith kids in school. Additionally, he wasn't to mess with children from the Hunt family either. But the Hunts didn't send their children to the school, so he had never had to worry about it. After Terence left, Mia and Brandon looked at Pete. Mia asked timidly, Cherry, did I cause trouble for you? To be honest, Pete felt she had. If she hadn't told people that Justin was Cherry's father, Terence and the others wouldn't have become so interested in figuring out the situation. As he tried to figure out how to explain this, Pete glanced at Mia, only to see that the tiny little girl's pointed, oval-shaped face and big eyes were filled with guilt and fear. So instead, Pete calmly replied, It's not a big deal. After he said that, Tanya called out to him from a distance. Cherry, come for your dance class. Stop dilly-dallying, you're about to be late. Pete massaged his temples and walked toward the dance studio. He wanted to switch back with Cherry soon. As he walked over, he suddenly looked back at Mia. Sure enough, he saw that her expression had become envious. But she wasn't looking at Pete. She was looking at Tanya. Tanya was also looking at Mia when Pete walked up to her. Mia was watching her timidly, unable to conceal the longing in her eyes. The sight made Tanya feel a strange sharpness piercing her heart. She didn't know what to do. She knew Mia was Hillary's daughter, and it was hard to think kindly of Hillary, but she found Mia very lovable. But maybe that made sense. After all, she was technically Hillary's half-sister. If things had been peaceful in the family, Mia would be calling her Aunt Tanya. At the thought, Tanya forced herself to look away. She took Pete to the dance studio resolutely. Behind her, Mia watched them with a longing look on her face. Next to her, Brandon said carelessly, Cherry really is amazing. She's great at those tricky maths questions, and she can even dance. Mia, do you want to learn to dance? Mia lowered her head and stared at her toes as she replied, Yes, I do. Brandon brightened up. Then let's ask Miss Turner to teach you. She is the best dance teacher ever. Just tell your father, he will definitely agree to it. Mia heaved a sigh, turned around unhappily, and returned to the classroom. After school, Terence dashed out to his family's car. As expected, his father, Paul Quinlan, had come to pick him up. The 6-year-old child was as stout and muscular as a bull. Paul, on the other hand, looked more refined, but there was something about his eyes that looked particularly sinister. Terence whined, Daddy, there's a brat in the kindergarten who's pretending to be Justin Hunt's daughter. Paul was taken aback. What? Terence suddenly thought of something and recited a series of numbers. Then he said, "Quick, Daddy, can you check if this is Justin Hunt's phone number?" Paul frowned as he listened to his son's story about Mia calling what was supposedly Justin Hunt's phone to try to prove that Justin was really Cherry's father. He picked up his cell phone, went to Justin's private number in his contacts, and checked it against the number that his son had said. Then he said, "No, it isn't. It's quite the coincidence, though. She was only off by 2 numbers." Terence curled his lip at once. "I knew she was a fake." Paul scoffed and said, "Someone is actually pretending to be Justin Hunt's daughter. That's hilarious. After all, he has never had a daughter." The fact that Justin had a son was supposed to be a secret. However, that was only the case for the rest of the world. Families like the Quinlans had to pay close attention to the affairs of their wealthy social circle. Paul had tried various means of digging for information over the years, but in the end, he only managed to find out that Justin had a 5-year-old son. Apart from that, he knew no details. Terence became even angrier when he heard that. He clenched his fists and said, "How dare she lie to me? I'm going to punch her teeth out on Monday." It was only Friday. Terence intended to hold on to his anger for the whole weekend so he could take his revenge on Monday instead. Terence then looked at Paul again and asked, "Daddy, can I go and watch the race tomorrow?" Smiling, Paul replied, "Sure, no problem. We're also part of the racetracks that Jordan Hoffman established, aren't we?" He fell silent for a moment at this point, and the look in his eyes became a little more sinister and ruthless. The Hoffmans and the Quinlans were of equal standing in the underworld. However, everyone knew that Paul was fiercer and more ruthless than Jordan, so they were more afraid of him. Although he looked polite and refined, deep down, he was actually much more vicious and violent than Jordan. The violence, paired with his fine manners, scared people. Jordan Hoffman had a scarier face, but he had a lot of reservations about hurting people needlessly. The two families had been competing with each other for a long time. Therefore, he had been happy to answer Winston's request for help to make things difficult for Logan. Jordan had made a lot of money through the Racing King. Winston had used the Quinlan's reputation to threaten people in New York so that they wouldn't dare to buy Logan's sports car. However, someone had actually refused to obey their orders in the end. When he asked who had offered the $25 million for the car, he learned that it was the Hunts. Paul let out an icy laugh. It was a small world. However, he wasn't going to mess with the Hunts if he could help it. After all, if they ever chose to support Jordan, he would become even more difficult to deal with. With that in mind, Paul said coldly, "Stay away from the Hunts' children if you encounter them in the future. Whatever's going on, just leave it alone. Don't mess with them." Terence had always relied on his father to back him up when he picked fights, but he knew that he needed to listen when his father said to leave someone alone. He was disappointed, but he nodded quickly. Pete went home with Tanya as usual. After the two got into the car and Tanya drove away in the SUV, Joel finally, reluctantly, looked away. Brandon and Mia came out together and got into Joel's car. As soon as he got in the car, Brandon asked, "Uncle Joel, is Cherry's father Justin Hunt?" Joel nodded. "Yeah." He then looked at his daughter. Mia was hanging her head. Obviously, she was not in high spirits. Joel gave her a gentle smile and ruffled her hair. He asked, "What's wrong, Mia?" Mia glanced at him and hung her head again. "It's nothing, Daddy." Before Joel could ask her any more questions, Brandon piped up and said, "I know what's going on, Uncle Joel. Mia wants to dance, but Mrs. Turner won't take her in." Mia hurriedly raised her head and waved her hands while she said, No, that's not true. I don't actually like dancing that much." Mia didn't want her father to force Miss Turner to teach her, If that happened, Ms. Turner might be unhappy. Besides, her mother didn't like the idea of her dancing either. Joel's eyes flickered. He ruffled Mia's hair again and said comfortingly, "Okay, I see." Brandon had a restless look in his eyes and was unable to sit still the whole way home. It was as if he was holding in a secret that was threatening to burst out of him. Joel saw it all but did not interfere. When they got home, Joel saw Brandon making an excuse and dragging Mia off to play. Joel gave the nanny a look. She immediately nodded and followed after the two. Less than half an hour later, the nanny came back and reported, "Brandon is trying to get Mia to go and watch a car race tomorrow afternoon." Joel frowned thoughtfully. The nanny tilted her head and asked, "Do you want to stop them?" Joel thought of the timid look in his daughter's eyes. Then he thought of how reckless Brandon had been with that knife when he had tried to become a shapeshifter himself. He held his forehead. He wanted to encourage his daughter to become more cheerful and outgoing. He liked the idea of Brandon helping her come out of her shell, but he sometimes went about things the wrong way. After thinking about it a moment longer, he said, "Let them go, but get a few people to protect them secretly." "Yes, sir." The next day at the Andersons, Nora slept until it was time to leave for the race. After she got up, she lazily put on a black baseball cap, a black shirt, and trousers. Without bothering to fix her makeup or hair, she took Pete out with her. As soon as she exited the bedroom, she saw Logan walking out of his room. He had an especially awful look on his face. It seemed like his foot injury hadn't healed yet, causing him to limp as he walked. The sight made Nora frown. She asked, "Are you still going to take part in the race today?" Logan let out an annoyed grunt. Yancey hadn't replied to his email. Jordan had also called and said that he hadn't managed to get in contact with him. He could only brace himself and go for it today. Losing meant that he would have to pay back the $50 million. Even if the Andersons gained access to all their profits from the carefree pills that day, it still wouldn't amount to $50 million. Besides, he would never ask them to do that for him. Logan had never wanted to cause his family any trouble. He gritted his teeth and walked out. Nora followed behind him. When they went out, Logan's friend came over to pick him up. He got into the car and left. As for Nora, she drove off in the SUV after Pete sat in the back seat obediently and fastened his seatbelt. The race was held in an abandoned factory in the suburbs. Although the factory itself had been abandoned, Jordan owned the entire plot of land. A professional racetrack had been built inside. The plot was relatively big, so it was impossible to tell from the outside that there was a racetrack inside. The security there was very good. Everyone going in had to go through strict security checks and keep their tickets out and ready for inspection at all times. The car stopped. When Logan got out of the car and was about to enter, his friend tugged on his sleeve and asked, "Logan, isn't that your cousin and niece?" He turned around to see Nora parking her car behind theirs. The woman got out of the car without paying any attention to the person in the back seat. His little niece unfastened the seatbelt herself and pushed the car door open. Then she hopped out onto the ground and strained to close the car door herself. Logan frowned. His friend asked, "Did you get them tickets? It'll be very difficult for them to get in without tickets. Mr. Hoffman has increased security for today's race." Logan became even more irritable. They should have told him in advance if they wanted to watch the race. Instead, they had followed him without saying anything. He began to walk over to confront them, but stopped when he saw what was happening.